Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. You can, okay, thank you. Welcome to Nairobi. Welcome to the AERC African Economic Research Consortium 2025 Summit. Renewed AERC for Africa's new development priorities. And Nairobi, as you will notice, is actually the only capital city where you can discuss fiscal policy in the morning, and in the afternoon you spot lions. It is also the only capital city with a game reserve at its doorstep, not too far away, just about 7 kilometers away from here. That makes it very unique, just like the diverse perspectives gathered in this room. So before we dive into policy, let's celebrate the fact that we are meeting in a city where innovation and nature coexist. As we start our program, we are going to play the national anthem, the Kenya national anthem, and then we'll play the East African Community anthem, and then we'll delve into the program. So welcome our choir. Please proceed. Please, as we play the national anthem, let us all arise. Let's all stand up. Nguvu yetu ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na udugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na usawi. Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu, nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Thank you very much, choir. Just a few, we can all sit down. Just a few housekeeping announcements. One is we have translation. If you want to listen to English, please switch on to channel 1. If you want to listen to French, channel 2. And then behind this plenary hall, we have the washrooms. So please find your way around when we have our health breaks. Please also wear your badges most of the time as you are around here because of security reasons. And then Wi-Fi, if you want to use Wi-Fi, the password is AERC in capital letters. AERC in capital letters. So ladies and gentlemen, I think we now can start with the welcoming remarks. And I will invite Professor Victor Morinde, who is the Executive Director of AERC. He joined AERC from SOAS, University of London, where he was the AXA Professor of Global Finance and Founding Director of the Center for Global Finance. He is a distinguished financial economist with more than 25 years of PhD experience, mainly research and teaching, but also including senior level stints in practitioner, policy and consultancy roles for governments and leading international organizations. He has contributed over 120 research papers on economics, banking and finance. He was director of the African Development Bank Institute at the African Development Bank in 2011 to 2014. He is a fellow of the Econometric Society, the Academy of Social Sciences, and also a fellow of the Royal Society of Arts. So ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together to welcome Professor Murinde.
Thank you, Charles. The Cabinet Secretary and National Treasury for Economic Planning, Chief Guest, Honorable CPA John Mbadi Ngongo, who is on his way here. The Chair of the Board of the AERC, Professor Ernest Aite. Members of the AERC Board present here. Senior government officials from Kenya and also from the region who are here. Let me also acknowledge the funding community that lead the consortium for the AERC who are present here, including those on the board. Let me also acknowledge the president of the Trade Development Bank present here. Let me also acknowledge the alumni, very important alumni of the AERC who are present here. Let me also acknowledge the founding people that we shall be acknowledging this evening with Distinguished Service Awards. Those who build the foundation of the AERC present here. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, you are most welcome to this AERC Summit 2025, the first ever. And in welcoming you, I also welcome you to a number of very important events taking place here. In particular, the Central Bank Governors Forum that we start with, and I acknowledge the Central Bank Governors who are here in spite of busy schedule and transitioning from Yaoundé to Nairobi has not been very easy, but they have been able to make it. So I welcome you to the discussions which will be taking place, because that is the basis for long-term tractable relationship between the AERC and the central banks of Africa, where we can co-create issues. I also welcome all the members both in this room and also those online to the meeting. I emphasize online because of the geographical nature of the continent and also and the world. The time zones do not make it possible for people, for example, in North America and China, to join us right now, but they should be able to join us as we go. So the numbers of online participants will fluctuate throughout the day depending on the time zones when they are joining. You're also welcome to this particular meeting today, because it will be a great opportunity to examine some elements of the new AERC 10-year strategy from 2025 to 2035. There will be events on this, but I will come with the discussion, the feedback, contesting the ideas, and then unanimously getting ready to run a full marathon for the next 10 years. The delight I get from coming here today is also because ERC is in a course of transition. Transitioning from what we have achieved since 1988 and responding to the new development needs of Africa that requires transition, responding to the global challenges, especially in funding, which is one of the big transition, also the geopolitical shift around the world. We need to build the partnerships, and that will come out in the discussion between ERC and our partners across Africa and the rest of the world. The discussion starts today. The discussion starting today will also involve the nature of the work, and I will come here again to those discussions when they fold you in the course of today. So we do have a busy schedule today all day, and so I will come here warmly to these discussions and to be part of paving the way for the ERC for the next 10 years. Now, let me also have the singular honor and privilege of inviting the chair of the board of the ERC, Professor Ernest Aite, to give the initial remarks for this meeting. Ernest.
Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, partners, and friends of AERC. It is my pleasure, as chair of the board, to welcome you to this inaugural AERC annual summit, which we hope will become a flagship event that will help shape learning, policy dialogue, and collaborative action across the region. Going forward, it's our hope that this annual event will be the AERC annual conference to replace the traditional biannual workshops that we've had since the late 1980s. Today, we'd like to give special mention to our chief guests, our central bank governors, government officials, private sector-led leaders, researchers, development partners, and the AERC committee that has gathered here. Today also marks an important milestone in AERC's evolution, bringing together the policy community, academia, private sector, and the development partners in one annual gathering. We will use the occasion to reflect on AERC's long-standing commitment to rigorous research, capacity building, and policy relevance. These are the hallmarks of AERC. It's about time that we reflected on them in a very serious manner. The central purpose of today is the launch of the 10-year strategy. You will recall that we've had these 5-year strategies over the last 37 years. Today, we wish to depart from that and think more long-term. That is what has brought us to a 10-year strategy that will reflect not only our growing interest in being relevant to the region, but also our growing interest in thinking long-term for the AERC and for the development of economics in Africa. Why this movement matters. Africa today faces mounting complexity of economic, geopolitical, technological, environmental, and institutional factors. These challenges require research that is not only rigorous but policy and private sector relevant, not only African-led but globally competitive, and not only analytical but more actionable. The new strategy reflects that ambition along with the regularly monitored results framework. So in setting the stage for today's program, we will begin by engaging Africa's central bank governors on emerging issues in central banking. We all know that central banks today must confront inflationary pressures, exchange rate volatility, financial innovation, climate-related risks, and geopolitical shocks. The AERC deeply values our governance forum, which was established in 2014 and remains committed to supporting the evidence needs in turbulent times. AERC is there for the governors to provide technical assistance and also to ensure that their membership will support the consortium going forward. Today's dialogue will strengthen our partnership. It will help define research and policy relevant solutions. We are lucky that the President of the Republic of Kenya has agreed to be our chief guest. So we'll be welcoming later His Excellency Dr. William Samoei Ruto, the President of the Republic. His presence affirms the strategic importance of research-driven economic policy in Africa's development agenda. We look forward to his keynote address and to his officiating the formal launch of the AERC Strategic Plan 2025 to 2035. We also launched the AERC private sector platform. AERC is proud to introduce a new platform for structured engagement with the African private sector. The interest is evident from the presence in our midst of prominent private sector CEOs from different sectors. We are interested in working with them on sustainable growth and job creation. This platform will connect researchers with enterprises to co-create evidence, share insights, and align policy research with real-world business challenges, such as access to finance and then the enabling business environment. Later in the course of the day, we will have a deep dive into the strategic plan. We will examine how our partners relate to us in terms of modernizing training models, context-relevant research priorities, strengthen policy engagement, financing arrangements, and new directions in partnership. In doing this, we're very pleased to receive your candid feedback in terms of what should be in the strategy and what should not be there. We will also have a fireside chat later where we'll be focused on governance, security, and economic fragility. Later this evening, we will have the roundtable that will feature the African Economic Society. We'll be closing with this event where we will introduce you to this new organization, the African Economic Society. It's a continental professional body that seeks to bring together Africa's economists across academia, government, and the private sector. And AERC is very proud to support this historic initiative. As we begin this summit, let me extend my deep appreciation to all our partners, donors, and colleagues who have made it to this event. Today is not merely the start of a conference, it is the beginning of a renewed commitment to Africa's economic transformation through knowledge, collaboration, commitment, and evidence-based policy making. I invite you all to engage deeply, question boldly, and collaborate openly throughout the day. With that, officially welcome you to the inaugural AERC Annual Summit. Thank you very much, and I wish you the very best for the day.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair of the AERC board. We'll now go straight into session 1, which is a high-level policy roundtable with the African Central Bank governors. We have a governance forum that actually subscribes to AERC, and we have a representative that sits in the AERC board. So that is how important this governance forum is. In this session, the theme is emerging issues in central banking in Africa. What's on your radar? This session is dedicated to the AERC Africa Central Bank Governance Forum, which was established in 2014 and currently has a membership of 10 central banks across Africa. The imperative of this session is that central banks in Africa are navigating an increasingly complex environment as they pursue their core mandates of monetary policy and banking sector regulations. The AERC recognizes the evolving risks, both domestic and global, that challenge African central banks in delivering on their mandate and need for developing evidence-based policy responses. So during this summit, the governors and AERC will reflect on strategies to entrench the existing knowledge partnership to effectively support central banks navigate the new and diverse economic challenges. We have a panel, and I'll invite the panelists to join the come before the crowd here to join us in the panel. The forum will be chaired by Dr. Michael Atingi Ego. He is the governor, Bank of Uganda. So, Dr. Atingi, please join us at the table. The panelists include Dr. Lesaja Kanyago, Governor, Reserve Bank of South Africa. He has a recorded video which will play just ahead of the discussions. We also have Dr. Francis Chipimo, the Deputy Governor, Central Bank of Zambia, will kindly join us at the podium. We have Dr. Yvonne Sana Bangui, Governor, Bank of Central African States. We also have Governor Normand Bindako, Governor, Bank of the Republic of Burundi. Kindly join us at the forum. So I'll introduce the chair, and then the chair will take over the session to guide the rest of the program. Dr. Michael Atingi Ego is the Governor, Bank of Uganda. He was appointed in February 2025 after serving as Deputy Governor from 2020. He's an economist with over 35 years of experience in central banking and international finance. He previously served as the Executive Director of the Macroeconomic and Financial Management Institute of Eastern and Southern Africa, MEFMI, and Deputy Director in the IMF African Department and Executive Director for Research at the Bank of Uganda. Atingi Ego holds a PhD in economics from the University of Liverpool and an MA in international economics and banking from the University of Wales and a Bachelor of Science degree in economics from Makerere University. So let's welcome Dr. Atingi Yego with a hand of applause. So I'll hand over to him the chairmanship of the session, and this governor, you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Allow me to stand on the protocol that was earlier observed, and want to say a very good morning to all of you. I think we have a very interesting session ahead of us, and we want to hear from the governors how they have been navigating these challenges. You know, as you're aware, the world has become so dynamic. It is so radically uncertain. There are exceptional challenges and problems. And for us to continue using instruments, tools that help central banks achieve the objectives during times of certainty is just not possible. There is a saying that extraordinary challenges require extraordinary measures. So it is no longer business as usual. We have to think through what do we do. It has become business as unusual. So briefly, what are the key issues that are confronting central banks that the panel is going to discuss? You see, the issues confronting central banks are threatening to compromise their capacity to achieve their mandate. If you look at the mandate, it's mainly fostering price stability and making sure that the financial sector is sound. But what is emerging today domestically and internationally, there are events that are threatening to compromise that, from which we are going to hear from the panel. This range from climate change, which has implications for both price and financial sector stability. There's whole aspect of financial innovation through fintechs that is going to affect the way monetary policy is going to be conducted, even the way the financial sector is going to respond. And then even the changing demographics, you know, is certainly going to affect not only monetary policy, but also financial sector. And then, of course, as innovation picks up, you are going to have increased digitalization, which comes with its benefit, but cybersecurity also becomes a challenge. And then there are all these emerging cryptocurrencies, crypto assets, which certainly are making the future of central bank monopoly of monetary policy a challenge. How do central banks navigate that? Now, you have a geopolitical, geo-economic fragmentation that is taking place in the world, to the extent that it's even affecting the global value supply chains, which has got implications for exchange rates, for trade, and for even prices themselves. So, and then of course, the trade wars that are taking place. You impose tariffs, there are counter tariffs being imposed. So all these have got implications for prices, which ultimately affect your domestic price level. So, with me today to discuss these topics, a panel of guys, a panel of central bank governors who have had to deal with the reality. By the way, I've not even mentioned external debt challenges. We are trying to restructure debt, and this debt is quite big. What are the implications of restructuring external debt? And how does it affect your financial markets, your credibility standings? These are all affecting the work of the central banks. So, the panel that I have today is made up of governors who have gone through this, not through textbooks, but through being in the trenches. So we would like to hear from them, how have they handled some of the things? And of course, you don't handle the things solely as central bank governors. You need to work with your key partners, including the Ministry of Finance. So how do you ensure coordination between monetary and fiscal policies in this complicated environment? So I'm going to introduce these governors, I think I'll start with the South African Reserve Bank Governor, Governor Dr. Lesetja Chanyago, who will walk us through, tell us how has navigated this. I will give him 10 minutes to walk us through, and then maybe he will first say something about himself. You know, some of these guys have got big shoes. I'm not capable of reading their CV. So maybe the first 2 minutes, Governor Lesetja, tell us about yourself, and then you get to the issues. Governor, please.
I'm bringing you greetings from South Africa. I must apologize that I cannot be physically there with you. Just wanted to congratulate the AERC on the adoption of the new 10-year strategy that aligns with the priorities of the African continent. It does take bold leadership to be able to plan for a 10-year horizon. I hope that you would also accompany this by a regular assessment of the progress that is being made in achieving the strategy. As Africa pursues Agenda 2063, it is important that AERC navigates how it is going to help the African continent execute on Agenda 2063. And of course, what AERC brings to the Agenda 2063 is the ability to research the challenges that are confronting the African continent. As part of the AERC Governors Forum, I would also like to say to you that the governors will continue to be engaged with the work of the AERC, and that the AERC in its work also take cognizance of the challenges that the African central banks are actually facing. But also importantly, I think that it is important that the AERC also take a particular interest in assisting African countries come to grips with how they can build resilience to cope with external shocks. And of course, being from the African continent, I would also pose to the AERC and say that we now have a continental free trade agreement, and that your research program also engages on facilitating trade within the African continent. And of course, when you have trade at some point, it must be settled. And that also means that the issue of cross-border payments to settle trade becomes even more important. Once again, congratulations on a well-thought-out 10-year strategy.
Okay, thank you so much, Governor Lesetja Chanyago, for those remarks. So, let me go straight to my panelists who are here with us here physically. I will start with Governor Francis Chipimo. Could you briefly tell us about yourself? I'm not competent to read out your CV, but tell us about yourself, and then I would want you to let us know how you have successfully navigated the fiscal monetary policy coordinations, especially in light of some of the shocks I've mentioned, and probably including debt restructuring, which has been a key challenge in Zambia.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And I'd first of all like to just thank the AERC Prof there for gathering us all here for this very, very important occasion, and to congratulate you on the work done so far, and for our hosts for having received us so well. Governor Tingiego, I think, very ably set out the broad challenges which we are all facing, both in terms of external uncertainty, the shocks which we face as individual countries around food, climate, and how we need to think a bit differently about how we address those, while still holding to our primary mandates at the end of the day of price stability and financial system stability. I think the point I perhaps can best contribute on is really around the last issue you raised, which was around debt. Because for Zambia, thankfully I can sit here today and say that just this week and last week, finally after a very tortuous process, we have been removed from selective default status. Our restructuring now seems to be coming to an end. So both Fitch and S&P removed us out of default status, and that's a big achievement. And the way in which I can phrase it is that in 2020, when we defaulted, this was really just within the COVID period, we were still having the implications of COVID. We faced a debt burden of around $13.5 billion, well over 100% of GDP, and our macroeconomic situation was extremely challenging. The fiscal deficit was around 14% of GDP, with a primary deficit of something around 2% of GDP. Inflation was north of 20%. Our reserves were at something like 2.5 months of import cover, just around $2 billion at the time. And so our macroeconomic situation was extremely grim. And within this, you then throw you needing to restructure your debt in a new framework, which had not been tested, and this was the G20 Common Framework. Zambia had a particularly challenging proposition in front of it because, first of all, our debt was split between various types of creditors. We had the official creditors, we had market, we had issued Eurobonds, and those were the ones we had defaulted on in November of 2020. And so this diverse group of creditors trying to operate a new system, which began first with an agreement with the official creditors and then socializing that to other creditors, was an extremely difficult process. So when the new government came into power in August 2021, really the first point of call was to address the issue of debt, and we went through this process of an IMF program and the G20 process. Today, if we look at where the macro is now, I think for November, our inflation is now down to 10.9%. Largely that's being kept up by food. Non-food is around 6.6%, I think. If we look at reserves, we have now built them up to around 5.2 months of import cover. If we look at the fiscal deficit, which is probably the real key anchor of reform, we now are probably going to have a deficit of around 4.6% of GDP this year, with a primary surplus of just under 2% of GDP. For the medium term, our deficit falls below 3%, primary deficit maybe around between 2 and 3% of GDP. So it's been an incredibly tough reform, but I think what the message is that really a strong fiscal anchor has been important. Strong coordination between the central bank and the Ministry of Finance has also been extremely important. And there are two particular aspects of that in the debt restructuring which I can point to. First of all, when we were restructuring our debt in the G20 Common Framework, there was this idea that you must restructure everything, both foreign and local. Now, Zambia had been in a situation where it had been locked out of markets pretty much from 2019, and therefore it was really relying on domestic markets. And one of the things we had to fight for was to say we're not going to restructure our domestic debt, because that was what we relied upon. And again, that required important coordination between ourselves, and luckily we were able to achieve that. So both in terms of us being able to navigate debt restructuring, but also to be able to achieve the macroeconomic success we've been able to achieve, really the fiscal anchor was absolutely important. I think the other aspect of coordination then is, well, what does it say about our independence and our ability to collaborate? One of the things which we were also very fortunate about is that when we, the central bank, in 2016, the central bank independence was actually written into the Constitution, and that gave us an important platform. But what was really important was in 2022, our Banking Act was reformed, which further enhanced that constitutional independence in our own laws. And I think that has enabled us to be able to engage quite robustly with the Ministry of Finance in a collaborative way, but in a way in which I think we, in some sense, can check some of the challenges which obviously come within fiscal pressures. So I think that independence has been something which has been very important. But it's also enabled us in the new act to set up committees of coordination. So in the financial stability space, for example, we have a financial stability committee now which incorporates the Secretary of Treasury, all of the financial sector regulators and ourselves. And again, these are important platforms where we're able to look at macro stability holistically, and therefore we're able to then look at the gains which we need to make. So I think for me, maybe that would be my initial point I'd make about the importance of collaboration given the specific challenges which we had. I won't even talk about the shocks of food and electricity which came into place, again, which required us from the central bank side to think about more innovative ways in which the financial sector could support the real economy. Specific facilities to deal with drought, to deal with agriculture, to deal with energy. Those were things which we were able to put in place during that period. So I'll end there. And I just remembered I didn't introduce my CV. It's a very small CV. I'm the Deputy Governor responsible for operations, so I deal with monetary policy, financial stability, the payment system space, banking and currency, all under my watch. I got my PhD from SOAS. Professor Murindo was my referee, is the one who gave me my PhD, so I'm very proud to be sitting here with him. And I've been in central banking for over 20 plus years, too many years to remember. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Francis, for that. And I also want to add that Professor Victor Mirunde was my lecturer at the Cardiff Business School, and he was responsible for my going for the PhD. So you have quite a number of children you bred. Thank you so much, Francis. So now, Francis, you've left us on a very good note for me to introduce Michelle Zombala. And Governor Michelle, could you maybe then walk us through in terms of climate risk, sustainable financing, and data capabilities? You see, there is growing pressure on central banks to integrate climate-related financial risks into the supervisory and monetary frameworks. So you come from the banks of Central African states. Could you tell us what are some of the challenges AERC faces in incorporating climate and environmental data into risk assessments? Over to you, Governor.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to thank AERC for the invitation of Central Bank of African State, and for all commodities for our coming in Nairobi. Just to correct, as Professor said, I'm Mr. Zombala, the Deputy Governor, because Mr. Sana, who is Governor, is present. So now, Chair, allow me to deliver my speech in French. Alors, donc la Banque des États de l'Afrique centrale est l'institut des missions communes à 6 États de l'Afrique centrale. Elle a été créée en 1972, donc il y a le 22 novembre. Donc il y a quelques jours, nous avons fêté le 53e anniversaire de la création de notre banque. Et moi, j'y suis depuis 1989, où j'ai occupé différents postes. Dans le cadre de la Banque centrale, j'ai été directeur national de la branche congolaise. J'ai aussi été directeur des études et de la stabilité financière. J'ai été également directeur des systèmes et moyens de paiement, directeur central de l'informatique et des télécommunications et directeur du crédit. Alors, comme toutes les banques centrales, nous partageons l'ensemble des défis qui se posent aujourd'hui à notre métier, donc notamment ce qui a déjà été dit, hein, la transition numérique et climatique, la lutte contre le blanchiment, notons aussi la cybersécurité qui s'est exacerbée ces derniers temps avec la pratique accrue du télétravail et des tensions géopolitiques qui sont actuellement observées. Et nous, comme les autres banques centrales, nous sommes également confrontés à cette dualité ou cette difficulté de aujourd'hui conduire la politique monétaire dans un environnement incertain. Alors, en tant que pays de l'Afrique centrale, nous sommes également confrontés, comme d'autres pays des autres régions, au changement climatique. Et ces changements climatiques, bien entendu, impactent aujourd'hui la conduite de la politique monétaire pour plusieurs raisons. Et je voudrais citer, mais vraiment la principale difficulté que nous rencontrons, c'est la question des données. Il est important aujourd'hui que toutes les banques s'accordent à dire qu'il faut intégrer les changements climatiques dans la conduite de la politique monétaire. Mais avant d'intégrer les changements climatiques dans la politique monétaire, il faut être sûr d'avoir un meilleur suivi de ces changements. Il faut être sûr d'avoir des données qui permettront de bâtir des modèles pour vraiment mieux adresser la question. Donc ça, c'est l'une des principales difficultés à laquelle nous sommes confrontés. Alors, en ce qui nous concerne, donc au niveau de la Banque centrale, qu'est-ce que nous avons fait dans le cadre de la mise en œuvre opérationnelle de notre politique monétaire? Nous avons pour l'instant essayé de mettre en place un guichet spécial de refinancement où nous essayons d'intervenir autant que faire se peut dans le financement des projets verts. Et nous encourageons notre banque sœur, la Banque de développement des États de l'Afrique centrale, qui est le bras de notre communauté en ce qui concerne le financement du développement. Et à travers cette banque, donc, nous encourageons l'émission des obligations vertes qui sont par la suite donc présentées au refinancement au niveau de la banque centrale. Et nous encourageons également la commission bancaire de l'Afrique centrale, qui est le superviseur commun à nos 6 États, d'intégrer, dans le cadre de la supervision du système bancaire, d'intégrer la prise en compte des risques climatiques. Alors, au niveau de la Banque centrale, nous avons entrepris un certain nombre d'actions. Alors, je vais essayer de vous les lister. Donc, nous avons adhéré en 2022 au Sustainable Banking and Finance Network, ce qui a permis d'intégrer la communauté internationale des régulateurs et banques centrales engagées dans la transition verte. Nous avons également organisé en 2023 un forum sur la finance durable en partenariat avec la SFI. Et nous amorçons également l'intégration progressive des risques climatiques dans la politique d'investissement de la banque, qui s'accompagne de la volonté de faire évoluer vers un cadre institutionnel reliant à la politique monétaire, la politique prudentielle, de manière à valoriser les actifs verts dans les opérations de refinancement, comme je venais de le dire. Alors, j'ai aussi déjà parlé de la promotion des instruments financiers verts, tels que les obligations vertes, qui sont appelés à jouer un rôle dans le financement de projets d'énergie renouvelable, que nous essayons donc de gérer à partir de notre banque centrale, notre banque de développement. Donc, Donc, toutes ces actions constituent des jalons, mais elles doivent être amplifiées et inscrites dans une vision de long terme qui mobilise à la fois les banques locales, les partenaires internationaux et les autorités publiques. Et le président le disait tout à l'heure, Yaoundé vient donc d'abriter la 47e réunion de l'Association des banques centrales africaines, dont le thème principal était justement changement climatique et stabilité macroéconomique. Quel est le rôle des banques centrales? Et au cours de cette rencontre, il a été encore réaffirmé le fait que les banques centrales doivent, tout en maintenant ou tout en gardant leur mission principale, doivent accroître l'intérêt du climat dans la conduite de leur politique monétaire. Voilà, Monsieur le Président, ce que je pourrais dire, partager avec vous en tant que Banque des États de l'Afrique centrale. Je vous remercie.
Okay, thank you so much, Governor Michel Sumbala, for that intervention. Okay, maybe let me briefly go to the second round of the questions. You know, the AERC does recognize these evolving risks and vulnerabilities that central banks are facing, both globally and domestically. And these risks are challenging central banks in delivering on their mandate, and therefore they need to develop adaptive strategies. Now we know that the AERC has a comparative advantage in terms of knowledge, in terms of knowledge partnerships with central banks. And AERC aims to deepen the understanding of emerging issues and also to co-create evidence-based policy responses. So let me maybe direct this question now to both of you. And my question to both of you is, how might AERC be able to strengthen the analytical capacities that help avoid fiscal dominance? And this question goes to you, Francis.
Thank you very much. I think for me the first point is to recognize that indeed we at a practical level are having many of our staff who are doing research through AERC, and that partnership for us already is bearing fruit. I think there are two broad points perhaps I would say for myself. Firstly, the importance of the AERC, the importance of its convening power to get people together who are looking at economies with very similar kind of shocks. And I think the platform of having an ability to learn peer-to-peer, understand the experiences of your colleagues is extremely important in our day-to-day lives, because at the end of the day, all these models and things have to be translated into how do we deliver on price stability, financial system stability, within the peculiarities of, for most of us central banks, you're wearing two hats. You have those mandates, but you also have a financial sector in which you have a developmental role. And meeting this balance is very difficult, and difficult because you don't want to find yourself overstepping your mandate of price stability or financial system stability. So I think that's one important point, convening power. But the other for Zambia specifically is that one of the things we've done now, given all the challenges we have, is internally we sort of split what was our economics department into a research, so that we could build a team of researchers who could focus on that. But then also we built a statistics department now which can deal with the emerging issues of big data and strengthening our ability to use the increasing amount of data which is available for us to think about our models and our economic decision making, but also to take advantage of technologies which are emerging, AI and so on, which should hopefully allow us to have a much quicker understanding of, first of all, what's happening with the economy that we are observing, but more importantly, what are the risks when I look at financial stability side. what are the risks which are emerging. And this is important for us because if you look at, for example, what's happening in the payment system space, and this is why we've formed our Financial Stability Committee, payments systems are very important in being able to us to push inclusion and to have more efficient payment processes. We have a national financial switch which has been able to link the banks, fintechs in delivering services, and the banks increasingly are working much more closely with MNOs, for example. But one thing which has arisen is that there are a lot more risks which are then introduced because of that. And we need to have an ability to understand what those risks are, to build the appropriate analytical tools to do that. And so these are areas where we think AERC and the collaborative nature within which research is done can play a very, very important role in us building that capacity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Francis. And let me pose the same question to Governor Michel Zombala. How can the AERC support improvements in data quality, analytical methods in the area of addressing climate risks, sustainable finance, and maybe even improving on the quality of data that can be used for this analysis?
Merci beaucoup, Président, pour cette question. Nous voyons un grand intérêt à nouer un partenariat stratégique avec le CREA pour justement nous aider à approfondir les questions qui complexifient aujourd'hui la conduite de la politique monétaire ou la conduite de la stabilité financière. Et aujourd'hui, les risques climatiques ont un grand impact sur ces deux domaines. Je disais tout à l'heure que nous avons les difficultés auxquelles nous sommes confrontés, c'est par exemple les difficultés en ce qui concerne les données. Sans les données, on ne peut pas bâtir une politique macro-prudentielle ou une politique monétaire qui intègre les risques climatiques et d'autres risques. Et à ce stade, donc, nous souhaitons avoir un partenariat stratégique avec les équipes qui conduisent la recherche au très haut niveau, au niveau du CREA, par exemple, pour nous aider justement à pouvoir bâtir des modèles qui prendront en compte ces facteurs hybrides qui aujourd'hui rendent un peu difficile la conduite de la politique monétaire. Voilà, Monsieur le Président, donc nous attendons vraiment du CREA cette collaboration qui permettra d'améliorer la compréhension de notre environnement, intégrant les risques climatiques et d'autres risques, parce qu'il n'y a pas que les risques climatiques, il y a également tous les autres risques que nous avons cités, les risques de cybersécurité, les risques aujourd'hui, la question de l'environnement, des technologies aussi, est une question importante qui permettra donc à la Banque centrale d'avancer dans ce domaine. Merci, Président.
All right, thank you so much, Governor Michel, for this. So, colleagues, let me just, before I open it for questions and for discussions, let me just pick some of the key issues that I was able to get. At the opening of the discussion here, Governor Francis let us know the importance of coordination between fiscal and monetary policy, because these don't work in isolation. The central bank cannot address all the issues that are affecting the economy in light of the global and domestic shocks, vulnerability that we're facing. So I think the key ally here is the Minister of Finance. So he gave us examples of how the debt restructuring in Zambia was undertaken because of those fiscal consolidations, and some of the key lessons that were picked up from there. And then Governor Michel talked about the issues of climate risks and how to handle issues of data as well. But I think the key emphasis he led here was that central bank-led efforts are critical in driving this change. So the leadership for the financial sector to address the climate-related shocks has got to be taken by the central bank. And he did tell us how they have joined that regulatory framework that caters for how do you regulate climate in the financial sector. In my own case, in the Bank of Uganda, we are trying to make the central bank a sustainably certified central bank. And we have rolled out an ESG framework to the entire financial sector. So that's another example of what the role of the central bank is in addressing this. Now, what's important is when it comes to the role of the AERC in working together with the central banks, I think what is common here is, like Francis had mentioned, the convening power of the AERC is very critical in addressing some of these cross-cutting challenges. How do we promote the collaborative research in dealing with the cross-cutting challenges that the African countries are meeting or are facing? And then also the advocacy role. I think the AERC is much more placed to actually do a strong advocacy role for some of these issues that have been mentioned. And then the key takeaway I took from Governor Michel in terms of the AERC, and then maybe before I go to that, Francis also mentioned that central banks have got rich data sets across so many sectors, payment systems, banking system, financial markets, and what have you. So how can that rich database be used to unlock some of the information that could lead to data-informed, data-driven policies? You have a good pool of good researchers with good analytical skills. How can they work together with the practitioners to use the data that is so rich in central banks, either to do country-specific work or if it's available across many countries, a collaborative work so as to come up with well-informed policy decisions to guide the work of the central banks. And then Governor Michel, again, praised the role of AERC in terms of how do you, first of all, identify the relevant data that can help central banks in terms of strengthening their monetary policy frameworks in the context of a dynamic climate environment. Food, for example, accounts for a big percentage of the consumer price index. But if this food is largely driven by rain-fed agriculture, how do you help central banks forecast inflation with whatever data is available? Are you going to use rainfall data? Are you going to use geosatellite data that measures the amount of nitrogen the vegetation is releasing to the atmosphere? And you can use that to play about with where your food prices are going to be in the next 3 months. So the data issues are very critical if the central banks are going to correctly forecast inflation and therefore come with the right policy decisions in as far as their policy rates are concerned. It also affects the financial sector, that if the financial sector is exposed to this agricultural sector that is rain-fed, or if you have a collateral that's linked to agriculture and floods and maybe droughts wash away the collateral, you have a value that you have on your books after the floods and what have you, the collateral value is almost near zero. So how do you ensure those things are properly captured? It affects your balance of payments if you are an agro-based exporter and you are hit with a drought. It means that your capacity to export is constrained. But more importantly, if your power is hydroelectric power generated and you have a drought, it means that you cannot generate sufficient power. It has implications for energy production, which cuts across every country. So how do we work together? The knowledge experts together with the central bank expertise to come with it. So I want to open this for discussion. Maybe you have some very great ideas that could inform this topic. So please raise your hand, tell us who you are, and very briefly give us some of the solutions to the things that we've been discussing here. Yes, I see a hand behind there, and then I think there's, maybe I'll start with the one at the front, who has a mic.
Thank you very much. I hope the sound is coming through. Can you hear us at the front?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Governor of the panel. First of all, my salutations to your fellow panelists for a very illuminating opening session. Central banks, of course, are critical in the continental financial architecture. I listened with keen interest the update from our esteemed governor from the Republic of Zambia. And I thought I should maybe first of all salute him and of course the government of Zambia for the very positive developments with the debt restructuring exercise that we heard from the good deputy governor. It has been a very arduous process. We know that Zambia was the first to sign up for the G20 Common Framework-led debt sustainability exercise. And as much as we're pleased with the ratings upgrades and the positive developments very recently, it took several years for us to get here. And of course, there have been some difficult lessons learned in the process. I was going to ask if the deputy governor could maybe flag some lessons that have been learned in the case of Zambia, because we all know that many other African sovereigns down the line are likely to also go into similar exercises of debt restructuring. And given the very rich experience Zambia has had, what would be your indications, first of all, with respect to the global financial architecture, because it's a global exercise. These are not just domestic or continental matters. They're global in the way that they're done. And what implications are there in terms of lessons for how African countries in the future go about debt restructuring with respect to also protecting the African financial architecture, because there's the global financial architecture, there's the continental financial architecture, and then there's the domestic financial architecture. And it's very good to see that Zambia protected the domestic banks from debt restructuring to avoid systemic risks within the domestic landscape. But clearly there have been lessons beyond the domestic space at the continental level. We are in an era now where we're pushing very hard regional economic integration. There's a lot of integration in African capital. There's continental institutions, pension funds are beginning to invest across borders. All African leaders are talking about the importance of promoting the role of African capital to help lead global capital in the African economic transformation process. And so we all know that in the final analysis, risk has different faces and there's systemic considerations, and the way debt restructuring is done at specific country level has implications to the continental landscape. There's been some difficult lessons learned, and I thought maybe the AERC at some point can also look at the lessons learned so that our African leadership within the economic and financial landscape can begin to guard against systemic risk in the continent. Because there have been cases where other regions in the world, like in Eastern Europe, 10, 15, 20 years back, they went through severe debt restructurings, and then all of a sudden there was a realization that there is systemic risk at the regional level. And then the global restructurings were informed by the regional systemic issues, and adjustments were made. In Africa's case, there has been a total neglect of the continental systemic risk side of things. There's a big lesson that has to be learned from that so that we don't repeat this in an era going forward where we are going to be very dependent on African financial institutions doing more to do the heavy lifting at a time when the world is changing and the world expects Africa to lead its own financing more and more. So I'm raising all of this because I think it has a big bearing on the research agenda of AERC in the years to come. We had an excellent experience with structural adjustment decades back. AERC played a very important role to ensure that structural adjustment was not being done in a way that damages Africa. Now AERC needs to look at other types of restructurings that are damaging African financial systems. And I think there are lessons here, and I thought I would flag this. I don't want to point to specific mistakes that I think were made, but I'm just curious if we're drawing the lessons for this so that we don't repeat them. Because I know, certainly as a continental bank, what is happening as a result in terms of higher costs of funding for all Africans. All Africans are paying the price by paying higher interest rates as a result of systemic risks that are manifesting. So I thought I would leave that with you, Chair, and your panelists.
Okay.
I didn't introduce myself, but maybe you might do that for me, sir.
No, I would prefer you do it yourself, sir, if you don't mind.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Admasu Tadessa. I'm the Group President of the Trade and Development Bank, and I'm also the Managing Director. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for that introduction. Okay, maybe let's take one more question before the panelists came back. There was a hand behind. Yes. Please tell us your name.
Yeah, thank you very much. Leonce Ndikuman, I'm at the University of Massachusetts. I'm just a long-time AERC member. Want to thank AERC for this gathering. Always fun to be here, listening to other colleagues, and especially now in front of policymakers, talking about very pertinent and current issues. I'll go straight to ask a couple of questions for clarification and insights from the panelists who gave very insightful comments at the beginning. With regard to Zambia, I would like you to elaborate on exactly how Zambia dealt with domestic debt, and secondly, how Zambia plans to avoid another cycle of debt distress. And specifically, I want you to touch on two aspects of how you avoid debt distress. One is how you deal with stopping monetary financing of the deficit. Basically, how do you discipline fiscal policy? And the second is how you mobilize better foreign exchange revenue, especially through key sectors like mining. Because in my assessment, Zambia should not be in a situation of debt distress with the kind of resources that it has. And for the colleague, the Vice Governor of AERC Bank, I would like to know specifically what the bank intends to do in incorporating climate in monetary policy, especially since in my assessment, I don't think the toolkit of the central bank, the traditional toolkit of the central bank, includes any instrument to deal with climate. So how do you do that? What kind of instruments are you going to use? And secondly, how do you incentivize private banks to incorporate climate in lending and specifically agriculture? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for those well-pointed questions. So without wasting much time, let me call upon Governor Francis, then later on I will ask Governor Michel to come and address the question. Francis, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I think those were both very important interventions. I think on the issue of restructuring from TDB, I think what are the lessons learned? I think, as I indicated, because we were kind of the guinea pig, and given the challenging nature of the various creditors we had, I think this was really the challenging background we had. And I think the lessons, too, I suppose, which I would say come from that, firstly, is that really everybody needs to be around the table when you are doing these restructurings. We had a kind of a two-step process by which we had engagements with the OCC, you get the MOU, and then when that was agreed, you then move to the other creditors. And within that, there was difficulty within what information you can share with the other creditors. So it was really very difficult for everybody to move together on the same level. And yet, a key principle of all this restructuring is, equality of treatment and so on. So without being able to share information fully, that process was clearly a very difficult one. Now, that happened because of Zambia's peculiarities. So, looking back, one can always say you could have done it better. But when I look at where we were, it's not very clear that you could have done it any better, because that's the situation we were in. The other point was that clearly, the geopolitics in these things matter, because there wasn't unanimity amongst the creditors to begin with. And so there was that background process of how do you get everybody around the table to agree on a process, and then how do you execute that process? So one clear thing is getting everybody around the table. Having clearer rules for everybody is very important. The second thing for Zambia was that, and partly it's because of the first, we took a long time between when we got an IMF program approved, when the IMF could then go to the board because they needed financial assurances, which didn't come for a while because there were all these other things going on. So that cost us, because in the meantime, you are still facing the challenges. You still have to run an economy. So time matters. The speed within which this thing is done. Clear rules, clear timeline by which we have to move, I think are the two sort of big lessons I would say from that. On the question of sort of African financial institutions and systemic risk, I know we're still, we haven't yet concluded our restructuring, and those issues are still ongoing, so I won't speak to that directly. But what I increasingly believe for me is at this point, if we recognize that closer collaboration is important, pushing Africa free trade area and the real increase in the exchange of goods and services between ourselves, if we understand that that is really what's going to help us move, for me the logic is that we must as Africans support our institutions more, not just in talking. We have to put more money into them, because the current funding model is part of the problem if you look at the architecture of them. And it's a joke I always say to the AFDB when they come, is that you're our institution, but sometimes I feel like I'm dealing with the IMF when we're discussing things. So I think for me that's an inevitability. We have to put our money where our mouths are, support these institutions, then we can begin to talk about how do we shape them to do the things we want them to do. I think on the second question, which was around how do you deal with domestic debt, and the two specific things, how to deal with monetary financing, mobilizing foreign exchange. So monetary financing, for us, what we did is we don't lend to government. And again, this was an important part of fiscal monetary coordination, because it requires, the law allows us, for example, to lend 15% of previous year's revenue. The law allows that. But we came to an agreement, and the government agreed that because we needed to deal with this debt thing, zero financing. And they've held their side of the bargain. So again, that coordination, that's a real evidence of it. That discipline is not just us saying the law says I shouldn't do it. It's actually that there's an active engagement on both parties to do that. So that was important. On the mining, indeed, we haven't, on the FX flows, of course, now we are seeing investment in mining, and we are seeing improvements in exports, and I think this is partly underwriting the positive trends we've seen in the exchange rate and so on. But there's still issues in terms of the way the FX markets are structured, which we need to deal with. Zambia has quite significant financial dollarization, near 50%. We have an open current and capital account. No matter how much money a mine makes, I can't tell them, come and sell the money to me if they choose not to do so. So we're trying to reform that architecture in the sense of getting more information, We remain with an open capital account, current account, but we're then having to try to deal with how do we reform the FX market so that we can have better flows and then we can build up reserves in that way. And part of the things we're doing, for example, is we are now trying to purchase domestic gold, and that's increasing our reserves around $300 million and rising. So that's an area which we're trying to see how we can do. So thank you. Just on climate, there's only one thing perhaps I would mention which we have done on our side. One of the things we've introduced or trying to pilot is a guarantee scheme, but with a little bit of a difference, where we essentially are going to set up an SPV. That SPV will work with the commercial banks to provide financing, including green financing, but the way in which they'll do it is they'll issue notes. The SPV will invest in those notes. That money then sits on the balance sheet of the commercial banks almost as cash collateral, and they can then offer credit, and it either will be first loss or pari passu. We haven't yet finalized that. They can then offer credit to SMEs, and there's a whole structure of market linkages and learning labs and so on, which is going to be developed around that. One important incentive we're putting there is that if you lend to women, if you lend to green, you increase the level of the guarantee. Starts at 40, can go up to 80. That's just one way in which we're trying to see if we can deal with that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much, Governor Francis. So, Governor Michel, and in response to the issues of incorporating climate into monetary policy and what instruments?
Merci beaucoup, Président. C'est deux questions très, très intéressantes. Donc, aujourd'hui, effectivement, il est difficile avec les instruments classiques de politique monétaire d'intégrer le risque climatique. Alors, nous sommes dans un processus. D'ailleurs, notre plan stratégique 2026-2030 a prévu un certain nombre d'actions. Aujourd'hui, nous travaillons par exemple sur une cartographie, la prise en compte d'une cartographie des risques climatiques dans nos modèles macroéconomiques. Et nous incitons également les banques à mettre en place cette cartographie dans l'analyse des dossiers. Alors, je vous le dis pourquoi, parce que autant pour les activités classiques, c'est facile de procéder à une analyse financière qui va permettre notamment d'analyser la bonne santé de nos contreparties. Mais en ce qui concerne le domaine de la finance ou du risque climatique, la faible qualité des données, en tout cas en ce qui nous concerne aujourd'hui, la faible qualité des données freine notre action. Elle limite la capacité d'anticipation et réduit l'efficacité des politiques économiques. Donc, nous avons entrepris de renforcer les systèmes statistiques, de digitaliser par exemple les reporting et de développer des bases de données intégrées au niveau sous-régional. Alors, au contraire de certaines banques centrales, nous sommes en union monétaire, donc une banque centrale commune à 6 pays, et vous voyez que le défi est énorme pour essayer d'intégrer cette cartographie ou cette base de données statistiques dans le cadre de nos analyses. Mais nous avançons petit à petit dans l'établissement de cette cartographie des risques climatiques pour pouvoir mieux répondre à la problématique qui se pose à nous dans le cadre de la conduite de la politique monétaire. Alors, vous avez également posé la question sur les actions qui peuvent être prises par les banques privées. Alors, je vais peut-être vous surprendre, mais nous avons eu par le passé une ancienne expérience dans le cadre de du volet ancien de notre politique monétaire, de politiques visant à favoriser les entreprises qui évoluaient dans le milieu agricole. Nous avions à l'époque, dans les années, je crois, 89-90, nous avions, par exemple, une politique de taux favorable pour les projets agricoles et également pour les entreprises qui évoluaient dans les filières liées, par exemple, au cacao, au coton à l'époque. Et malheureusement, cette politique a été abandonnée à l'époque à cause de son inefficacité, parce que il s'agissait d'une politique monétaire qui contrevenait un peu aux instruments indirects de politique monétaire. Et donc aujourd'hui, nous souhaitons, dans le cadre de la prise en compte de ces aspects climatiques, essayer donc à travers cette cartographie des risques, et à travers ce que je venais de vous dire, mettre la mise en place d'un guichet spécial qui va se consacrer, mais vraiment au refinancement des projets qui concernent les milieux, les domaines agricoles par exemple. Et je vous ai aussi dit que nous avons notre bras droit en matière de financement, qui est la Banque de développement des États de l'Afrique centrale, qui, elle, peut de façon directe traiter avec les banques et venir au refinancement à travers la présentation d'un certain nombre de collatéraux qui, vous vous en doutez bien, peuvent parfois être difficiles à réunir dans le cadre des risques climatiques. Alors, nous avons aussi des initiatives qui commencent à germer. C'est pas encore effectif, mais c'est l'idée de la création d'un fonds de garantie vert. Ça, c'est quelque chose sur laquelle des réflexions sont engagées pour justement faciliter le financement de ce domaine agricole ou domaine dans le domaine du financement durable, parce que les banques peuvent bien prendre des risques dans le domaine climatique, mais ça peut aller très vite. Et si l'on s'en tient stricto sensu à l'analyse financière, aux autres agrégats financiers qui peuvent permettre aux banques de s'engager et de prendre facilement des risques, il est clair que dans le domaine climatique, les banques vont avoir des difficultés pour prendre directement des décisions de financement, d'où l'intérêt de l'idée de mise en place de ce fonds de garantie vert qui fait petit à petit son chemin, et je pense que l'opérationnalisation de ce fonds pourrait permettre aux banques commerciales de s'engager un peu plus, et également à la Banque centrale de continuer à approfondir cette question de prise en compte des risques climatiques. Voilà, Monsieur le Président, ce que je peux ajouter, en espérant que j'ai apporté une réponse à notre participant qui a posé la question. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Okay, thank you so much, Governor Michel, for that response. I believe our time is really up, and so let me maybe try to summarize a few things. I know that maybe there are other questions there, but let me summarize some things, questions that were raised. I think the CEO of Trade Development Bank, you raised a very important issue. So I think maybe what we need to do, Victor, if you may allow, Ghana and Zambia try to implement a common framework in terms of debt restructuring. And I think Ethiopia attempted to. I don't know how far they went. Would it be possible to take some of the lessons from Ghana, take some of the lessons from Zambia, It looks like Ghana took a shorter time. What were the consequences of that approach? And where was the main difference? Was it equal treatment of the creditors, whether domestic or external? What led to the delays in one of these countries? So what are the key takeaways? I think it would be important to inform countries that might fall in the same category, that based on these two country experiences, and of course there are some country-specific issues that should be discounted for, it would be important just to look at what were the main differences, why did one reach so fast, what were the sticking issues, and what were the consequences of each, particularly if they were all under the IMF programs. How were these handled differently? And then the other question that the CEO, Chief for Trade Development Bank, raised was the issue of the treatment of creditors who have the preferred creditor status. I know some African financial institutions are yet to achieve that preferred creditor status, so that whenever you are restructuring debt, their obligations are not affected. What does it take for African financial institutions to get to that status? I think that's a discussion, a conversation we need to have if we are going to protect the African financial institutions. Maybe that's another research topic. What we need to do. Now, let me get to the issues that were raised by Intikumuna. I think this is a very fundamental question which Governor Michel tried to answer, but let me give you just my experience on that. True, the central bank does not have a tool for monetary policy to address the issues that you are raising. But in the context of monetary policy, it is very, very important to distinguish that component of inflation that is affected by climate. So if you are able to distinguish the climate, that component of inflation, then you can work around that. Take for example, if you're using rainfall, a moving average of rainfall, to determine the standard deviations from that average, which results into food crop inflation. If you did a scenario analysis and you shocked it by, let's say, one additional standard deviation, what happens to food crop inflation? And then from food crop inflation, how long does it take to pass through to the non-food crop inflation? And if you were to take monetary policy actions, what would a 1 percentage point increase in your policy rate do to the non-food crop inflation? And how quickly would you bring back inflation? So it is for analysis purposes to inform you on how best to respond to standard deviation shocks to weather, the impact on the food crop inflation, and the transmission lag from food crop inflation to non-food crop inflation. And then what size of monetary policy action do you need to undertake to mitigate, to minimize inflation through non-food crop inflation? So that is the analysis that you do to minimize the full pass-through to non-food crop inflation. That's why it comes in. Now, on the supply side, yes, there's little that the central bank can do. In our case, like I said, we have institutionalized environmental, social governance into all the supervised financial institutions. Now, under that, we are arguing, because we've discovered oil, a number of commercial banks are lending heavily to the oil sector because there's ready money there, ready market. So we're having a conversation that as you lend more to a carbon emitting sector, we'd like to have a conversation. How much are you lending to the carbon absorbing sectors? Because the aim is to see how do we come to a net zero carbon emission. So for those banks that are lending more to the oil and gas-related sectors, we want to see in the balance sheet how much more they're lending to the carbon absorbing sectors. And there are very many carbon absorbing sectors. You can be lending towards agroforestration, you can be lending towards irrigation, You can be leaning towards solar panel making, anything that promotes green energy. We need to see from your loan book how you're balancing lending to carbon emission and lending to carbon absorption. So all those kinds of things. These are low-hanging fruits that one can help. And of course, the whole aspect of social environment. How are you bringing the poor, financial inclusion into the financial system? So these are some of the low-hanging fruits. They are not universal. They are country-specific. So now what the central bank has got to be innovative in dealing with these climate issues. So colleagues, on that note, I really want us to give a very big kudos to our panelists who have done such a very good job in highlighting the issues and responding to the questions that were being raised. And we hope that this collaboration with the AERC, who are knowledge-based together with the operational expertise in the central banks, is going to forge an alliance that is going to help the central banks deal with the emerging challenges, because at such a time, no one can do it alone. We need to put our forces together. We need to support the AERC in whatever form we can, through financial resources, through knowledge sharing, and working together to produce papers that are going to inform policy making going forward. I thank you all for your very kind attention.
Thank you, Chair. We are now just about to go into the health break. And sure. Yeah. Thank you very much. That's a round of applause to the panel as they do the. So we are now just about to go for tea, coffee break. And tea and coffee will be served just behind this plenary hall. There is amber 1-2 space. So don't go far, just behind this plenary hall. And then we are also going into photo session right now. The crew will help organize how the photo session will be done. And then after that, we'll also have some brief media interviews. But in the meantime, I invite my colleague Senvi with this team to just organize how the photo session will be done. And then after that, we'll proceed for a coffee and a tea break. Thank you. Okay. And then we'll take. Will they stand or they will stand? Oh, okay. The front, please. Okay. The front row, please come in front of the stage. We'll take a photo of all of you. Just line up here. Down here. Yeah. Thank you very much. So now we can go for media interviews as well as a tea break. We'll take 30 minutes, so we should be back here at exactly 11:15. Oh, sorry. Just remain seated. We want to take a photo that includes the whole group. So don't
this
move
year,
still.
2025,
Just stay still.
we are hosting the year.
Welcome. PS, this is a AERC gathering, the 25th, the summit, 2025 AERC summit. We are now going into the official opening session, where I will invite the Executive Director of African Economic Research Consortium, who will invite the chair of the AERC board to welcome you to deliver your keynote address. But before that, just allow me to say that the Principal Secretary for State Department for Economic Planning, Dr. Boniface Makoha, has served in various high-level technical and advisory capacities within regional and international institutions, including the United Nations Office of the Special Envoy for the Great Nations region, the International Conference on the Great Lakes region, and the Levi Mwanawasa Regional Center for Democracy and Good Governance. His work has focused on strengthening governance systems, public-private partnerships, results-based planning, institutional reforms, and inclusive development policy across Eastern and Central Africa. Dr. Makoha has a wealth of experience in intergovernmental coordination, strategic policy, and alignment, and results-based implementation framework. So I'll invite the Executive Director, African Economic Research Consortium, to invite the Chair of the AERC Board, who will in turn invite the Chief Guest. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles. And Charles mentioned mine is a simple duty, a simple job, which is first to appreciate the presence of the guest of honor and being able to join us on this very occasion. And let me proceed, therefore, with inviting Professor Ernest Aite, the chair of the board of the AERC, and emeritus professor at the Institute for Statistical, Social, and Economics Research, AISA, to introduce the chief guest, who will then give the keynote and officially open this function. Ernest, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Victor. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've already heard from Charles quite a bit about the representative of the chief guest this morning. And so I'm very pleased, taking a cue from that introduction, to simply let you know that the chief guest that we have is the Honorable CPA John Imbadi Ngongo, Cabinet Secretary and at the National Treasury and Economic Planning for Kenya. So Dr. Bakwa is here to represent him, and he'll be delivering the keynote address on behalf of the President of the Republic of Kenya. So we thank you very, very much for accepting our invitation, and we look forward to your address. Thank you.
As rightly put by the chair, I am here to represent the chief guest, who is Honorable CPA John Mbadi, the Cabinet Secretary, the National Treasury. My name's Boniface Makoha, the Principal Secretary for the State Department for Economic Planning. Allow me to read the speech of the Cabinet Secretary, who is also, by extension, representing the government and the President of Kenya. Honorable Ministers, Central Bank Governors, Members of Parliament, Members of Diplomatic Corps, Special Advisors, the Chair of the Board of the African Economic Research Consortium, the Executive Director of the African Economic Research Consortium, heads of academic and research institutions, esteemed scholars and policymakers, friends of Africa's development, members of the research community, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is with profound honor and a deep sense of responsibility that I stand before you today at the African Economic Research Consortium Summit 2025. This gathering of brilliant minds, policy architects, and economic visionaries is not just a conference. It is a crucible that can shape Africa's economic prosperity. We meet at a pivotal moment in our continent's journey. The winds of change are blowing across Africa, and they carry with them both the promise of transformation and the urgency of action. Our development priorities must evolve not incrementally, but boldly to meet the demands of the new era, where Africa must generate its own financial resources for its own new development priorities. In the post-COVID period, Africa continues to confront confounding risks that are disrupting the path of the recovery. The emerging global economic uncertainties, intensified climate shocks, and rising debt burden are calling for a significant moment in microeconomic management. It is for this reason that I consider the ongoing collaborative research work between the National Treasury and African Economic Research Consortium a step in the right direction. It demonstrates the power of co-creation in knowledge generation and new evidence that equip a policymaker for effective microeconomic management. I understand that strengthening microeconomic management was a pillar in the foundation of of AERC, and from where I stand, this remains relevant even today. Dear participants, for decades, Africa's development discourse has been shaped by external prescriptions and reactive policies. Today, we must reclaim our narrative. We must define development not merely as GDP growth, but as inclusive prosperity, resilient systems, and dignified livelihoods. Africa's GDP growth is, in 2025, is projected to average around 3.5%, while Kenya's economy is outperforming the continental average with growth estimates between 4.5 and 5.4%. Africa's modest growth reflects ongoing global uncertainties, climate shocks, and debt pressures across several nations. In contrast, Kenya's resilience is driven by strong performance in agriculture, strong performance in manufacturing, strong performance in trade, and a robust service sector, which contributes over a half of its GDP. Kenya's inflation also remained and remains contained, and the recent monetary easing, such as lowering the benchmark interest rate to 10%, aims to stimulate private sector investment. This divergence highlights Kenya's relative economic stability and proactive fiscal management amid broader continental challenges. Our new priorities as a continent, participants, must, however, be rooted in 5 transformative pillars. Pillar number 1, human capital as the cornerstone. Africa's demographic dividend is our greatest asset, but it will remain a latent potential unless we invest aggressively in 1, education, 2, healthcare, 3, skills, all this for the future. We must shift from literacy to digital fluency, from survival to innovation. Pillar number 2, climate conscious growth. Africa contributes the least to global emissions, but suffers the most from climate shocks. Our development, therefore, must be green, must be adaptive, and regenerative. Let us lead the world in climate-smart agriculture, renewable energy, and circular economies. Pillar number 3, regional integration and trade. Africa Continental Free Trade is not just a treaty, it is a revolution. We must therefore dismantle barriers, harmonize standards, and build infrastructures that connect our people, our markets, and our dreams. Pillar number 4 is governance and institutional strengthening. Participants, development without accountability is a mirage. Therefore, we must build institutions that are transparent, efficient, and citizen-centered. Physical discipline, data-driven planning, and participatory budgeting must become our norm. Pillar number 5, innovation and digital transformation. Africa must leapfrog, not crawl, into the digital era. From the fintech to the e-health, from the artificial intelligence to the blockchain, we must harness technology to solve African problems with African solutions. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would now like to talk about aid dependence in Africa, and particularly here in Kenya. For decades, foreign aid has been a lifeline, but it has also been a leash, tying our progress to external goodwill rather than to our own ingenuity. That era must now start giving way to a new chapter of self-reliance, innovation, and sustainable growth. Kenya, like other African countries, are not poor in resources. We are, for instance, rich in human talent, in fertile land, in digital creativity, and in entrepreneurial spirit. What we need really is not more aid, but more courage to harness what you already have in these sectors. And these sectors include, one, agriculture. And this we can do it by modernizing farming with technology, irrigation, and value addition. We will, if we do this, we will transform our rural economy into a global food supplier. Sector number 2 is tax reforms. We can do this by broadening our tax base and sealing loopholes. We will generate revenues fairly without burdening ordinary citizens if we do that. Sector number 3 is innovation and technology. Here, Kenya is already a leader in the mobile money. We will expand fintech, digital trade, and green energy solutions to create new revenue streams. Sector number 4 is public-private partnership. Infrastructure, healthcare, and education will only thrive when government collaborates with private investors transparently and effectively. Final sector is diaspora bonds. Our brothers and sisters abroad are a powerful resource. Therefore, by creating secure investment channels, we will tap into their patriotism and financial strength. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, this is not just about money. It is about unity. Generating our own resources means charting our own destiny, means setting our own priorities, and it means building resilience against global shocks. Therefore, let us commit ourselves to innovation and discipline. This summit, convened by AERC, reminds us about another very crucial matter, that policy without evidence is perilous. The role of research and evidence is thus imperative. We must embed research into every stage of our development planning. Let us build bridges between academia, bridges between academia and policy making, between data and decisions. I challenge our scholars to be bold, challenge our scholars to be disruptive, and to be unapologetically African in your research agendas. And I also challenge our governments to listen, learn, and lead with evidence. Ladies and gentlemen, no nation can develop in isolation. No policy can succeed without people. I therefore call upon African governments to align budgets with bold priorities. Call on private sectors to invest not just for profit, but for impact. Call on civil society to hold us accountable and co-create solutions. Call on the youth and women to lead, not just participate in shaping our future. In conclusion, dear participants and ladies and gentlemen, Africa's moment is now. Let us not be defined by our challenges, but by our courage. Let us not inherit development models. We must invent them to deliver Africa's economic prosperity. The future of Africa is not written in the stars. It is written in our choices. It is written in our policies. It is written in our unity. As the Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, I pledge Kenya's unwavering commitment to Africa's new development priorities. Together, let us build an Africa that is prosperous, an Africa that is just and unstoppable. Thank you, and may this summit ignite the fire of transformation across our beloved continent. Asanteni sana. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the inspiring speech. I would now want to proceed to the next session, which is the launch of the strategy. We'll go where the strategy has been hidden, so we'll unveil it there. So please let's proceed to that place, and I'll invite the governors. We'll do after that. Please join the yes. Okay. So on the count of 5, the chief guest is going to press on that button, and then the curtains will unveil the AERC's new strategic plan. So we can proceed. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So that is the new AERC strategic plan. Thank you. So what will happen next is that we will lift it from that table, and then we'll take a photo, the three of you, the ED, the chair of the AERC board, and the chief guest will take a photo with the strategy. So, who is going to? Yes, it's supposed to come out. Yeah. Yeah, I was told you can lift it. Can unmount it. No. This is the book itself. Yeah. You want to take a picture here? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, here in the middle. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You should stand on the side so that when we take a photograph, it can be seen. Pardon? We'll do that. Okay. The first photo will be all the guests who are on the podium right now, and then we'll have the three, the ED, the chief guest, and the chair of the board to take a last photo. Okay, thank you. Just stand here. There's some gifts we want to give you. Just stand on the side so that we have the three also take their photographs. Thank you very much. Now there are some little gifts that we want to give you before you exit the stage. So the first gift we'll give to the chair of the board. It's the ED that hands over the gift. Yeah. Oh, turn it the other way. Yes. The logo. The logo, yeah. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Next. Okay, then we go to the governors. You can just have your seats. Governors, please. You can also come. Just come get a gift, yeah. Please come for your gifts. Even you too, you can come for the gifts. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. That is the launch of the AERC, the new AERC strategic plan. We have a lot of time for lunch and networking. So what we'll do, because this session was meant to end at 1, but we've done it so efficiently. We've done by 12 o'clock. So we'll proceed to network, and then we'll go for lunch from 12:30, where you had your breakfast. The VIPs, you will have your lunch at Glow, next to, just inside, and next to where the rest of the participants will be having their lunch. So there's another room there that is reserved for the VIPs. So feel free and enjoy your lunch. Thank you very much. We are back here at 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock. So we have enough time to network. We have enough time to enjoy ourselves, but not to go to the park. We'll go to the park tomorrow. Yeah. The next session will be session 3, and it will be focusing on the AERC African Private Sector Platform that will also be launched. We'll give you a blurb. I'll read to you a blurb when we get here. But basically, it's about the launch of the African Economic Research Consortium, African Private Sector platform. So enjoy your lunch. Bon appétit. Merci beaucoup. So as I said earlier, just a few kilometers away from here, we have lions, we have giraffes, we have zebras, and over 400 birds, actually, species. So this reminds us that balance and sustainable growth is about numbers and harmony. So please find time between today and tomorrow to visit our game reserve. I'm not holding brief for our Kenya Wildlife Corporation, but I think it is something that we need to be proud about, that we have a national park just within the vicinity of the city. So this session is session 3. It's about the African private sector platform, which indeed we are going to launch. And the AERC is launching a platform for structured engagement with the private sector. This session brings together leaders in banking, trade, technology, and manufacturing to share insights on the role of the private sector in creating jobs and driving inclusive growth across Africa. Panelists will explore key evidence-based policy developments at domestic, regional, and global levels that may enhance business performance, the co-creation that businesses envisage from research institutions, and suggestions on what an AERC African private sector platform should prioritize. The session will be chaired by our own Professor Oliver Sasa, who is a board member of the AERC and a managing consultant, Premier Consult Limited. Professor Sasa is an international economic relations and managing consultant of Premier Consult Limited in Lusaka. He's a Rhodes Scholar, and he earned his PhD in International Economic Relations from the University of Southampton in 1983. He previously served as a director of the Institute of Economic and Social Research at the University of Zambia. Professor Sasa has served on numerous national and international financial sector boards, including as chair of the Trade and Development Bank, and currently chairs the Zambia National Commercial Bank's ZENACO, and serves as vice chair of the Trade and Development Fund. He represents the TDB group on the AERC board and is a chancellor of Mulungishi University, a widely published scholar, and has been a consultant of the World Bank, OECD, EU, CEDA, UNDP, and various government agencies. So let's welcome Professor Sasa, who is going to chair this session with a round of applause. He will introduce the rest of the panelists, and then the session can kick off. Thank you very much, and welcome, Professor Sasa.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Before I introduce the distinguished panelists, let me perhaps just highlight some of the aspects regarding the platform, the Africa Private Sector Platform, which is yet to be launched, and I assume that not all of you have had the sight of what they intend to do. The discussion will be centering around that platform. Essentially, when you look at its objective, there is acknowledgement that there is a gulf between what you, the operators on the ground, and the team represented here come from the corporate world. There's a difference or a big gap between what the private sector, what operators, what corporates expect in terms of information from, on the one hand, from the operators in terms of, or at the level of knowledge brokering. Researchers sometimes do not seem to operate with a view to adhering to the expectations of the market. There is need to bring operators, firms, corporations in the decision-making processes, especially to the extent that may influence government policy. The legislative environment, the regulatory environment must actually be reflective of the sort of expectations of the operators. There is limited discourse, limited link between knowledge brokers, like in this case, African Economic Research Consortium, and the business community. There is, of course, some interaction, but the nature of the interaction, sometimes it is felt, is not really providing the sort of synergies that are needed to ultimately start speaking to each other and respecting the expectation of both sides. There is data. How much of data is generated? How much of this data is accessed at different levels, either both within the private sector, but also among those that are in the productive sector? How and to what extent can we share this information to make sure that we have a symbiotic relationship that informs each other and do the right things? Access to this data is important. And one of the things that the platform aims to do is to make sure that available information that is essential for better interaction is not only generated, is accessed, is retrieved, is kept in a manner that actually benefits all the parties involved. So essentially, what does it mean in terms of this forum? It aims to facilitate more direct and better interaction between the business community on the one hand and those like the AERC on the other that should provide this information. There is need to look at, and that is the second objective, the better generation of data and improved of its storage and access. And of course, we know for those that have been on the ground, especially interacting with the AERC, there are several initiatives that are already in place. The Africa Data Hub, the Africa Hub for Investment and Trade, and within the AERC itself, there's a research and training program. These, are, of course, are important tools or conduits through which information can be generated, can be stored, can be retrieved. They form the basis of the sort of interaction we would like to see enhanced through this effort. As I introduce you to the panelists, I would like perhaps best to invite each one of them to introduce themselves briefly, what they do, and then we'll open the discussions through targeted questions where I would solicit their responses. Perhaps we can start at the extreme end.
Thank you, moderator. First of all, I would like to thank AERC for inviting me for this important session. And my name is Johannes Ayalo, as written here. I served at the central bank for 27 years, of which 9 years were as vice governor and chief economist. And then I served at African Economic Research Institute as executive director, then to Development Bank of Ethiopia, which is the DFI of government DFI, for 4 years. And then now, currently, I'm CEO of Amhara Bank. Thank you.
Dr. Kararachi?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm George Kararaj, currently a lead economist at the African Development Bank, covering 13 countries in Eastern Africa. But prior to the bank, I was at the Economic Commission for Africa I was at the Economic Commission for Africa, and prior to that, I was at UNDP, UNICEF, African Capacity Building Foundation. So I've been around for a bit. Oh, there's another secret that you don't know. Apparently, everybody wants Victor to be their teacher. So he was my teacher at the beginning of my of my life when I went to school at the age of 17 or thereabout. Thanks.
Unfortunately, he wasn't my teacher. He was too young. Mrs. Koriri?
Good afternoon, everyone. So, as you've heard, I am Betty Korir. In terms of background, I have a very strong background in risk, legal, investment, banking, and finance. I've worked in, I think, 5 banks in Kenya, and I've also worked abroad in the UK. So I think I come with a lot of experience in terms of, the practical aspects of what really happens on the ground. I also double up as a vice chair for the Kenya Bankers Association in Kenya. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Engineer Tadessa. I'm born in Ethiopia, but I'm a Dutch citizen. I'm here as CEO of TAD Motors. TAD Motors is the first, I think, Kenyan and African EV manufacturing plant brand. So we are setting up, I've just launched the first 5 models last Thursday. So we are doing manufacturing.
Thank you very much. There you are. That is the team of panelists. I have a question, and I would request all of you perhaps reflect briefly on this. This relates to the environment within which you operate as business leaders, as CEOs, or in areas that directly support the private sector. The macroeconomic environment in Africa broadly is quite disabling to the average operator, FM, more so for the medium to small scale enterprises. In your view, from the perspective of your operations, what do you see as the main lead constraints to your operations as the policy, facilitative, regulatory, legislative regime in your respective jurisdictions? May I start with perhaps George? Would you like to start? Give the way, the lead.
This is the beauty of an open-ended question, right? I can start by celebrating the platform, and I think that the macro environment clearly need to be understood, not just at the level of government, but also at the level of the private sector. And I think this platform will come handy because it will be one mechanism through which you will integrate a data culture and a culture of evidence-based policy making. And so I think that data should not be an afterthought. It should actually be part and parcel of policy making. My experience is that if you don't have clear integration of macro dynamics, whether be it inflation, whether be it issues around taxes and so forth, then you kind of miss the boat. Then we will have a delinked between policy dialogue and policy decisions that actually affect the growth of the private sector. And so the regulatory environment in which our private sector operate require that this kind of initiative to make sure that you link research on the one hand, data on the other side, and then the policy decisions that the private sector need to meet, including issues around investment opportunities, and so forth and so forth. So I see this as a very handy way of dealing with the macro environment, broadly defined, and how private sector then would put their money in the kind of green jobs, clean jobs, whatever wording you want to use, that the continent really needs.
So before I leave you, in the context of what you have said and where you see the challenges, where could be the entry point between yourselves and or the operators in industry and the forum, the platform that is being launched? Where and to what extent do you see it as facilitating opportunities for more direct dialogue?
So when you say you mean the African Development Bank or George Carrera just as somebody who is contributing to this discussion?
I think you as an individual for now.
Oh, as an individual. Well, so like I said, I think that we need to integrate data into the conversation. We need to have a mental shift towards a data-based culture. And I think that we also need to make sure that we have some sense of accountability over these data issues, because I think sometimes data is everywhere, including in the private sector, by the way. And we don't actually use them quite often, but if you wanted to get the correct regulatory reforms going, you need to understand the kind of risk that private sector entities see or face on a daily basis. And those feedback loops, I think, are critical to then come up with the, should I call it, the correct, a practical macroeconomic policy programs, if you want me to put it that way. Because that's the only way you will be dealing with the lived realities of the private sector, not something that you read in a newspaper or you read in a textbook somewhere. So for me, that would be the connections.
Thank you. Dr. Johannes, what is your take on the macroeconomic environment and where you see at the entry point for more effective interaction between business and the platform that's emerging?
Thank you. Well, the macroeconomic environment, it assumes markets are flexible, markets are integrated, and policies work connecting each market and influencing the behavior of actors. But what we see in Africa is that's not working because of the structural problem in the sector. For example, do we really have a question to because this is a research institute, do you really have a private sector? The first question. And the second question is, do we really know the private sector? Where some studies say that 88% of the private sector are informal. About the they are not connected. We don't have data on them. We don't have information about how they work, how they perform. And the second thing is, even in the structure, policymakers talk about macro, but they do micro. That's a problem also, because they don't know where the sector and as a macro. It's because if it's informal, then you don't have any influence on them. And the second thing is, let's take, for example, MSMEs. MSMEs are the largest sector, and supposed to be the largest sectors in Africa, in Ethiopia, my country as well, because the corporates are not there. But even MSMEs are not there in Africa. Most of them are informal, and they are not financed. So macroeconomic policies do not influence their behavior. So the macro, I think what I see, the link between private sector, government, and corporate industries is to understand what the economic structure is and how the private sector works and connects. For example, a study says that in Kenya, just to take an example, 96% of the private sectors are under MSMEs. The employment, in terms of employment, I mean. Employment is 96%. But the productivity gap between the corporate and private, the the MSM is very big. It's I think more than 90%, which means there is a way, a long way to go to the corporate sector. So we are talking about corporate, but we should also know about our structure. Just to thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Koriri, you are like Dr. Hans, you are from the banking sector. I was expecting to hear from you, perhaps unfairly, that since you are from the banking sector, one of the challenges that the average operator on the market, especially on the medium to small scale, is access to finance. Do you see this as a challenge, and to what extent as an integral part of your response on the macroeconomic environment? Access to finance, is it seen as an important issue, and to what extent can commercial banks like yourselves can play in terms of mitigating this? And in addition to that, where do you see the entry point between ourselves as the operators in the market and the platform that's being launched?
All right. I think that's a very good question, really. And so I mean, the interlinkage between the macro and access to finance is, I think, really what forms the basis of what we're discussing today. I mean, I would say, just bringing it to the local context, when I look at the macros, for example, I'll probably be looking at the interest rates, I'll be looking at the exchange rates, I'd be looking at some of the fiscal policies. And I would probably say that it has a direct impact on the African private sector. I mean, the statistics are there in terms of the contribution of the private sector, even in Africa, north of 80%. But the challenges that I see that are relatable really is finance. And why I say finance is, I mean, I've seen it. I've walked that journey. I've been in banking for now 28 years rather. And what I see is the finance gap. To the extent that, for this country, we had a push by the president to finance the MSMEs. And as the Kenya Bankers Association, we were given actually a target of 150 billion, which somehow we managed to surpass to 210 billion. But having said that, when you cluster the SMEs, there are those ones that actually don't qualify, and that's a majority. So, because they probably are not at that stage where they are bankable, and that's where the gap is. I have seen situations where MSMEs actually finance their operations from payables, from receivables. So when you really critically look at their working capital cycle, you find that they are not really dependent on the banks. What that does is that they are not able to really move with the growth because you need to leverage on debt. So this challenge is really around the transmission of the monetary policy. And what we've seen, and I think what is practical, so that I can keep it short, is especially when we talk about the real interest rate. So we are saying the real interest rate in the Kenyan context is about 12%. But then you'll find that the cost of funds, the actual cost of funds for banks that are driving the SME is higher than that. So the question is, how then do you lend with that high rate? So assuming hypothetically the 12% then becomes a base, yeah? And then the central bank and of course Treasury has been pushing down the CBR. I mean, there's been a sharp decline of CBR, I think, by 299 basis points, yeah? So that transmission, because then we are saying that to lend to the SME, you have to price the risk, and the risk also comes with a premium. So assuming you notch up a markup or a premium on what you probably be calling your base rate or whatever it is. So the question now is, having been given that loan, are they able to pay? Because then the finance cost begins to derail repayment from day one because of the margins, because there's no business that is actually generating margins north of 20%. So I think the challenge for this platform is to critically look at other options and initiatives. And perhaps I'd be talking about that at a later time.
Thank you, Mr. Tesena. The macroeconomic environment, what sort of reforms would you like to see happening? Perhaps you can highlight some of the elements that you see as constraining, and then also what sort of reforms should we see, and where is the entry point for our interaction with the upcoming platform?
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think when I see about manufacturing in Kenya, or as I've done it in Ethiopia, I think, let me speak about Kenya. Regarding reforms and production policies, from the government side, you see there's maximum support which you can get. I think the main issue is financing. That is a bottleneck. Professor Dr. Ayala said there is no private sector. Yes, there is, well, definitely private sector, but there is no financing. All the banks, any banks who are here, I have been here for 1.5 years, looking for $200,000 to set up this company, but there's no bank that was willing to give us. Finally, we managed to get the financing from abroad to start this venture. So now, unless we face that one, we need seed money. There are a lot of people who have an idea to start the business, really want to do the business, but don't have the finance abilities. As I've said, I'm coming from Holland. When I do the project in Holland, we get financing from the government for feasibility study, prototype building, everything, and go on. But when here, we don't have. I'm very sorry to say that the banks, especially here in Kenya, making so much profits. And why is so little money supporting the local entrepreneurs who are coming here to do the project? I'm coming from abroad, living in Kenya, doing this business. And now, after 2 years now, I'm sorry to say that all my partners are from abroad. I wish I would have said, oh, there are Kenyans here. The main issue is that there is no financing. All of the banks are coming after you are in business. When the cake is on table. But we need it as seed money. So the only way we can create job, we can come with ideas is when there is a companies like Tide Motors, which are coming with venture ideas. And there are a lot of companies who really want to do the business. If you don't do it, foreigners will come and do it. So I think the main problem is financing.
Thank you very much. I can see, I don't know whether it's because most of the panelists coming from the banking sector, but I think the stress on inadequate access to finance becomes quite prominent. Let's move one step further into trying to establish how we can create the best environment between business and the new platform. Looking at this, I don't know how many of you have had the opportunity to look at the structure of the platform. How best can we dialogue? What sort of structure or systems or processes we should employ to make sure that the discourse between the CEOs like yourselves and the platform is fruitful in the sense of ensuring that we begin to not only help each other with the best strategies, but also influencing the policy environment within which you operate, in which case we're talking about how best we can influence those in political authority that actually provide the policy regime. Can I start with you, George?
So I think in my experience, let me talk about foundational principles. I think that if you want to change a policy environment, the first thing you need to make sure is you understand the person you're talking to. So I think that the conversation between the private sector and policymakers should be one of some common understanding. What is the problem? And I think this platform will help establish that. So that we are clear about what we are talking about, whether we are talking about tax reforms, whether we are talking about incentives of various kinds, rebates, and so forth. We know what we are talking about. But the platform also will give you an opportunity for transparency and accountability, right? Because you are able to, the information is there, and hopefully that all the data that we have on the platform is accurate, timeous, and so you will be talking about real-time problems rather than, you know, all data and so forth and so forth. But I think that my advice would, to the private sector would be to focus on real policy concerns and not be perceived to be partisan. You know, if there's anything to learn from civil society, that is exactly it. Because half the time governments have a hands-off from civil society because they think civil society come with some agenda that is hidden, or, you know, or just there to criticize government or policymakers. So a very honest, policy-specific rather than partisan conversation would for me be important. But of course, the platform will provide the basis for evidence, right? So whatever evidence you're producing should be credible evidence. And I think that will go a long way in making sure that, like I said earlier, the reforms that we would be pushing for would be dealing with real life problems of the private sector. And so for me, those are the four kind of principles if I were to suppose to just suggest some.
One of the challenges that we face, not only in Africa, but almost across the board, when you look at the research agenda of research establishments, is that for them to have their own research agenda that may sometimes be very divorced from the real life on the ground. I was in a university myself for 12 years running a research institute, and I still remember that we had our own agendas to some extent because sometimes because it's more paying and because that's where the donors that were giving us the money wanted our research agenda to target towards. Completely oblivious sometimes of the immediate requirements of the very people, operators, the firms on the ground that require information. So in other words, there is no correlation sometimes between the research approach, agenda, focus of areas of interest on the one hand and what industry actually wants. The issue then becomes, this platform, I feel like actually asking this, the executive director to answer this. How different can it be? Can we make it a little bit more private sector related and relevant? Doc.
Thank you. I think we should understand that markets are global, but policies are local. And we are competing with industries around the world. We are exporting to the world. We are also importing from the world. If our markets are not as competitive as the other regions, then we can't. So policies do not work. So what I think this research, the link between research institutions and the private sector is that it must be in two groups. The first one is at two levels, two approach. That's macro level. The research institutions should support policymakers to understand what challenges do we have as a global player. Africa is it really playing its fair share? Do we have really the private sector that competes with industries or enterprise in East Asia, in Europe? So that, I think, must be one of the area. And the second area is the micro. So at micro level, the enterprises like my enterprise, my bank, has to have a research wing that does the research and has a link with a research institute like AERC here and other think tanks, which help us to understand the challenges at micro level. So the macro, today most of us are talking on the micro. Even if we are talking about macro, what we are doing is mostly micro approach. So that's why we are not there. We are not competing. We are not really identifying the challenge, the very challenge we have with our competitors around the world. The structural problem we have, the productivity gap between the corporate and the MSMEs. In the study show that the productivity gap between MSMEs and corporate in Germany is 45%, around 45%. But in Africa, it's around 90%. So there is no, I mean, we don't have the corporate sector we can't talk of, but even then, you know, the MSMs were supposed to be helping the corporate nodes. So the structural problem, the productivity problem, infrastructure problem, all of this has to be taken into account when we are talking about. So the research must tell us as corporate enterprises, tell us government, tell us other players what the reality is in Africa and what we need to go. So we don't have enough researchers in Africa. We don't have enough think tanks, private think tanks. And actually, I mean, the communication between policymakers and researchers are very weak. So I think there is that must be addressed.
Mr. Tesena, yes, in the context of the responses from our colleagues here, how do we nurture stronger partnerships between the private sector, yourselves, and the upcoming platform in the light of a disjoint between what sometimes the researchers do and the expectation of industry?
All right, I think that's a very good question. I think I would say, let me comment on the research first. Obviously, there's a disconnect between the research that is sometimes, it almost looks like it's more of academia, and we don't find it relatable. So I'm talking as a private sector player. And the reason I say this sometimes is it depends on who sponsors the research. So, I mean, quite elated that AERC is sponsoring the research, because sometimes if it's government that is sponsoring the research, then it becomes neutral, because they've already figured out how they want to conclude that whole hypothesis. In terms of overcoming the challenges, I would say that I think we need to be really practical. I mean, especially when I look at the cost of risk. So we are talking about the financing, but we are not addressing the aspect of the cost of risk. Yeah? Fine, I mean, banks are making money. I'm just trying to digress a bit. I think there was something about banks are making money. But then you'll find it's just a cluster of banks. The tier 1 banks are probably making money, but a bit of tier 2. And the reason why they are making money is because it's a factor of their cost of capital, which is the cost of equity or debt, yeah? And then you find that, so the issue, the main players that address the SMEs or fund the SMEs are probably tier 2 and tier 3 banks. But then you'll find if they take that risk, let me call it risk, of financing, then of course it reflects on the bottom line. So I think we should be looking more on how we mitigate on the cost of risk. Fine, we have all these guarantee schemes and all these kind of risk sharing mechanisms, but they also don't work. I mean, specifically if I talk about, I think let me mention African Guarantee Fund. African Guarantee Fund will actually guarantee, but then they price in the country risk. So the country risk then becomes the residual risk, because they come to the counterparty risk. And for us to make money, of course, there has to be a net interest margin. So then you have to price all those mechanisms, all those factors into the pricing. So you find that, even though you're trying to stimulate the private sector, the cost is also just overburdening. And I think the other way to overcome it is to look at ways of, navigating this. The other day I was looking at what happened in Ethiopia, this whole lava explosion. And, we don't have insurance index linked to certain events, for example. I mean, when COVID happened, it did happen. And the people that really, really struggle and are still struggling today are the SMEs. The other disconnect as well is, when you talk to the government, they'll say, we managed to close on the balance of payment position, we managed to, get financing for the Eurobond and stuff like that. But then you ask yourself, how come the infrastructure players, the contractors are not paid? So there's a whole disconnect that just doesn't resonate. I think I'll leave it at that for now.
Let's move to, we highlighted the issue of finance as being a crippling factor. Mr. Tesane, if we can start with you, what sort of financing models would you recommend in terms of access to finance by the corporates generally, but perhaps more so look at the medium to small scale? How best can we facilitate for them? What sort of options are available on the market that you would recommend? And perhaps as you respond to that, in terms of dialogue towards the options that you suggest, where do you see as the entry point for interaction with the platform, the new platform?
Thank you very much. First of all, we have spoken about policy change. I just want to say something about it. Policy change is something which can come after you are in business. To tell you some example, when I started this car assembling plant in Ethiopia, there was double taxation, which means when you bring parts from outside, you pay tax, and then when after manufacturing, you are paying tax. So what we did was there, knowing that the situation, we started assembling. We came up with the cars. When it was ready, we were asked to pay tax. Then we said, no, there is no way we're going to pay double taxation. Either you give us a waiver or we stop it. At that time, immediately the policy was changed. So our principle is seeing is believing. We have to show something before we demand policy change, whatever. We don't know exactly what should be changed. We are going to face, when you're in practice, you're going to face a lot of issues. So let us, first of all, we have to start, do something, show that we are able to do the project, whatever we want to do, and then we open up discussion for policy change. So regarding the financing, yes, we need urgent. The best way of solving economic situation problems in Africa is import substitution. Almost all parts are imported, and the only way we can do it is here. We can't do it here. We have to bring knowledge back here. Once we have bring knowledge, we need someone who supports us as seed money to start with. This one either with the banks, with the governments, and currently we cannot demand like in Europe from governments because there is no cash. So we have to first go to financial institutions. They have to give support seed money. As long as you don't give seed money, we keep on importing goods. We keep on depending on foreign imports. So the economy will not grow up. So again, if we really want to push the economy to create more jobs, whatever, we need financial support, seed money, especially for financial sectors. For us, for example, almost all banks are talking about sustainability, green energy, but nobody is willing because they're talking about money about $200,000, $300,000 risk. That's high risk? I don't think that's high risk. So there is no willingness to support the economy, and I'm afraid to say that because the banks are only financing trade and indirectly are supporting economy of the foreign countries. So we have to invest in our community. We have to invest in people who have ideas. There are a lot of people with ideas who come up with projects to do, and that ones, we have to support them to come up from the ground. Once there's a ground, I don't think we will have any kind of problems. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the aspects that we can look at in this context is concessional funding. Yes, coming to a commercial bank is one thing. There you have actually to access money through the commercial window. But there is a case for, especially for those enterprises that are involved in activities that have social impact, concessional funding, blending commercial and grants can be quite handy. To what extent, perhaps I can ask George, to what extent do you see concessional lending? African Development Bank do extend commercial lending. TDB, Trade Development Bank, through its subsidiary Trade and Development Fund, on which I sit on the board, we do extend concessional funding, including funding that is targeted towards capacity enhancement. We will come a bit more to that. Where do you see as the opportunities for concessional funding financing the small, especially small and medium?
Now I can speak like an ADB staff. Huh? Yes. Okay. All right. So what I do know is that actually we have multiple financial institutions. Some of them are national. So we have national development banks. We have also regional development banks. I know of, for example, Uganda Development Bank in Uganda. I know the East African Development Bank. You have the PBD of this world. You have the ADBs of this world. So concessional funding it's actually at the core of what they should be doing, right, as development banks. And the issue of risk mitigation, again, is also at the core. Now, do I think that all these institutions understand well how to work with SMEs? Probably not. Bernadette, you are there in the bank. You can tell me whether that was also your understanding, including Victor himself. I think that there is a gap between the appreciation of what SMEs really do need and how these fundings can be channeled to SMEs. I know that we just had an election, by the way, so now let me talk like an ADB staff, as you said. And we are talking about revamping the way the ADB does business. So this conversation around, if you listen to this president's inaugural speech, there were 4 cardinal points. The first is on speed and scale. Scaling up financing for Africa's development across the board. But that also implies some sense of financial sovereignty, our ability to be able to raise the resources and leverage the resources. And there are all sorts of thinking going around on, for example, how you leverage the ADF. For those who don't know, the African Development Fund, the concessional window of the bank to get more money for onward lending. The transmission mechanism could be credit bank. I hope that you will have a nicer experience with us next time. But there are certain entities like you that we actually are using. But there are also, I think, a number of funds, trust funds, particularly for project preparation and so on. So I think that increasingly, some of it might be bad conduct on behalf of the staff of international financial institutions, MDBs, national development banks, because they want a certain threshold. I don't know, $10 million, but you, as an SME, you want maybe 2 million shillings. But I know that there's probably no written rule in this institution that says you can't work with a 2 million shillings individual, right? So our staff tend to go for the big ticket items. I don't know whether you can call it career sneaking or whatever the ambitions of trying to get the big ticket items and to look like you are the one who does the biggest things. But otherwise, I don't know of any, at least in terms of policy, there's no policy, at least at the level of the ADB, that you cannot lend 1 million. Even the 1 million could be given to you as a grant, actually. So there are cases where concessional financing remains at the core of almost all the development banks, whether you are regional, whether you are national. And so I think that we just have to think creatively in how best we can leverage our capabilities, our convening power, including our balance sheets, to mobilize resources that actually is required. Now, the numbers are staggering. If you're talking infrastructure, you are talking about close to what? 130 billion annually that is required. But before I leave, though, the private sector also need to take a bit of responsibility, in the sense that, you know, issues around corporate governance need to be brought to the table, because, and I think Leonce is here. We lose close to how much, Leonce, if you can hear me, in illicit financial flows. And the private sector is actually at the core of this tendency, you know, base erosion, profit shifting, and so forth and so forth. So a lot of money is lost. At the level of government, we have been engaged in some dodgy deals, particularly around resource-backed loans. Again, a lot of money get lost because we don't do things in ways that are transparent, constructive, and you know, open up the fiscal space, particularly when it's requiring investments in critical sectors like infrastructure, education. Skill mismatch is a problem. So issues around the youth and employment, I mean, that's the other second cardinal point, by the way. We are talking about how do you leverage the demographics of Africa in a constructive way. The third and final is on value addition. We tend, and I think was you who talk about a lot of the money we give is for trade. Trade is actually recycling in a kind of in a funny way. It's not linked to issues of productivity and issues of investment in innovations and all that kind of stuff. So we should rethink. I'm not saying that Afri-Exim Bank is not important. It is important, but we should link trade and production and make sure that we complete that loop, including investment in innovations and things that increase productivity. Thank you.
Thank you. Actually, you are saying your last words on a very important issue to African Continental Free Trade Area, Dr. Johannes. We are seeing opportunities for enhancement of trade, but like we all now understand, and this point has been underscored now, that you cannot talk about expansion of trade if you do not have sufficient goods and services to feed into the liberalized, opened up trade network. So production is key. Looking at, you are in the banking sector though, but you do have clients that are really actually are going to benefit from the free trade area. Where do you see the challenges, but perhaps more so opportunities of the free trade area that is emerging on the African continent?
Thank you. Where I see the problem is that Africa is not trading each other, and that's for the very reason that I just said earlier. We are not, the macro and the micro are not linked. They are not working in coordination. And therefore, there is a structural problem between you know, let me say that, for example, most of African countries are exporting primary goods. They are not in the processing part. And that's why, the reason why we are on the primary exports is because we are not competitive in the international market. And therefore, what we have to do is we have to work on that, changing the structure of the economy and making our industries, enterprise productive, competing with others. And therefore, if Kenya is producing one good which is competitive with a Chinese product, Ethiopia can import it easily. If Ethiopia is producing the same competitive product, which is other countries are, other regions are exporting to Africa, then Ethiopia can send to other countries. And this could create integration. But this integration is coming because of different structural problems. As I said, the infrastructure is one. The second is even internal structure of the economies, which are based on primary production, is the other one. The cost of production is very high because of electricity shortage, outage, and others. So we are dependent on imported items. And we are forced actually, this is because the market rules that. So currently Africa, regional, intra-regional trade is around 17%. But if you go to East Asia, as studies say, 65% of the trade is within Asia. 65% within Asia. Even Asia is now creating a problem in Northern European and US markets. But even if that is the case, within region, trade is very, very high. So we have to change this. So the Africa Free Trade Area could be could be effective when we are, as government collectively, and countries, researchers, work on this very problem of the continent. And finance is very important for that. So that's...
Thank you very much. I'm cautioned that it's almost time up. I'm looking at that digital, like we still have 80 minutes. Let's open the floor. Unfortunately, there are a few questions that would be shared with you, with the panelists, but let me pick 2 or so interventions on the floor before we wind up. When you raise your issue, please just introduce yourself, your institutional affiliation, and be as brief as possible. I'm seeing the lady. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm S. Mekanyumbu. I'm the Executive Director of Economics Association of Malawi, also coming from the Central Bank of Malawi, the Reserve Bank of Malawi. The discussion that we are having here about transforming Africa, I think we cannot run away from the fact that the private sector has a crucial role to play if we have to realize the growth that we want. And we've also heard that the private sector is having challenges to access finance. This is not only in Kenya, and I think it's in most African countries, including Malawi. But another problem and another leg that is not coming out is the alternatives for the banks, for the commercial banks. There is appetite from the government to borrow from the market. So banks are also running away from lending to the private sector. They are investing heavily in government securities. That's also another problem that you have to think about. And then that also calls for the financial architecture that we have to come up with. It's not a question, but maybe food for thought. How do we design the financial sector? And maybe this is the time, maybe we should talk about national development banks as an alternative to deliberately channel financing to the private sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Let's be very brief. Before I come to the governor, yes, the gentleman in a light suit.
Thank you very much. My name is Abule. I am from the Ethiopian Economic Association. I am the Deputy Director for the association and Director for Partnership and Communication. My question is, because we are talking of the private sector that can contribute more in terms of investment, trade, and creating jobs. As Dr. Johannes was mentioning, 80% informal businesses, SMEs are contributing a lot to job creation. But in terms of export, what the African Continental Free Trade Area, what you are talking about, in terms of export, contribution of exports, the SMEs are contributing less than 1%, for instance, in Ethiopia. Globally, they are contributing 30% of the export. When you go to China, it is as high as 50%. But in Africa, the role of private sector in influencing policy is very minimal. For instance, the very AERC, how much of the funding is coming from African philanthropies? What is the role of the private sector in generating evidence, supporting evidence generation that is really fact on the ground? Or are African think tanks doing research or producing evidence that is dollar-driven? So I'm asking, what should be the role of the private sector in generating evidence so that we can influence policy making that can be conducive for the private sector, especially what you are talking about, the financing issue, all that. So what should be the role of the private sector in that scenario? Thank you.
Thank you. Director.
Thank you very much. This is a very interesting topic, and the contributions have been really great. So maybe the question is, what private sector are we talking about here? We're talking about the large private sector, value chain linked private sector that moves from the big ones down to the bottom of the pyramid, or we are really talking about the small, medium, peasant private sector. The policy approach to this is totally different. In a situation where we have rapid technological, climate change, geopolitics, and public expectations, this conversation will affect each of these differently. So how does this come in? Now, let me talk about the small, medium enterprises. When I look at my own country, Uganda, and I look at the informal cross-border trade, the role of the peasants, small scale, and light manufacturers in this informal cross-border trade is so significant. And this informal cross-border trade contributes significantly to total exports. So what kind of research can be done in this area to improve the productivity, to lower the cost of doing business for this in order to increase the profit margins of this small, micro, peasant private sector? What is the role of value chains if I am a big exporter, but I'm relying on others, maybe the small-scale farmer, to produce what I'm exporting? What kind of research do we need to do for those value chains so that we share the results with the actual exporters, who will then influence the entire value chain, because it's in their interest to pick into this? So I'm talking about, how do we identify a demand-driven research agenda that informs the various types of the private sector that we are looking at? To me, this is more micro. Yes, we can discuss the macro because it affects everyone, but if we're talking about the private sector, it looks like it's more going to be a micro-led kind of thing based on the types of the infrastructure, of the private sector that we're talking about. So demand-driven, addressing various types of private sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are in the injury time, and unfortunately I would not take more questions, and I can see the facilitator is actually looking at me with very warning eyes. We have 3 questions, one from, I think, Malawi, our sister from Malawi, from Ethiopia, and from the governor, Uganda. Who would want to respond? The first one relates to the governments are crowding out, especially in terms of access to finance. Who would like to say something about that? The governments are borrowing heavily to a level where the private sector find little remaining. Very briefly, would you want to?
All right. Yeah, I'll respond to it because we actually experienced it here in Kenya where there was a crowding out effect, and then you find that the kind of yields that the government papers were giving were actually directly competing with the banks and the private sector. And considering that the premium, there is premium, there is premium is better. The risk coefficient is better for the government. Then you find banks automatically shift towards that. But very quickly, because of time, I just wanted to give the alternative modes of financing, if it's okay. So what I see is the role of blended finance, and here we are discussing the digital. What I've seen, especially in my bank, is now 83% of 80%, 83 precisely, of the business is driven by digital. And that is the interconnectivity with the various ecosystems, because then finance is democratized. And with the kind of variables that we put into the credit score, we are able to predict with some level of accuracy on the quantum of the levels. The other thing I want to talk about is trade. I think trade is, it's always been said it's a lubricant, but trade I think is where we play in terms of the value chains. And I'll give you an example. There's one bank I worked in, and we had the last mile connectivity project. And we, just because of innovation, were able to finance 11 out of the 16 contractors with zero impairment. So I believe innovation, co-creation of products should be able to do that. What trade finance does is that it shifts the risk from the SME to the counterparty. So you're looking at the counterparty risk for as long as the documentation is right, then you are able to do that. And then so you really have to have a 360 view on the ecosystem. The other thing I just want to mention very quickly is Nairobi Stock Exchange as well. I mean, there are other options like raising medium-term notes or private notes that SMEs can also use to raise money. And of course, the issue of the tenor risk comes in because we do give loans, but we give for a very short time. So then you are precipitating defaults. So I think the other option is also to look at syndication. So syndication with partners who have longer term finance, so that then you're able to accommodate MSMEs more.
Thank you very much for those responses. In responses, yes, please, Dr. Johannes.
Thank you. Just briefly to touch on the first one. Government's crowding out private sector, yes. It's crowding out because it's inefficient itself. Because it's not collecting enough taxes, it's not collecting enough revenue, and that's because most of the economy is informal. So it's not integrated. So if economies are integrated, the economy is integrated, and if the formal sector increases, it has capacity to generate more revenue. That means its balance sheet will balance, and it's going to even support others, the private sector. But now, private sector, the government itself is inefficient, and therefore it has to crowd out to survive, and then to grow. So it's true. So the solution for that is actually the discussion we have on the private sector, and also making. And the second one is approach. I think first of all, understanding the magnitude of the problem is first, and then how to solve that must be a coordinated approach, a blended approach. One is from the DFIs, and the second one from commercial banks, and the third one from philanthropic organizations, and then the government. And this, so a blended financing mechanism for both MSMEs and corporates, and then increasing productivity must be the target, and solving the structural problem, which is so only a blended approach, only a coordinated approach will solve our problem.
Thank you very much. We don't have time. We have gone well beyond 4 now. I see 4 minutes past the time. Unless there's something very urgent, there is, if you can react to the, yes. briefly before I'm fired.
I hope not. So Mike, I agree with you, and I think the challenge for AERC and institutions like them would be to connect that loop between demand-driven research and exploratory research. I was talking to Abi earlier on. We have 2 studies that are coming up from the bank, and I can, not an advert, but maybe there are people who might be willing to work with us on that. One is on the impact of the informal sector on African economies. The other one is on the impact of the African continental free trade area, the opportunities for the private sector in Eastern Africa. Actually, I'm leading that process, so please reach out to me. But the distinction between small scale, big scale, and SMEs, for sure, need to be understood. Otherwise, you'll be treating different entities with the same brush, and that won't work. Thank you.
True. Well, at the end of the day, I think the point, Governor, that you raised regarding what size are we talking about, small scale, medium scale, is very, very fundamental, because the solutions are far different. Access to finance, if you look at where do we pick our money, if you are small scale, and then you talk about a multinational that actually picks its money from the capital markets, for example, the issues are different. Therefore, we shouldn't talk about the private sector as if they are all in the same category. At this point, unfortunately, we'll have to call it a day for this session. Allow me to thank the team, the panelists here, for what I think and believe has been a very, very good set of discussions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair. Sorry for rushing you, but I think your session has been very efficient, and I would like to request the participants to give a round of applause to the panelists. And Chair will request you to hand over gifts to the panelists. My colleague here will come with the gifts, so please just hand over one of the gifts to each of the participants.
Less than $100, right?
Yes. Yeah. So thank you very much, panelists. You can take your seats on the floor. The gifts are less than $100, so don't be worried. Each one of them. Okay, so we'll quickly transition to the next session, which is session 4 on AERC Strategic Plan 2025-2035, themed a renewed AERC for Africa's new development priorities. And this session, I will basically discuss the AERC 10-year strategic plan. The strategy prioritizes globally competitive training, context-related research, and stronger links among research and policy and practices by embedding a dynamic and mutually reinforcing model across capacity building, policy engagement, and knowledge co-production for effective policy impact research. The AERC aims to drive impactful solution to Africa's new development priorities. I will call upon the chair of this session, our very own board chair, Professor Ernest Aiti. And the panelists include Professor Victor Murinde, who will talk about the overview of the strategic plan and role of AERC alumni. We have Professor Bernadette Kamnia, a former AERC board member and former director, African Development Bank and international consultant, CAPEC, CIRES, Cote d'Ivoire. We also have Dr. Yemi Kale, Afrexim Bank chief economist, who will talk about financing the strategic plan. And then we have Dr. Andrew Hinsley, FCDO, who will talk about partnerships with British institutions. So I hand over to the chair to introduce the panel and also just give them a chance to talk about the new AERC strategic plan. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Charles. And welcome panelists to this session, where we'll be focusing on the new strategic plan for AERC. As I said this morning, it covers a 10-year period. The AERC over the years has done 5-year plans. We, as a board, decided to take a longer-term view, largely because of the nature of Africa's development problems and also the nature of the terrain in which we find ourselves when it comes to financing development research. So, very happy that over the last several months, we've been able to produce this new plan. And I'm happy that today we have a panel that has been involved one way or the other through the discussions that have taken place over the last several months, and therefore are in tune with the processes that have been followed and are ready to discuss the contents of the development strategic plan. So let me invite Executive Director Victor, who has been very instrumental in producing this plan, leading the team that worked on the plan, to do the small presentation.
Thank you. I just will cover, thank you, Chair Ernest. I will just cover the main dimensions of the new strategic plan, which, unlike the 5-year plans we've been having since 1988, this is a 10-year strategic plan with a horizon of 10 years, in the sense that the ground has shifted, especially the global finance, but also in the way the African economies are developing, such that we'll have a long period of transition to be able to map out Africa's new development strategies. And then see, indeed, the focus of the strategy is a renewed ERC for Africans' new development priorities. But maybe it might be useful here to just to cover the main pillars that on which the new plan is buttressed. There are 4 main strategic pillars for this plan, which arrived at by looking at how the ERC has developed since 1988 as the focus for research activity, both collaborative and thematic research, the way of informing policy developments, and most importantly, the way of building capacity. Most of the economists occupying top strategic positions within central banks and government, and professors in universities across Africa, are very proud alumni of the ERC. So the foothold of the ERC across the economics profession in Africa is significant. And thanks to all those people, whom some of them were here, who were involved in building the ERC from inception today. So basing on that, building on that past achievements over the last 37 years,
there are four main pillars on which the new strategic plan is based. The first pillar is enhancing the quality of research and training and embedding the synergetic relationship between research and training on the continent. Now, in terms of research, the new dimension is to combine the best elements from thematic research and the best elements from collaborative research and integrate these into dedicated research programs so that we can overcome the problem of thematic research whereby new issues emerge and then they may not be easily located within the 5 areas. You know, for example, one of the key emerging issues is industrial policy for Africa. And we are co-hosting a big jamboree in February 2026 on industrial policy in Africa, in which we work with governments and other researchers and the World Bank to support and work with African government design industrial policy. Now, this is again an emphasis. So the idea is now to focus on research programs. Research programs emerge because researchers, policymakers, and private sector note that identify an area of focus, and then research works with them to co-create knowledge to address that research program. And then, of course, to involve PIs in Africa, PIs from the rest of the world who are leading thinkers in this area, and also introduce competition for early career researchers. The other dimension, again, enhancing the quality, of course, AERC has built strong foundations for a Pan-African framework for masters and PhD collaboration, whereby universities across Africa get together, they design a master's program or PhD program, they pick the best of the best from across African universities, including support from the rest of the world, they do teach the modules, or JFE, and they supervise the PhD students. Now, this framework has already been active, has been tested, and it works. But so to build on that framework and try to heighten the quality or the parity of quality across the top universities in the world. So that's where the twinning program is built on. That is getting African universities to now run collaborative programs with the top universities around the world. Again, basing on that framework, joint identification of students, recruitment, joint supervision, joint work, joint visits. This is, again, the idea of bringing parity in quality. So one pillar is that enhancement of quality across research and teaching, and both. The second pillar is, rather than policy dissemination of research to policymakers, as we have been doing the senior policy seminars, which we are running every year in March, we now involve policy engagement. Policy engagement and tracing the impact, identifying the impact of research, means that the research projects are designed, co-designed, by AERC researchers, policymakers, private sector, such that right from inception, the ideas that are being researched are demand-led, and the output feeds directly into policy. And one of the pilot projects we are piloting on tax policy in Kenya is designed in that fashion. So that's policy engagement and embedding policy changes or policy development within the government ministries and private sector working with the AERC. The third pillar is the ensuring institutional sustainability. That's a big challenge because you could say in many ways that the AERC has been sustainable, running on since 1988 and still getting stronger. Of course, as I started saying, the ground has shifted, especially in terms of the financing of research globally and on capacity building activities and the concessional funding dwindling. And then we need to look for other ways either in terms of the governance structure of the AERC, also in strategic partnerships with proposal funders to ensure that AERC continues to work, and building also on the huge alumni database, the huge alumni courts across the continent. Some of them now are listening to this and on the virtually, and some of them in this particular room, that's working with them to ensure that there is institutional sustainability of the AERC. And Chair, finally, the fourth pillar is on diversity, especially expanding gender diversity, geographical diversity, inclusion, and relevance. And that is to ensure that the AERC is strategically an instrument for enhancing diversity, whether you include across the gender, whether you include across geographical distribution, French, Anglophone, Francophone, Lusophone, and others, or whether you look at it in terms of the various modes of inclusion. That is one of the pillars. So the four pillars, Chair, those are the pillars that are driving the strategic change in the new strategic plan for the AERC. And all these other activities are anchored on those four pillars.
Thank you very, very much, Victor. One of the things that Victor has presented to us is the push towards partnerships, the use of partnerships in driving the new AERC. Partnerships with African entities especially. And so I'm going to invite Bernadette to discuss the extent to which she sees provision made in the plan for these partnerships to emerge with African institutions. Is there adequate provision made in the plan for opening the space for these partnerships to emerge?
Thank you, Chair. Following what Victor just presented, I think what we are looking forward to is a firm engagement between research and policymakers to connect and collaborate, and for them to pull together the most of their evidence, expertise, and experience. So that's what I got from that presentation. Why should there be a firm engagement? The firm engagement will not only expand the range of options to open to all the partners, but also help ensure the expected policy, public policy, rests on the latest high quality research. So if we can make sure that we impose that firm engagement, that would happen. So then what should AERC do for that to happen? I think the key role that AERC could play is to create an environment for researchers to move stakeholders to, first, awareness, second, interest, and third, desire to action. Because only interested stakeholders will be ready to engage more deeply and will be ready to communicate with researchers at the various levels of the research process. And this is what I will take the example of Kipra in Kenya, CAPEC in Cote d'Ivoire, and PSI in Ethiopia. The kind of research that they are doing get interest from the policy. If the interest is not there, there is no way we can secure the engagement that we are looking for. And at that level, I think the greatest role is to be played by the AERC alumni. And AERC has done or is doing a lot to mobilize its alumni. And I think it should continue. We have, a forum of alumni, and that forum should be made active. Not to just take contact of alumni, but put them at work. I don't know how we can do that, but these should be put at work. And a while ago, during the previous session, George indicated that he has two topics at the AFDB, indicating that, he invited the director of research. So that's a kind of engagement that we are looking for. Not just the alumni, but the network members have a role to play for the engagement that we are looking for to take place. Okay, another level that I see the engagement to play a great role, and for which AERC has indicated its vision, is the promotion of a high-level policy dialogue with institutions such as the African Union, the African Development Bank, and national government as a key platform for discussion of research finding, identifying policy gaps, and developing evidence-based policy. Okay, that started already. AERC started doing that, but what should be done is to do more. Or where to start is the presence of AERC at key conferences of these institutions. I see that AERC convened some parallel sessions at the AEC, at the African Development Bank, at the AAU conferences, and that's a good start, and that should continue. If AERC can multiply those events, I think that would be an entry point to develop or to ascertain the policy dialogue that AERC is looming at for the dissemination of the research finding. And policy dialogue are more than just networking for policy dialogue. I said a while ago that AERC should create the environment for awareness, interest, and desire for action. And this is by bringing together policy makers, researchers, and private sectors, then we can create that environment. And finally, a point that I will make, in the previous discussion, a lot has been said about data. If we can secure, if AERC can secure a good deal of engagement, solid, firm engagement, we can be sure that the constraint, the data constraint that the researcher has been facing will be solved. At that point, I will give two examples that myself as a researcher I went through. When my first research project was on poverty. And I was working on the case of Cameroon. The National Institute for Statistics had the database, but they did not accept to give me the database I had to go through to get to the World Bank in order to get the database. So if we can secure a firm engagement between institutions, researchers, and policymakers, we can not only be sure that the money will be secured, we will expand on the resources and be sure that a key element of research, that is data, will be solved. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very, very much, Bernadette, for these insightful comments about how to break the gap that currently exists between AERC and the African institutions. And the last example you give about making data accessible is one that clearly should be taken very, very seriously by all the parties involved. Thank you very, very much. In the new strategic plan that we have, financing is key. And what we show in that strategic plan is a strong desire to move from the traditional funders of AERC and bring in other constituents, diversify the funding. It doesn't mean that we no longer need European money. We want to diversify. Diversification is key. And what we do now is introduce Yemi, Dr. Yemi Kale, who is the Afrexim Bank, also a member of the board of AERC, and who will help us think more strategically about how to diversify. Yemi, over to you.
Thank you, Prof. I think we all are aware that any time there is some form of global disruption, some of global shock, one of the first things, and as capital starts running away and people start tightening their belts, one of the first areas that is caught is research. And this is not even just relating to external African research. Even within the more advanced countries, they do the same thing. They cut, when they are tightening their belts, they cut funding for their own research and development. That is even relating to research that affects their own internal process. So you can imagine when it's even external African-related research and how deeply they will cut. So that pattern is even consistent, whether it is for external African support or is even internal research and development within their own countries that affect them directly. So you can imagine when you have an AERC that has a funding structure where over 90% is based on non-African sources and less than 10% is based on African sources. It essentially creates a very unstable operating environment, highly risky operating environment, especially nowadays that the global economy is in a state of flux, and risk disruptions seem to be coming a lot more frequently than the past. So it means that the solution really is, like Professor Morunde suggested, it's really diversification. And here we have two issues. One is what I initially referred to, the 90-10 split. But even if you look at those two categories, you see that whether it's a 90 or whether it's a 10, they are also still being supplied by a few sources. So there's double concentration risks. 90-10, and then only a few people are supplying that 90, and even fewer people are supplying the 10. So clearly there's a need to, like Professor Morende mentioned, to increase the share of support coming from within the continent. And that's not to say, like Prof said, the chair said, that we want to reduce the share of the non-African support. No, it is really more about increasing both, asking the current narrow base from the non-African side to actually still support some more, but at the same time expand the number of people also contributing
to from the non-African side. And I think in that regard, we should start looking at moving from traditional sources. For example, the Asian or the Middle Eastern region, they have been looking for more opportunities to actually connect with the African continent, especially with this era of friendshoring and so on. So there might be an opportunity there. And they're partnering with Africa. They are trying to see how they can get more connected with Africa. There might be an opportunity for the AERC to also explore seeking funding from such areas. And then there is the African side. Now in this, and the same thing has to apply to the African side. Encouraging the few African sources to do a bit more, to be a bit more committed, but also to expand the number of support coming from Africa. In this regard, I think that I want to highlight three main sources. One, of course, is the African governments, the ministries of finance, the ministries of budgets and national planning, the central banks. Many African countries also have research institutions with budgets as well. The AERC can approach to either solicit for funding or maybe even to partner in terms of research projects. And you can tell the should I use the word attitude, the commitment rather, from African government. All you have to do is look at this room. This is a very important conference, for example, but the number of senior policymakers that actually attended will show you the kind of commitment they have to African research. But when it comes to non-African related conferences, World Economic Forum and so on, you see a lot more participation by African senior policymakers. So I think that there's a need for a strategic shift. The objective, the mandate of the AERC is for Africa. It's meant to provide insights that help in the development of the continent. It's actually tied to our development, so it's extremely important. So we cannot leave that in the hands of non-African external funding. So I think in this regard, AERC needs to also do a bit more advocacy so that African governments understand the value, the huge amount of value that they present to them in terms of supporting their development work. For example, maybe taking advantage of the various AU or African conferences or meetings. Seek some audience to make presentations, maybe to release a key finding, or even the IMF, World Bank meetings, the United Nations General Assembly, have a side event where you unveil some major research finding. At the same time, you can use that opportunity to solicit for more support, because at these events anyway, all these senior policy makers, decision makers are present anyway, so you become more visible. And you draw all of them into the room, and you can. That's what I meant by better advocacy. Also, we've heard it several times today: the need for demand-driven research. In the previous session, you heard the private sector say they feel that research is usually just more academic. There's a need for us to AERC to not just assume that we know what African governments want. Research they want, but actually to ask them. In my previous life, when I was heading the statistics office in my country, what we did in the last quarter of every year was actually to send out surveys to the major data users, because our budget wasn't sufficient. We couldn't get all the data we needed, so we send out surveys to all the major data users, get information on the actual data that they are interested in, and then we use that to build our data collection strategy for the next year. And then gradually, when they saw that the data was useful, we started getting more and more support, because we demonstrated that we were providing what they wanted, and they got more interest. Government got more interested in providing funding for more and more data. I think AERC can do the same thing. Maybe reach out to the main users of research, try and find out through surveys, find out the
the kinds of research different African countries, stakeholders are interested in, and then use that to develop its research strategy for each particular year. I think that would also help to get funding, or at least to partner with African governments in terms of that might help to increase the share of African governments in research funding. The second main group is the private sector. I mentioned that they have also suggested that a lot of the research does not necessarily speak to them. I think if we speak to them a lot more often to get an idea of what they want, it will help. Many of them also have corporate social responsibility lines in their budget that we can speak to. Some have huge research, training and research budgets. But you find that most of them, African private sector, most of them outsource those responsibilities mostly to non-African consultants and agencies. And again, there's a need for AERC to actually be more proactive, to let them know that we can actually, there's an African institution designed by Africans, run by Africans, understand the African environment, that can actually provide those services for them. This is another way to increase the budget for Africa. The third, which was mentioned already during Professor Morinde's presentation, of course, is the alumni network. We have thousands of alumni, many of them that can even provide significant financial support because they have very deep pockets. Many are in influential positions currently that can influence supporting AERC. Maybe the introduction of an alumni endowment, things of that nature that can help to bring sustainable financing to AERC. Also, I think finally I think we, members of the African multilateral financial institutions, have to do a lot more in supporting institutions like the AERC. I mean, their mandate and ours are exactly alike, identical. We need a lot of research to actually conduct our activities across the continent, which is exactly what they do. So I think AMFIs like Afrexim Bank, AFDB, TDB was here, and so on. They need to actually be more intentional about supporting their own, because what AERC does is actually makes their work a lot easier. So I think such a blended, all-encompassing funding strategy, if we can adopt it and we follow these processes, I think we'll be able to create a less risky and a more sustainable financial strategy that will help to support the 10-year strategy going forward, especially now that African countries in particular have done a lot of work in terms of domestic resource mobilization. Most of them are building their ability to generate resources internally. I think this is actually a time. The time is actually for us to actually approach them and ensure that as they build their different structures, we are in the room and we ensure that we create a line for regular funding from various African financial institutions, African governments, and the African private sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Khalif. All the suggestions you made in terms of how AERC could reach out to different actors in the region are very welcome. Thank you. We now go to our final panelist, Andrew Hinsley from the FCDO, who will be giving us insights into how we can relate to British institutions as we pursue this new strategy. I would like very much to learn from Andrew his own personal take on the strategy itself, having been associated with the AERC for quite a number of years. So Andrew, over to you.
Many thanks, Chairman, and good afternoon, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be invited here to speak this afternoon. So I lead within the UK's Foreign Commonwealth Development Office on our economic growth research, which I have to clarify means economic growth research commissioning. We don't do the research, and I feel like I should clarify that because despite what the agenda says, I'm one of the perhaps few people in the room that doesn't have a PhD. Though it calls me a doctor. Maybe AERC has conferred a honorary doctorate on me for the day. But proof perhaps that you can have a somewhat passable career in economic policy without a PhD. But yes, we have been involved with AERC and a supporter of AERC for a very long time as the UK, both with FCDO now and previously through DFID. And really there are two core ideas at the heart of why we think this is a really worthwhile thing to do. Firstly, that ability is evenly distributed across the globe, but opportunity is not, and that clearly has to change. And secondly, though external development partners can help a development process, for growth and development to happen in the country, that change has to come, that push for the change and the expertise to drive that change has to come from within. And this summit's a fantastic event with many really interesting looking sessions on growth strategies, industrial policy, implementing economic reforms, and many others. And all of these areas need rigorous evidence to guide the conversations and policy directions in them. And of course, the global evidence base from other contexts helps. But to really make progress on these issues in Africa, we need top quality research happening in Africa, done by African researchers, reflecting the questions that African policymakers are asking, and with influential African experts then guiding the use of the resulting evidence and bringing it into these high-level policy conversations. And this chain is why we've long supported AERC. I was trying to find some numbers I could only find for the last decade. I think we've invested around 16 million pounds in and through AERC over the last decade. And our objectives in partnering with AERC are really in three areas. So we wanted to see an increase in the pipeline of well-trained African economists to increase the pool of potential researchers. Secondly, more opportunities for African researchers to build their skills, to have the space and the time and the funding to focus on research, and ultimately to be able to produce the high quality, influential papers and evidence that is needed. And then in the longer term, seeing this flow of really highly skilled people that have come through AERC and been impacted by AERC come into these influential positions in academia or in industry or in policy institutions, and then improve the ability of these spheres to use economic evidence within their decision making. And I think from our perspective, AERC has been successful over time. When each of you, I think, has a pack on your table with the latest annual report, so you can look at the numbers, what AERC has achieved over its lifetime in the last 5 years, and there's some really impressive achievements in there. I think it's just worth reflecting on that and celebrating those. So I think nearly 5,000 researchers supported over the whole period. The last 5 years, we've seen 200 papers published in internationally refereed journals, and clear examples of AERC research influencing policy discussions and policy decisions. And this is just something really worth celebrating. I think the quality of the research that's come through AERC has been on a steady upward trajectory. And I think that focus on research excellence in the new strategy is really welcome. This clearly needs to continue, clearly needs to go further. The research frontier doesn't stop, keeps moving forward, so it's important that the training and the research that AERC supports stays at that cutting edge, both for quality and for relevance reasons. As we've heard in a few of the sessions today, the economic context globally and within Africa is always evolving, so we always need new evidence to meet the challenges of the moment. And as the frontier moves, the research methods move on globally. Partly this is due to new data sources becoming available. We've had some discussion on that, but as we see large government admin data sets, transaction data sets, digital transaction data sets, machine learning algorithms to scrape data from satellite imagery. There's a whole raft of new data that is becoming available. That means we can do research now on growth in Africa that wasn't really possible or far harder before. And particularly as we had a burst of credible, causally identified micro evidence over the last 20 years, we're now seeing that the ability to combine that with structural modeling to take those micro estimates up to market and sectoral and macro level and combine across the whole lot and use that structural modeling to be able to ask some quite big consequential policy counterfactual questions around things that really matter for growth in a way that's perhaps not quite the case when you just look at the very micro issues. And so this means that research is possible in areas that previous generations couldn't really do it. So just keeping going on this quality frontier is clearly the way to go. Now, it won't be a surprise to anyone in this room that the development funding world is going through some fairly major changes over recent years, and we in the UK are adjusting to quite significantly lower levels of ODA spending that our government has decided to pursue, and we're trending downwards towards a new steady state over the next couple of years. And that means we need to take some really quite difficult decisions about where to concentrate that much more limited funding, both at the country level and centrally for things that we fund centrally, like research. It makes launching kind of new initiatives or big new commitments quite difficult at the moment, but I think it also means that where we do have ongoing research initiatives, that we need to think really hard about how to maximize the utility of those and the partnerships between those and AERC. So organizations that hopefully some of you are familiar with, like the International Growth Center, like our research programs on structural transformation, one's called STEG, or private sector development called PEDAL, and really thinking about how they can, the university partners, the research partners that implement those and commission work through them, how we can bring those alongside AERC to really work together and make the best use of the resources that are available. So a few areas that I want to highlight that I think this could be relevant in. So firstly, I think partnering together across those initiatives and AERC on particular thematic research areas that we have as common interests. And I think hearing about the African Hub for Investment and Trade, it sounds like a really promising area, could be one to pursue further. So this could be through some research funding pots for pilot or exploratory research, getting things going in some of these areas. It could be through combining on workshops and conferences. The ED mentioned the forthcoming event on industrial policy for Africa in February. That's with ARC partnering with a couple of our programs and the World Bank. And I think the second area is linking up on matchmaking and mentoring initiatives. I do think these are really important to enable PhD students and early career researchers to come into contact with international researchers who are really leaders in their fields and at the cutting edge. Often they are based in institutions in the US or the UK, wherever they're from originally. And it's great when we can link those global experts up with researchers much earlier in their career to provide that mentoring and have conversations both for feedback on specific projects and ideas, specific bits of work, and then hopefully to enable more sustained collaboration and longer term partnerships to flourish between the researchers. Thirdly, I think there are opportunities to pursue some structured fellowships for researchers. and the International Growth Center has a network of country offices that might be good venues or good locations to locate some research fellows. And then lastly, linking up with some of the training and capacity sharing efforts. A lot of our programs have put together free online PhD lecture series. So the IGC does this in collaboration with BRED. STEG has a series of PhD lectures online around structural transformation topics. Those are great, but they are just online. So students, early career researchers can watch those. There's currently no follow-up. I'd love to see some joint initiatives, perhaps, to put together some local seminar efforts in country to really dive deeper into some of those methodological issues coming out of those lecture series and what that would mean for the research agendas that people are thinking about. But just to close, I guess I would say that the UK has a really proud history of working with and supporting AERC right from the very start, not just through the government, but relationships with Oxford University, particularly the Centre for the Study of African Economies, and other academics across UK institutions. And it is fantastic to see what's been achieved through the last 37 years, and we look forward to seeing how we can carry this forward as AERC moves into its new strategic plan period.
Thank you very much, Andy. Thank you very, very much for your insights into the plan, and also making us aware of the ups and downs of UK funding. So we will go from there to think about how best to make up for whatever has been lost. It's now time to listen to you, the patient audience. If you've had a chance to hear us and also see what is in the strategic plan on the website, any questions or comments that you'd like to put to us? Yes, sir. Yeah, it's coming to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Ashagre Zaudu. I'm from Addis Ababa University as an associate professor in food science and nutrition. I'm here to give my experience with regard to how research can influence policies. But while reading through the AERC 10 years strategy, we know that African Economic Research Consortium has been a leading institution in regard to bringing policy influences to economic research in Africa. But for me, from my experience, I'm seeing that policy influence is no longer enough for me. We need to go beyond one step and see how the policy has influenced the practices, actions, and at the same time, continual improvement. So I didn't read it properly, but if there is a way, somebody can tell me that if in this new strategic document that this AERC 10-year strategy goes beyond policy influences into practices, actions, implementation. I'm saying this because I'm from Ethiopia and I do lots of research and then I influence policy, but sometimes I see policy stagnation because of lack of resource, insight, dedication, commitment. We invested a lot in doing research, 10 years, 15 years. Then we influenced the government to come up with the policy document. But to go beyond that and see real impact in the lives of people, to measure, to track what has been achieved, we miss that. So for me, I would like to give recommendations just from experience, I understand from what I'm facing. I wish I could see in the current strategy, the research policy implementation pathway that you are going to connect. If it has that document, you can impact measurement. We need to use also indicators to see. That's the only way I think AERC is the African Economic Consortium is going to survive, because we need to see, we need to show impacts in the lives of people as well for funders to fund us. Then research to action partnership and bridging the gap between academic output and practical solutions. So for me, we need to think about going beyond one step from a research to a policy, then beyond action practices and impact. If it is already incorporated, I will be happy to see that. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Wisdom?
Thank you very much, the Chair. The name is Wisdom Akpalu. I'm a professor of economics from Gimpa in Ghana, and I also chair the Ghana's Fisheries Commission Board. Well, there is a saying that who pays the piper actually calls the tune. And also, whatever is done for us without us does not belong to us. The 10%, the 90% from outside, funding from outside sources, and 10% from within the continent makes me worry. Worry because we don't get to set the research agenda, whether we like it or not. In most cases, the research agenda, either covertly or overtly, is driven by the interest of the one that is giving the funding to you. And also the research process. Usually the narrative is also guided. So you may contribute to academic research, but then in most cases when you are within the space of policy making, you realize that perhaps the narrative is not addressing directly the issues on the ground. So I think we should be looking more and more into how we can increase funding from within so that we can control both the research agenda, we can define the narrative the way we want the narrative to be. A typical example, a graduate student of mine did a research on multidimensional empowerment of women in fishing communities. And she found out that women within fishing communities in Ghana were more empowered multidimensionally. But this was very difficult to sell because the narrative has always been that women within this community should be less empowered than their counterparts who are males. So I think that we should be doing more and more in driving funds from within the continent, do whatever we can so that we can focus more on demand-driven type of research that addresses pertinent, very critical needs. And there are so many hanging fruit that I think we should be targeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, at the back.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the opportunity. My name is Lutana Emedegun. I'm an associate professor of economics from Manchester Metropolitan University. I just listened to the FCDO speaker, as well as in terms of funding, looking at it from the European perspective, as well as from the American perspective, because I'm very much aware that there are some funders that are kind of interested in blue sky research, purely academic. So they don't care whether it's policy or practice or whatever. But there are also majority of the funders now, especially we're talking about UKRI, that even a British Academy, that will want you to partner with someone in practice or policy. So they contribute to, they contribute part of the funding. It's called part funding. So I'm thinking if it's something AERC can buy into in the restructured, revised strategy, beyond just looking at demand-driven research, it also has to, it can also bring in part funding from those that need the research. So we respond to needs. So if the AERC put out a call, let's say 80% funding, then private organizations or government agencies that are really in need of those kind of policy or those kind of research can provide the 20% counter funding. So that's something a majority of the funding bodies do now. They don't necessarily fund the full economic cost to 100%. So it's something that I just want to also bring to our notice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next to the lady there.
Thank you. My name is Dr. Elda Onsom, the Executive Director at the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. 3 observations. The first one is in the current AERC strategic plan, it will be important to add the area of secondary research where we could synthesize the work that has already been done for the various years since 2008 to see how to implement the recommendations. I know a lot has gone in the thematic research and various recommendations that have been brought up. It will be important to have a framework of taking these recommendations to the sector-specific departments, ministries, at all levels, both national and county, depending on which country we have researched on. And this fits quite well in thematic area 1, where we can add the communication of the research that has already been taken. Number 2 is on the research methodologies which evolve over time. In the plan, this has been emphasized. And what will be important is on the sustainability of the capacities and capabilities in Africa. We all know that the research space is quite dynamic. People come and they leave. And also the mentorship intervention will have to be supported quite heavily to make sure that the young researchers in Africa are able to uptake the emerging technologies in research, among others. And finally, in the sustainability part of it, it touches on having strong resource mobilization, where we can see the provision for co-creation, co-implementation, link between the private sector, public sector, and implementers. Here the emphasis comes out to be in the area of project design. How can we make the researches we do directly inform projects that are being implemented not only at the national level but up to the grassroots level, so that we are able to tackle the micro development issues that affect Africa. Finally, in the areas that have been identified by the previous presenters, particularly on financing development, industrialization, informal sector, and human capital, these are quite key for Africa, and it will be important for us who are in the space of development economics to rethink on how to tackle the African gaps, particularly in human capital, where still many Kenyans, for instance, and Africans are still being left behind in not only human capital, but also in the various development goals that we already have internationally.
Thank you very, very much. Is there any last question? If not, let me come back to you, Victor. There have been questions about how you can help bridge the gap between research and policy. Questions about how best to do the diversification that we seek and so on. I'm sure Andy will also have some comment on some of these things. So over to you. We have 7 minutes to go, so if we can use that to answer some of these questions.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the participants who have raised very important questions and contributions into this discussion and debate. The colleague from Addis Ababa University raised the very important question about extending the interpretation of impact on the ground. This is a very important dimension because correctly observe, the policies may adopt a part of the research. The research may generate the policy framework for a country. in fact, may even generate a number of policies that come together into a strategy, and that could be implemented. Now, and of course, then you want to see how, first of all, behaviors change, which could be behaviors of households, behavior of companies. Much of the work undertaken in randomized control trials allowed us to change the behavior. But yes, ultimately, does it increase livelihoods? Do the incomes of the targeted population go up? And that means that the final check or evaluation of the projects can generate some tentative numbers of that impact. Of course, there is a limitation in that because you have to take into account the problems of attribution. You don't want to extend the interpretation to say it happened that incomes of individuals went up because of remittances, and how you can quantify that. But you still have a very important point that eventually on the question of impact, there is a need to see the quantifiable results on the ground. Now, the World Bank, jointly with the AERC, has we are co-chair of a program that involves 4 think tanks in Africa. It's now called NIA, Network Impact for Africa, in which the 4 think tanks are AERC, Asset in Ghana, African Center for Economic Transformation. It is also the Africa Policy Center, headed by Karim in Morocco, and the South African APCI headed by Elizabeth. The idea is now to work with the World Bank and quantify such effects, because the World Bank is implementing some of those policy measures. We want to see how much of those policy measures are coming from the work of these 4 think tanks in each country, and whether we can granularly compute such an impact on the ground in terms of households, in terms of companies, and of course the various parameters at micro level or macro level can be attributed to that research. So it's in the right direction, and for that matter, I thank you for that comment. Yes, Wisdom, Akiparo, thank you very much for those important observations. Yes, absolutely, I agree with those observations. And especially in increasing quantitatively the funding available, I think we have to start from somewhere. As long as we are positively saying, okay, we have to ensure that that funding is available, especially from the African component. And this is a point that, again, has been emphasized by my colleague Amy Kale on what can be done. But I think if you take any of the big institutions, whether it is Asset or it is AERC or is NA, I think, and you look at the funding structure, you do something like leveraging. The idea would be to look at the funding structures can change. For example, institutional membership, African institutional membership of AERC changes a little bit of the funding structure. And I think we have to start from somewhere and see over time how that will change. But you know, it's also, any funding, say, of the AERC has 2 components. One is called COA. That's almost like an endowment. And the other is restricted. It could be that you are having so many research projects, 8, 10 of them, everybody is busy. But they are all restricted funding. The funding is restricted to that project, in which case the only core component of that is the overheads you get. Now, institutional membership by African institutions, the membership of AERC, gives a core element of ensuring continuity, while of course restricted funding can ensure that we are working on very important topics. But again, he who pays the piper, you just mentioned, again, that's a way of building endowment to be able to get some focus and enable to ensure long-term continuity. That I very much agree with. But I think it's a piecemeal approach. It's just build as you go. There was a good question from, I think, Agu from Manchester Metropolitan University about the need for blue skies. This is always debated when you are looking at policy-oriented or demand-driven research. Do we give an angle to researchers that are exploring potential ideas? In a project portfolio, if you have a portfolio of research projects, and you have 10 research projects, maybe one of them could be such a risky project, but which has a high degree of contributing something very important. For example, if the M-Pesa project that ended up with the fintech innovation of M-Pesa here in Kenya, if this had been evaluated in terms of what's going to deliver on it was highly risky. It was very risky. It could, all that money could have been sunk and nothing comes out. So that's what a risky project is about. And sometimes some of the innovations we get in economics and other sciences are done by scientists who are not aiming to deliver a product, but who are pushed to extend the frontiers of knowledge, and subsequently that translates into. So the weighting might be very important. The only rationale why we are pushed for a demand-driven is the high degree of a potential of problems, especially in economics. The economic problems on which there is a highly big focus in terms of evidence to shed light on those problems. The prioritization of key challenges in Africa and whether we can research them. And I think that is the imperative, especially as new priorities emerge because of the shifts in the global economy. Yeah, the fourth question was from Erda. Yes, I very much agree on that secondary research from which you can draw. In fact, as we know, a branch of methodology of investigation has come up. This is being pursued whereby researchers take research, for example, you can take research in capital flows, put up existing 10 research, and then find the common data to be able to see how much you can reproduce. You are testing actually for work that is already produced to see whether you can get generalized empirical regularities that you can test and then embed. So yes, that's one way to go. In terms of the composition of research, is whether this would be 100%, maybe 20% weighting, while we then focus on the key areas. But it is one we should not ignore. I agree. Thank you very much.
Great, thank you. Maybe just briefly on the questions around evidence into policy making. Clearly, there's no simple answer on how to do this in all contexts. But I think co-generation of research agendas between researchers and policymakers is really important. I think you need that buy-in at an early stage from the policymakers as they're setting out the questions that they're facing and the issues that they want to learn about. And that the industrial policy event, I think, in February is planning to have a day of matchmaking between policymakers who are pursuing industrial policy initiatives and want those to be evaluated, and then matchmaking those with researchers to pair them up and seek to build partnerships on those issues. And then as the research happens, it's clearly not just the publications at the end that matter, although we do think those matter, right? You know, getting high quality publications that people pay attention to around the world does matter, and we do hear examples of policymakers reading things in the literature and making change as a result. There are many very sophisticated literate policymakers, clearly, but I think that regular ongoing relationship of trust through the research between the researchers and policymakers, so that as the research is done, it can be constantly feeding back into and iterating with that policy-making process, seems to be where there's been more impact. And then the synthesis point that was raised at the end, I think it's, you know, it's not just individual research studies that have impact, it's bodies of knowledge. Each study is a piece in the puzzle. We shouldn't be making big major changes on the basis of any individual study. It's the bodies of knowledge that emerge on these topics that we want to see taken into policy uptake. So I think that synthesis element is really key as well.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to take the opportunity to commend the colleague from the University of Addis Ababa for his great work at mobilizing, you know, good deal of policy engagement in the research that he did. And that work was presented as a part of AERC work during a parallel session of the African Development Bank, the last annual meeting. That was very good. He demonstrated that policy should be there at the design, implementation, then dissemination. And that was clear. I think if that can be shown to all the researchers of AERC, that will be good. So to demonstrate where AERC would like to take research from now on. I think the strategy is clear on that. It's clearly written that from now on, research at the AERC will be that research question and or evidence are being co-produced by researchers and policymakers. It is clear. And that will take me to the point that was made as concern demand-driven research. I think that what we were doing so far could be regarded as demand-driven because we have each one of the thematic group or even the collaborative research. But what we were doing wrong is that we make the research, then we go to policy to search their buy-in. It should not be that way. So AERC is clear that from now on, policy, research, and will sit together, design the question, implement them, and get to the dissemination. And I think this is what we should look at. We were doing that, but we will frame that differently. Even at the dissemination, the fact that now we will be mobilizing think tanks, policymakers, the private sector for policy dialogue is new as well. It was being done, but not at a larger scale. So now the promotion should be on that. And I think, Chair, we are on track as concern integrating or securing a good deal of engagement between the partners. I mentioned one point, awareness. And I say that AERC alumni and network members should play the key role, because only those who know best AERC can create the awareness for research to start from a policy. It is not at the end that we will be securing policy. From a start, we should be talking about a policy. Even the recommendation should be written in a way that action can be taken. So these are points that I would like to add to what I said. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Just very quickly, sticking to the question on funding. Yes, I agree perfectly. You're right. The strategy is always to try and batch certain research topics around stakeholders. That works perfectly. That's actually the way most research is done today. And you find that stakeholders within a sector tend to have the same challenges, the same problems. So it's very easy, usually easy to get a group of people to fund a particular research question. And again, in developing that research and the research question, you do it in partnership with those stakeholders. It makes it more demand-driven. It makes it more exciting for them. You are solving their direct problems, so that actually works. Another idea that I think could work or may not work in terms of sustainable funding, but it worked for me when I used it in the past in data, was imagine if AERC tries to go to universities, both within Africa, all the universities or most universities within Africa, outside Africa, and says, look, we'll get each of the universities to charge $5, $10 per student per annum for access to the hundreds and thousands of research data and papers that AERC have accumulated over the years. When I was in school, one of the resources we had in the library, log in and you had so many resources that you could use to do your research. Now, if AERC goes to African University, now imagine just one of them charging, say, $10 per student per annum. Assuming they have, say, 5,000, 10,000 students, that comes to $10,000 per university, and that's just at the base. Now multiply that times 100 universities, that's $100,000 per annum. By the time you can even increase the amount for non-African universities. So by the time you do all this across African and non-African universities, the amount is not prohibitive. It's easy to add $5, $10 per annum to tuition fees of students. It's not really a lot of $10 a year is not what's going to really. But the cumulative amount from doing this across African universities and non-African universities every year it's not prohibitive, but that's a huge amount that can go into millions of dollars that is sustainable. It has worked before with data. I think it's something that we should consider also exploring as far as AERC is concerned. But at the end of the day, I think whatever the case is, AERC has to be very proactive, very intentional, very flexible. It needs to adapt, really adapt to the changing realities of the global and domestic environment as is necessary, and whatever the research strategy and the financing model, it has to align more sharply with Africa's evolving priorities and global funding trends by focusing more on high impact thematic areas, while structuring the work into collaborative platforms that speak more directly to the mandates of African governments, their private sector, multilateral financial institutions, and even the external donors that we already say have a significant portion of their funding. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. I think we've come to the end of this session, and we've learned a lot about the new AERC strategic plan for 2025 to 2035. We've had the overview presented to us. We've listened to various panelists talk about how funding of it could be done. We've taken your questions, and I do hope that this presentation and the discussion will give you an opportunity to get to understand over the next few days and weeks what AERC intends to do for the period. And through that also get your buy-in for the work that we seek to do here. So I thank you very much for your attention. And I thank you for your participation. I think, Charles, I hand over to you.
Thank you very much, Chair. We are running out of time and would like to proceed for a health break. But I have one announcement to make. If you have a car parked in the parking lot, registration KDD 227, you forgot to lock the car. So the security guys are around there, keeping watch. Kindly go and lock it. We have 2 sessions ahead of us, and we don't have much time. But before we go to the tea break, I would like the chair of the session to present a gift to Andy, Benedette, and Yemi. So the gifts are here. Chair, please. Not to you.
Thank you for your participation. Thank you. There's a group photo for this session.
Yeah, we can do. And then we can line up a group photo for this before we take a break. Thank you very much. Let's break for tea. I will take just about 10-15 minutes. Let's get back at 5 o'clock so that we can fast track the next 2 sessions. Thank you very much. At Economic Research South Africa, ERSA, his research examines how resource management, institutional quality, and international linkages influence macroeconomic stability and growth. He has published in leading journals, including Journal of African Economics and European Economic Review, and is principal investigator and co-editor of State Capture and Rent-Seeking in Benin, Cambridge Press. So I would like to invite the rest of the panelists to please join Professor Hausa. We have Professor Jane Mariara, Executive Director, Partnerships for Economic Policy. We also have Dr. Maurice Mashiwa, Executive Director, Serrano Africa. We have Professor Peter Kagwanja, CEO, Africa Policy Institute. We also have Dr. Hassan Haneje, Director, Horn International Institute for Strategic Studies. He's joining online, so he'll also be given an opportunity to speak to us. And then we have Ms. Chrissy Dube, Executive Director, Good Governance Africa. So I'd like to hand over to Professor Hausa to introduce the team and proceed with the rest of the proceedings. Welcome, Prof.
Thank you very much, Charles. Thanks to AERC for having me on the program. I'm very honored, and it gives me a great and personal satisfaction to chair this fireside chat on a highly important topic, governance, security, and economic fragility. Such an important topic indeed calls for a high-level panel, and I want to thank our distinguished speakers for agreeing to contribute. The section built on draft research program concept note Abby and I have been developing. The discussion will be structured around 3 terms. So the first is political governance and economic fragility. Next is economic fragility as a result of social, political, and environmental events. And finally, institutional macroeconomic policy making and management. I would like now to introduce our speakers. So Dr. Maurice Mashiwa is the Executive Director of Serrano Africa, a policy strategy specialist with around 18 years of experience spanning academia, public sector advisory, and executive education. He's been also very much involved in advising several policymakers. Next is Professor Peter Kawanja. He's the president and CEO of the African Policy Institute, a scholar and a former senior government advisor whose leadership and also commentary on governance and several related issues has really shaped reforms and policy debate across the continent. Mrs. Chrissy Dubé is an executive at Good Governance Africa, a governance and business ethics specialist with advanced project management and evaluation expertise. And now a 2025 Male and Guardian Power of Women Award recipient. Congratulations. Finally, we will have online Dr. Hassan Kanenje, who is the director of the Horn International Institute for Strategic Study, a Fulbright scholar, expert in conflict resolution, diplomacy, and security in the Horn of Africa. We also expect Professor Jade Mariara. I thought she was around. Maybe she will join later the panel. So let's quickly, I think, begin. So in Africa, we know that there's been, I think, a wave of movement in democratic reforms, particularly early 90s. And around 1995, the rate of this reform has really escalated. And among this period, around this period, when we look at economic performance, the numbers are very poor. For instance, if you take Benin, Benin was one of the countries that was champion democracy. Economic performance has been very, very low until 2016. And recently, there's been a renewal with growth. So this is not acceptable. We need to understand better. So here, my question to Professor Kayenga, why do democratic regimes coexist with weak institutions and poor economic performance in Africa? Tell us and try to provide some case study that will articulate with the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I start by owning up to some personal beliefs that I share with Aristotle and Plato, the skepticism and cynicism about what democracy can do and cannot do. I believe with Winston Churchill that we go to democracy because it is the only option we have, given all the other options that are available to us. It is worse, but we go for it. Why have I taken that path? Because within the Africa Policy Institute, I think around 2016, we did, I called a team of experts from Kenya, economists, political scientists, and we sat together and looked at where is the Republic of Kenya, for example, going in terms of the model that we are looking for. Of course, like everybody else, we started from the perspective that democratic governance is going to bring about economic stability and growth, and obviously leading us to prosperity. But then we found there are 4 scenarios which we need to consider in this debate. First, the ideal is democracy that yield prosperity, that brings stability. That is basically the model. And that is the liberal model. It is utopian, it may not be reached, but everybody struggles to be there. So democracy can possibly lead to that. But what is the practice? The practice is that democracy does not necessarily lead to stability. It does not necessarily lead to economic progress. And therefore, you need more than just democracy in order to arrive there. And I think that's what we need to look at. What exactly do we need to ensure stability, both economically, socially, and politically? Look at the other side of things. Authoritarianism. In a number of cases, authoritarianism, when you look at Asia, the young tigers have led to, prosperity. Countries have risen to superpowers and so on through this path. So authoritarianism also leads somewhere, and I'm usually attracted to read again and again Amartya Sen's text, Development is Freedom, and wonder if authoritarianism lead me to development, and therefore I gain my freedom, what's wrong with it if it can get me to that? It's a very rhetorical question, but begin to think about it. Because the end game is economic stability, growth, and poverty eradication, and ultimately, everybody is prosperous. Finally, authoritarianism can bring the worst levels of poverty. And this is the African experience. I don't know any country in Africa that has developed because of authoritarianism, whether it's of a military nature or the one state nature. So, Mr. Chair, to answer the question straight, we need more than just understanding these ideological categories of democracy, authoritarianism, and all. We need to be cultural specific in order to understand what is ailing the continent. And you've given the context of Benin, and you can see countries are moving from these so-called electoral democracies to military dictatorship back to routine democracies, what I normally call one-day democracy. Democracy that only takes place during the election day. After the election, there is nothing else. It is battling with the tyranny, battling with the violence, battling with the dictatorship. So we need, again, to talk about that. And what is that we want? We want a culture of politics, a culture in society that says no to corruption, that is based on value, good values of governance, that empowers people, put people at the center of decision making, people-centered governance. And eventually, we need a kind of a situation where people put the country first. Otherwise, what we are experiencing across Africa in the name of democratization and good governance is political entrepreneurship.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think this is quite insightful. I think we learn that we have two extremes. So on the left, or whatever you put it, we have democracy, and then on the other extreme, you have autocracy. So the question is, we need some critical maybe level of democracy, and then interact with other things. We will be developing the argument. Maybe just to elaborate, we are dealing with a complex issue here. We don't know what is endogenous, everything's linked. Maybe we would like to call upon Dr. Mashiwa to address the question how political instability, for instance, conflict and corruption interact to undermine economic performance in Africa.
Thank you very much, Chair. If you take a sweeping view of the continent, from Lamu to Monrovia, from Mogadishu to Cape Town, from Cairo to the DRC, the heart of Africa, what is the political economy of leadership on the continent? What is the footprint? From Nigeria, my friends from Nigeria often say that God lives in Kenya nearly, 3/4 of the year. He visits Nigeria once or twice, goes back to the DRC once, goes to Ethiopia, twice or so thereabout. So fundamentally, what is the terrain of our political culture on the continent? It is a culture that is driven by, and I saw in the program, the Nobel Prize winners of 2024 economic sciences, one of the winners is attending this. So they talk about this culture of extraction. If you have a political culture of extraction, what does it do? It creates economic entities that are also extractive in nature. So you end up having enclaves wherein the contestation on state legitimacy becomes fundamental. This whole question around self-determination. So from Little Guinea to Guinea-Bissau, to Equatorial Guinea, to Togo, to Ghana, across Mali, down, to the entire Sahel belt, CAR. Look at that entire belt, from the Atlantic all the way to the Red Sea. What are you dealing with? You are dealing with an empire of chaos, wherein political contestation in and of itself is about how do we make sense of who we are as a people and therefore respond to economic needs. So economic policy in and of itself is just that. Excellent policy work that does not in any way disrupt what? Extractive economic, and political what? Systems and institutions. So that goes on to embed fragility over time. And therefore, when we become a little bit more engaged in terms of how do we break down these islands we have created for ourselves, economists, political scientists, lawyers and advocates, accountants and whatnot. How do we create a community of experts that are able to respond to the wider question of governance? You have several central bank governors here, not just governing what constitutes an economy. Politics, the economy itself, social issues, religion, and many other, major undercurrents that drive what we see as outcomes in our societies. So to respond to your question, what then do you end up with? You end up with 4 critical variants. How do our political institutions drive societies that can become triumphant? Or how do our political institutions over time embed a sense of ascendancy where people can achieve real progress? Or the third variant is how do political institutions, contestation and leadership speak to ongoing stagnation?
Okay.
So you're dancing around the pole, but you're not making progress.
Okay, thank you.
The final variant, which is what has been predominant, is that which has been going on the continent has significantly spoken to implosion. Our societies are constantly imploding in spite of the kind of research we are doing. Funded from here, not funded from here is a non-issue. Fundamentally, we have not spoken to the critical currents that are driving how our societies are functioning.
Okay, thank you very much. No, I think one word that came to my mind, and you read this word, it was insecurity. And we see, I think, in several countries, some interaction between democracy, performance, and then insecurity. I was very, very impressed. About a month ago, I was in Burkina Faso. This is a country where military are now ruling, but I have the impression that people support this. How can we understand? So maybe Professor Dr. Hassan online, who has been working on issues related to security, can elaborate a little bit on how security interact with democracy and then economic performance. Dr. Hassan, you have the floor. Is he online? Yes. We don't hear you. The microphone, please. Technical assistant. We cannot hear him. Maybe he's muted. Okay, maybe we come back. Maybe let me now already start thinking about, some reform. Turning back to maybe Mrs. Chrissy Dubé. So one of the questions that comes in mind is, how can then inclusive governance reform foster more equitable economic growth and stability on the continent?
Thank you for the question. I think that before we look into governance reform, we need to ask ourselves, are the governance structures that we currently have working or not? Because sometimes we rush into saying that we need reform without thoroughly monitoring and evaluating what we have in place. What often happens in the different African states, whether it's in the southern parts, the west, the east, or the north, even in Central Africa, is that there are great policies that are in place, but are they being implemented effectively, particularly on the governance front? I'll give you an example of South Africa. The King 4, now King 5 report that's used internationally, even by the OECD and everywhere else in the world, is actually born in South Africa. But there are still existing governance challenges in South Africa with such frameworks. Are we implementing the governance frameworks that we have effectively? And I think it goes back to what the preceding speakers was talking about, with democracy and, authoritarian leadership. There's a study by Afrobarometer that shows that in the majority of the African countries, particularly the younger people, are willing to have an authoritarian leader if he can provide basic services, employment, and a normal cost of living. So this does kind of show that democracy and economic growth are correlated. And I think the best person or the best authors that show this is Acemoglu and Robinson in their concept of the narrow corridor, where you need to find a balance. Where you need to strike a balance between the power of the state as well as the power that the people have. And that economic dynamism is only achieved at the peak of it, where there's a balance between the power that the state has and the power that the citizens have. So with regards to going back to your question on reform, let's check on the governance structures that we have. Are they being implemented effectively? Do we have ethical leaders, people who are in positions of power? Are they leading with integrity? Are they making ethical decisions? And what does an ethical decision entail? I always say that when you want to check yourself if you're making an ethical decision, ask yourself that this decision that I'm making, is it good for me alone? Is it good for self? Or is it good for others as well? If you are able to make a decision that's not only beneficial to yourself, but that's beneficial to the people that you represent in the position of power, then you are able to make an ethical decision. If you're making a decision that you can then turn around and justify, even in public, when you've made the decision in private, then you are making an ethical decision. So for me, before we look into the reforms, let's evaluate the existing governance frameworks and their implementation thereof, if it has been done effectively. And then, if not, let's implement effectively what we already have. And if it has been implemented effectively through monitoring and evaluation, if we can establish that there is need for reform, then let's make reform that is Africa-centric and not necessarily a copy and paste from other countries.
Okay, thank you very much. No, I think you are absolutely right. Before we implement the reform, where the diagnostic need to be sound. And I think that's an important element. For instance, we often say corruption is high. What does that mean? What is corruption? Without pointing to specific, which means that we need really, really a deeper diagnostic Something that we learned from the case study we implemented on the institutional diagnostic framework is that it's often not clear who ruled the country, who governed the country, who passed the law. And one important aspect that emerged was the interaction between the business people and the politics. So I would like you, Professor Kayanga, to elaborate a bit on that. Given the business interest, we just have a session about the private sector, and then the politics that we need to develop to have to reduce inequality, to have prosperity. How do you see things to move forward?
Sorry, I'm very allergic to the AC. So these are some of the good luxuries that don't form the index of prosperity for me. But that's another matter. Now, let's look at it this way. From the time of independence, Africa, like many other countries, became very suspicious of the rising entrepreneurial class. And it is China's dilemma. Those who read about things about China, the entry of Adam Smith into Beijing, meaning the embrace of the market, created a situation in Beijing where the government had to tighten its control over the entrepreneurs. Not just the capital, but the entrepreneurs. And therefore, it is a catch-22 because you want to develop, you want to have a class, an entrepreneurial class that become the captains of your industries and the leaders of your markets. But at the same time, you are suspicious that they will cash their capital and remove you from power. And that is always a dilemma in all market economies, that the market is going to produce a person who can transform themselves into a politician. Just like in the olden days, the issue of the intellectuals, that the intellectuals are going to replace the princes. And therefore, you have to contain the intellectuals by either impoverishing them or putting them under certain docket so that they don't grow beyond the political class. So again, it's something we need to look at. So in Africa, if you take the example of Kwame Nkrumah was very progressive. He had a wonderful dream about Africa. If you look at Africa must unite. But what was his Achilles heel? His Achilles heel was that he did not want to allow an entrepreneurial class to flourish. And the one that he had flourished, he needed to put it down so that he is, the political class is at the helm. And sometimes the political class has no clue of how to run the economy. And that has been the plight of Africa, that you have a political class, and this is very well put by one of our political scientists, PLO Lumumba, that the guys in power have no knowledge. And the guys with the knowledge in the universities have no power. So power and knowledge in the Foucauldian sense, in Michel Foucault's sense of the term, do not come together. But you need knowledge in order to reproduce economies. Economies cannot grow without power sponsoring progress. And that's why China is progressing. Because the political class is ready to invest in knowledge and in the process invest in more power. Innovation is about the dominant class allowing the entrepreneurs to invest in ideas and new thoughts and so on. But in our case in Africa, if you can call it our trap is that our politicians often will come from the entrepreneurial class. And they use their capital basically to buy out what you can call people's participation. So people here don't participate. They are participated. I know you are not familiar with that verb. So people are not participating, they are participated. Because they are told what to participate in, how to participate, and with what result coming out of that participation. So we have a conundrum here. Yeah. And I think the best case scenario is where people make their own decisions. But back to democracy as I conclude. Democracy itself does not allow critical thinking that leads to economic progress and technological innovation. Why? Left to their own devices, the masses, who are warned by Socrates, are going to choose the card seller, not the dentist. And the card seller will make their teeth go bad. And when the dentist come, they will say he will draw blood. So people normally choose, rhetoric. They choose, what you can call high, those who have the gift of the gab. But what brings progress? It is when the leadership of the country decide that they are going to put the best and their ablest in positions of decision making.
Okay. Okay.
If they don't, then we have the kind of things we are having in Kenya, we are having in Tanzania and Uganda and others, where you have very high-sounding political rhetoric, but at the same time, at the base of it, you have what here we call togege. Yeah. Togege means dada heads or something like that, as a mass of the leadership.
Okay. Thank you very much. No, I think here this is very, very inspiring. But suppose that we start from an equilibrium. We have developed the diagnostic. The diagnostic is sound now, but we start from an equilibrium where we have weak public administration. We have instability. How do we move from there? So implementing a reform means that people who were deriving rent from the existing system will lose, right? Whereas the people who were suffering before the reform, they will gain. So, Professor Mashiwa, how can we think here about a reform, reforming such a system to move to a prosperity? How are we sure that we are going to get the support? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think up front, we need strategic clarity. One, if you examine this continent carefully, slowly, carefully, you notice two compelling things. Number one, reform on the African continent has plateaued. It has no taste, it has no flavor. We are just going back, to 1960s, lamentations. Kwame Nkrumah wrote in 1958, October, an excellent essay that appeared in Foreign Affairs magazine on Africa's tomorrow. If you look at that document, and assuming you are from Montenegro, you'd weep for the continent today. Why? This animal called patronage. So you have an interesting mix. This plateau in reforms, politically, economically, constitutionally, as in across the range, you then have what you call a tragedy on what kind of governance innovations do you require that actually move the needle. You just want to move a needle, 2 inches, not 10, not 20, just, Those are also very difficult to come by. Why? Because the more things change, the more they remain the same. Now, what is more compelling on this question of prosperity, it is going to take another 100 or 200 years for Africa to make strategic progress. Why? I'm not being pessimistic about our continent. Let me give you quick data. Sometime in 2024, this folks from McKinsey published an interesting report called Reimagining Economic Transformation in Africa. Page 3 of that document demonstrates, it has an interesting graph. Document is readily available on your Google search engine. Over the last 30 years, Africa's progress cumulatively has been 1.1%. China, 8.4%. India, 4.6%. So question is, why has Africa remained stagnant? yet we undertake these elections every so often. What do? We have changed the constitutions every so often. What do? We have changed leadership every so often. We appoint new central bank governors every so often. Folks from the academy have transitioned, across the fence, joined government. What have they done when they have joined government? They have clamped down on their colleagues who remained at the academy. Not so. Look across the board. So what do you end up with? You end up with a reality where this animal called fragility and its drivers, the insecurity, various types of insecurities, and its various drivers, are driven in part by the very systems we have created. So to imagine the possibility of prosperity, as in 2 days ago, The Economist magazine published their annual flagship magazine, The World Ahead, The World in 2026. What does that world look like? A small country called Norway, their GDP per capita is $120,000. Switzerland, also high up the charts. Small country called Singapore is $105,000. The best on the continent is a small island country called Mauritius at $22,000.
Yes.
Ghana is doing under $2,000. Where you are in Nairobi is $2,500. So when do you compete? And how can you compete? This new month we are going into tomorrow, Norway is rewarding its various citizens across the world, wherever they are, with what? Because they have more than they require from their sovereign fund, they are gifting Norwegians about $5,500 per individual. So question is, what explains these differences between societies, within regions, and if you want to drill down, you'll see the nuances.
Okay.
So for the possibility of prosperity here, Kenya attempted to take that path. This animal called devolution. Decentralized political decision-making authority to local levels, where people determine their priorities and pursue them. Legislative avenue. But also decentralized economic decision-making authority and responsibility. So that people at their local spaces are able to do what? To pursue these priorities. Typical case of Nigeria's federal system, so the states they have not worked for them. How do you say you have the military of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, yet kids are being kidnapped from secondary schools? Then you are saying you are a legitimate sovereign state. It's child's play.
Okay.
So if you're not angry enough about what is happening across the range, what happens? Look at the DRC. Look at Ethiopia, a giant that is sleeping. So to conclude, if you solve Nigeria's troubles, DRC's troubles, and next door Ethiopia, then you are likely to create momentum that can unlock the chokehold, on this question prosperity.
Okay.
But so far, the quality of life for majority of Africans is despicable.
Okay, thank you very much. I heard Dr. Hassan is back. Please elaborate on the issue of insecurity. We are already now discussing the reform. The floor is for you.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm happy to be part of this discussion this evening. Apologies for the tech. Hopefully we are back now. I think it is imperative for us to understand the link between security, political instability, as well as economic fragility. And the reason is, in fact, just on the Global Peace Index this year, about half the countries on the continent decline in the degree of its peaceableness. Now, this affects the ability to have consistent macroeconomic policies. This affects the ability to be able to mobilize resources, but also this scares away investors, both local investors as well as international investors. And to the extent that, for instance, we are not committing enough energies to address some of the ongoing insecurities of the continent, I think that in itself limits not just the ability for us to create a sustainable macroeconomic policies that are multi-year, but technically it ensures that political instability is going to remain for years to come.
Okay.
Now, unfortunately,
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, please try elaborate, please.
Yes. Now, unfortunately, this is coming at a time when you're having a phenomenon of global power transitions. And the global power transitions has been marked, or at least fueled, by the rise of the rest as a result of the relative decline of the West, especially when it comes to the imperative of economics or its relevance and the kind of linkages they had with the developing world, and especially outside the fact that it has provided opportunities and alternatives to the continent, it has also fueled this kind of insecurities that we see. And one of the areas that perhaps is suffering from this new scramble for the continent is actually the Horn of Africa. And so, to the extent that certain regions of the continent are emerging as new theaters of global geopolitics, militates against any significant, stable, sustainable macroeconomic policies. Extremely, limited, integration that has taken place on the continent. So much so that the continent trades so little with itself. The continent does very little business with itself, but also they're unable to exploit the economies of scale that comes with integration, because you can't integrate chaos. And that is why even the regional economic communities on the continent are not as long as they should be. Why? Because the insecurity has literally ensured that they cannot be able to survive, to be strong enough to actually allow the level of integration that can be able to exploit economies of scale. Further, another way in which insecurity is contributing to this is it destroys the ability for our nations and the continental bodies to build any security architecture that can actually calm societies. And so what you see is a persistent competition over power. Why? Because you're having predatory systems in the name of democracies, which are pretty much illiberal democracies in most cases. They are trying to get there. And we have confused electoral politics for democracy. And democracy is a lot more than just actually having a one-day election. And I think the tragedy of believing so much in electoral politics, we have seen it all across the continent, even recent elections that we saw, both in the region and, of course, outside this region. And so I think we need to move away from just focusing on certain rhetorics that actually make us feel good and explore the practical approaches that, first of all, how can we be able to secure our nations and secure our regions and the continent in a way that can be able to build predictability in terms of policy, can be able to build social and political and national cohesions, so that citizens can actually focus on the art of developing their countries. They can be able to invest in agriculture, they can be able to invest in infrastructure and stuff like that. Okay. But because of the persistent insecurity, I think that has really worked against all the efforts, whether it's regional or continental or otherwise.
Okay, thank you very much. No, I think we have a lot of information here to move forward. But let me come back again to reforming. Then the question is how to really rebalance short-term versus long-term objectives. But also, perhaps maybe there is too much emphasis on growth instead of focusing on something that the population understands better. For instance, inequality. Growth, of course, can contribute, but we know the elasticity is very weak, right? And the redistributive policy is going to be very important. Is that an agenda here? I think we would like to pursue more, and because it's easier, the population understand. So, Mrs. Dube, can you elaborate on this point, rebalancing short-term and think about inequality reduction as a key objective?
So I think that in all fairness, to tackle inequality, we need to go back to the basics of inclusion. And we're going closer to the 2030 agenda and the SDGs of leaving no one behind. But from a domestication perspective and from a tracking perspective, have we achieved anything in that regard? So when we say inclusion, are we referring to grassroots only? It's not necessarily that. The private sector needs to be included as well. We need to ensure that we are including regions, and making sure that there's collaboration from a regional perspective. So we need to ensure there's inclusion so that we eliminate the rent seeking and we promote, the delivery and the effective and efficient delivery of public services to the citizens. So going back to the short term and the long term, this is where governments can build trust. If you're able to tackle the low-hanging fruit and the short-term promises, whether it's from your manifestos or whether it's from your national development plans, there should always be the short, the medium, and the long term, and make it achievable. I always say don't overpromise and underdeliver, because that is where you break the trust. That is where you lose the people. So make your goals achievable in the short term so that even in the long term you know what you're working towards as a government, as a state, and as a region.
Okay, thank you very much. I propose now we interact a little bit with the public to get a few questions. Yes, please. Microphone to... You need the microphone, please. Yeah. Have two hands, and then behind. Okay.
Thank you very much. Let me be a bit provocative here. I think the process that delivers political leadership, even in a seemingly democratic system in Ghana, is inherently corrupt. How do people get to political offices? They get there by investing in elections. Who sponsor these elections? These are national and multinational individual and institutions that have vested interest. So when you become a leader, when you get elected, you ensure that the institutions are weak or are controlled so that you can pay back your investment that you made in your elections. Therefore, we find a situation where people who get into political offices are unable to clean their institutions, to make their institutions independent. And therefore, once the institutions are not independent, once the institutions are controlled, people take advantage. And then we find ourselves in this low-level equilibrium trap. So the only way to get out of that trap is to have a system of someone come to power who does not owe anyone, who did not do an investment. That is why we have these military leaders coming up. But then that brings us to another question.
Yes, please.
So how do we, get out of this, or how do we, given that this is the constraint, given that we have some level of corruption in our systems, how do we work with it? So I believe that we should be investing in behavioral economics. The first best models that we use, the models that we use, which are based on assumptions. The social planner is well intended. He doesn't think about himself but his country. We have to begin to include constraints that satisfy some basic needs of the social planner. So behavioral economics will become very important in setting up this type of model so that we aim at second best, third best solutions rather than the first best solution, which will never work for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There is a second hand there, please.
Hello. Makora Wilson is my name, from the African Food System Transformation Collective. So when I was listening to the panelists, the number of issues that came up, which also will inform my questions, the aspect of political class seems to be one that will be blamed for the challenges that we face in Africa when we look at the political entrepreneurship and also the authoritative allocation of resources, which also Robert Dahl looks at when he was defining politics. But now, the question, I have two questions. The first question, I would like it to be answered by the panelists. That is, now that Africa is experiencing conflict recurrently, what evidence-based strategies can simultaneously address immediate security needs while reducing long-term economic fragility rather than responding with short-term militarization? This is basically looking at what has been happening in Africa, where most countries rush to militarization as an avenue to respond to the issues that come up. My second question, which I also request to be addressed, is how can African countries practically strengthen institutional legitimacy in a context where citizens have consistently lost trust due to corruption, weak service delivery, and exclusion? And this one basically aligns with where we mentioned that the idea of devolution or decentralization was a good idea, but now I wonder as a youth, when you say that, for example, the progress in Africa is not one that we can be proud of, and it can take maybe 100 to 200 years to see reasonable progress, that I wonder whether I have to live the whole of my life without seeing any progress as a youth in this country. So thank you.
Thank you very much. There were hands here, there, yeah, please. We'll take a second one.
Yeah, so mine, the first part is a comment. The second part is a question. The comment part. I find the good governance versus democracy debate a kind of a red herring. I think you can have both, and I will tell you why. You know, Gaddafi gave everybody free housing and so forth, but without voice. They kicked him out, with the help of others, of course. Another example, very recent, regime change happened in Botswana, very similar. Kids were being given like lucrative scholarships to go abroad, but they come home, then unemployment faces them. They got rid of them. So the democracy governance attempt to distinguish between the two, for me, is a head rearing. The second one, I also think there's a false distinction between economics and politics. Because I think these are things, they're actually different sides of the same coin. So I just happen to believe that, and that's going to lead to my question. What kind of economic stroke politics can produce a humane society? And by humane society, I'm talking about a society that lives in a way that is not wasteful, because we know that there's limit to what nature can provide, right? A society that does not necessarily have to believe in the ideology of growth per se, but also probably degrowth, given, again, the limits of nature.
Thank you.
And more importantly, and I'm almost done, how do you make sure that everybody, and that's the inclusion part, how do you make sure that everybody have a stake in this system, beyond the politicians who come back every 5 years? Thanks.
Thank you. Is there any other hands at this side? No? Yes, there is one at the back. So, and then we will get back to the panelists.
Thank you, Sheila. I'm Joshua Ajitomobi. In so many African countries, we have anti-corruption agencies. But it seems as if the more anti-corruption agencies we have, the more corrupt the countries are. What could be done?
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have an interesting question and comment from the floor. The question about corruption came again, interacting with election. So we have electoral corruption. I think it's important to be specific when we talk about corruption. Without knowing the type of corruption, I think it's useless. We have to distinguish probably between low-level corruption and the high level. And I would like to request here the panelists to elaborate on this question. The second point that was raised is the interaction. I think one of the experts challenged you on the interaction between governance, governance and democracy, but also between economics and politics that we have to distinguish. Initially, this is also what I thought, but when you go into to the house, maybe it's not everything. I would like to listen to the panelists, maybe starting with Mrs. Dubé to take any of these things and answer. Please.
Thank you. I'll try to address some of the questions, particularly from a governance perspective. So for me, it's interrelated on how the levels of corruption can be reduced, as well as, strengthening institutional integrity. And I'm going to give a very practical example, because this is a fireside chat, right? So academia does it all the time. You cannot be a senior lecturer without a PhD, right? And still, when you get that PhD, you need to write a certain number of publications so that you can become a professor. So we need to find ourselves professionalizing the public sector, and it's something that South Africa is trying to do slowly but surely. And I think an example was given in that, the people who have power don't necessarily have, the knowledge, or don't necessarily have the expertise. That needs to change if we really want to see ourselves, growing as a continent. Let's professionalize the public sector so that the people who are in positions of power can find themselves with the knowledge that they need to lead and to make innovative decisions that will grow the economies and the states. They can study. I mean, if you like politics that much, go study it. There's political science at universities. There's no excuse, even if it's not an agenda to push people out who are in power, but even when they're there, they can study, they can upskill, they can go for trainings, whether it's on ethics, politics, or anything that they need. But capacity does need to be built with the people that are currently in power if we want to see change happening, even with the next generation that's coming in. And then I think I agree with Dr. George with regards to, good governance, democracy, and how they coexist. And I feel like South Africa is a perfect example of that, particularly from an economic growth perspective. If you look at the GDP growth, between the 90s and to about 2007, it was 3.6%. And then from then on to around 2003, it's now bridging on 1%, and this is all happening at the time of state capture and when, there was a lack of strong institutions, and we see the weakness of the institution. So they are interrelated, and they do correlate to some extent. So I do agree with you on that comment. How can everybody have a stake? I think that he gave a perfect example, when he mentioned, the Norways. You need to be growing to the extent that you can afford to let everybody have a stake. If we're still growing at 3.6% only, and it's a big population, then how will everybody have a stake? So we need to find ourselves growing as an economy so much that people have more than enough, and the state has more than enough, and that's how everybody can have a stake. But we need to eliminate the rent seeking that we spoke about earlier, and we need to find ourselves having ethical leaders that put the people they are leading ahead of their own self-interest. And I think finally, with the anti-corruption agency's question, there is no organization, there's no individual, there is no country that can exist in a vacuum. There can be 10, anti-corruption agencies in a very corrupt country, but if there's no political will, if there's no collective action, it's pointless. There's a need for the anti-corruption agencies to work with civil society, to work with the parliaments, to work with the government, to work with the different stakeholders. If there's a multi-stakeholder approach to it, then you'd find that even one anti-corruption agency would be enough, because they're working with all the relevant stakeholders that are necessary to then find meaningful ways of gradually reducing corruption, because it's not going to go away at once. But at least if you find yourself shifting the needle and measuring the impact, then you may find yourself gradually then addressing the corruption problem, but it needs to be collective.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Yes, and there was also this particular question about electoral corruption.
Yeah.
So how to reform the system to improve the quality of votes. This may be, I think, possibly the most important thing, because it shapes policy, it shapes everything. Please.
Thank you. I think I wanted to start with that question, but not really to give an answer, because a crime is a crime. There is no policy solution to crimes, and sometimes we mix things up. The main problem we are facing, and this is a kind of an offshoot of democracy, is essentially the transformation of the political space into a space of investment. And that is itself extremely dangerous, because it means that those without money can never be elected. And only those who can secure money, either as a loan or a saving or whatever, will get to power. So the equation of power and money is itself that is corrupting the electoral system across the board. Because even when you look at what is demanded of you in order to be a candidate, for example, in Kenya, you have to have 250,000, as part of the nomination. You, of course, have to contribute to the party, and you have to contribute. When you do this, the sum total of the dues that you give in order to be eligible, they go up to between 10 and 15 million Kenyan shillings, which is about maybe, I don't know, $150,000 or something. Now, again, we are not today talking about the people in the village who expect that anytime you move in, you have to move the money. So the commercialization and the transformation of the political space into an area of commerce, where cronyism, nepotism, corruption reign, is essentially one of the main problems. Second is that we are seeing a situation where in Africa, those people with knowledge are beginning to be marginalized, almost actually ran out of town in political terms. It's very hard to find somebody with knowledge allowed to stay in power, because the politician and the entrepreneurial class have ganged up essentially to get the knowledge out of the place. Why? Because it is easier to dominate an illiterate population. Not a single party invest in a party school to educate and inculcate values of what kind of a vision you want to have of your society. Finally, we are seeing internationally an increasing weaponization of instability and fragility for both geopolitical and economic gains.
Okay.
And that is the relationship between Africa and the developing world, the developed world. That there's no more longer incentives. You look at the flow of funds that are geared towards reducing conflicts, that are geared towards finding solutions. The flows, the funds have almost, declined or diminished. Why? Because in a number of cases, it is more profitable to invest in a chaotic and stable environment than Eastern Congo than to go through these loops of looking for taxes, paying this, doing this. Chaos, you go in and out, and that's it. So you need zones of chaos and zones of stability as two polar opposites of the emerging global market.
Okay, thank you.
And that's wrong.
Yeah, thank you very much. I would like to allow now a doctor to pick on this and on the financing of election. For instance, would you think that reducing the number of political parties and have a transparent, for instance, financing, public financing of the political parties will be a way to sort of improve the system, and where there will be several dynamics then here and there to maybe do pragmatic politics instead of doing some rally. What do you think?
Thank you very much. Before I answer you, I have a question to this entire group.
Yeah.
Prof. Victor, as AERC, what are the true macroeconomic costs of insecurity on the continent, of weak governance on the continent, of fragility on the continent? There is a famous case, the chief economist, I guess, of the African Development Bank is here. There is a famous case of South Sudan. When the African Development Bank signed off a loan of $50 million in Juba for that government to put up street lighting, in Juba city in the morning. In the afternoon, chaos broke out. And the rest, as they say, is history. So for you as, excellent technical people, researchers, professors, and all these, spaces you occupy, what are the true macroeconomic costs of insecurity on the continent? And therefore implications those have on, among other things, these sovereign loan issues. Majority of the continent is saddled, on this question of what? Repaying loans. that cannot be traced to any tangible project for which they were procured. Now, to come to this question, the second question before I answer you is, who is thinking for your country? Who is thinking for Uganda? Who is thinking for Zimbabwe? Who is thinking for Kenya? Is it our cabinet? Is it a group of senior judges? Is it a group of senior professors from the University of Nairobi or from Kenyatta University down the road? Who is thinking for Nigeria? Is it a group of senior politicians? And what is the output of that thinking? Is it think tanks like AERC, you know, that we need to work more with, you know, to deal with, you know, granular, you know, critical analysis? Because there is an interesting line in an interesting book called Making Africa Work, a handbook written in 2015. It has an interesting statement I've just remembered here. A torrent of money will never replace structural weaknesses of governance on our continent. So that is the conclusion by former president of Nigeria, Obasanjo, Greg Mills, and another South African professor who wrote the book, you know, co-authored by 3 people. So a torrent of money is not going to do what? To solve our structural governance challenges. So on the question of funding politics, political parties, and the like, take typical case Kenya, where political parties act here, and political parties are funded given a threshold. You compete, you get a threshold of certain representation at the National Assembly, National Parliament, you know, we are by cameral system here, then you qualify for funding. That has not solved the cancer. And that cancer is this simple thing called having a legitimate voice, having legitimate representation to, among other things, address grievances.
Yes.
So the enclaves, political or economic, are usually created where you have ungoverned territories. Why? Because people in those territories have grievances that now you can talk about the crisis of the African state, the crisis of science in Africa, and the crisis of the market on the African continent. So you have this, integration of various crises that conflate and create an environment that makes it very difficult for proper, legitimate, organized, engagement that makes it possible for them to solve, these grievances.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's try to get Dr. Hassan back. He's online. Are you still there? Oh, he's gone?
Yes, I'm here.
Please,
can you hear me?
You can shoot on any...
Yes, can you hear me? I'm here.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. Yeah, there was a question on security and how we can be able to improve it in the wake of what is happening. And my first contention is we need to revitalize the security architecture of regional organizations for the continent. But that cannot happen without one thing. About 20 years ago, we came up with a very beautiful slogan about African solutions to African problems. But I contend that you cannot do that without African money. Now, AU's budget of $600 million is largely funded, 85% of it is funded by our foreign partners, the largest which being the EU. Clearly, you cannot set an agenda and build a sustainable security architecture when you are almost wholly relying on somebody else. And that is why we are having challenges when it comes to the African Union missions funding gaps in Somalia today, which is actually threatening to put Somalia back into instability, as well as other theaters of conflict today in Africa. And so African solutions to African problems has to be matched by African money. And it's not for the absence of money, let's face it. The continent, enjoys quite a number of resources. The budgets are big. Kenya's own budget is more than $30 billion. You cannot tell me 54 countries can actually not be able to put something together and then invite foreign partners to do that. It is very clear for those of you who pay attention to this that there is funding fatigue when it comes to foreign countries. and because citizens in those countries are actually having different priorities. But that has also been complicated by the rise of authoritarian populism as well as nativist politics that have made countries a lot more inward looking, and therefore they question the viability and the logic of continued funding to places they don't even know about. And so we need to be able to put together resources if we have to shape the agenda for security.
Okay.
And secondly, and this is my final point to this,
yes,
is we need to build a political culture of promoting meritocracy but not rewarding mediocrity, because we've developed bad habits of actually doing that, but somehow expecting better results. That cannot happen. Economic growth and stability requires discipline, and security requires extreme discipline. And without security, you cannot have good politics, neither can you have good economics. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we are running out of time. I think we are dealing here with complex issues which require, I think, in-depth analysis to try to trace the chain of causality and make sure that when we implement reform, we're going to lead to, I think, expected outcome. This is where I think AERC can play a role in doing analytical research and then providing case studies and to learn. And I would like to conclude here, and please join me and thank my panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Very efficient. We've taken exactly 1 hour. Before we move to the next session, I would request the Executive Director, AERC, to come and present gifts to the panelists. And then I will invite the next panelists shortly. We'll take a group photo. Just hold on. Okay, thank you very much. A round of applause to these panelists. So we transition to the last session of the day, which is on African Economic Association Roundtable. This is a great initiative that we are going to see more about from the panelists. So this session basically highlights ongoing efforts by a group of leading African economists to launch an African Economic Association as a non-profit, non-partisan, non-scholarly association for economists in academia, government, and private sector who are committed to the advancement of economics and its policy applications to economic challenges in Africa. It is envisioned that the continental-wide African Economic Association provides an umbrella association rather than supplements existing national economic groupings. The panel will be chaired by Professor Ernest Aiti, AERC, Board Chair AERC, and Emeritus Professor, Institute of Statistical and Social and Economic Research, ISA, and the University of Ghana. I'd already read his profile, so I wouldn't belabor to do so, but I'll invite him to come and sit in the middle chair that is reserved for the chair. And then I will call upon the rest of the panelists to join him, starting with Professor Victor Murinde, Executive Director, African Economic Research Consortium, Dr. Dunstan Olwodi, President, Economic Society of Kenya, Dr. Esi Kanyumbu, Executive Director, Economic Association of Malawi, Dr. Maureen Were, Deputy Director, Central Bank of Kenya, Dr. Abule Mahare, Director, Partnership and Communication, Ethiopian Economic Association, and Professor Olowale Ogonkola, Department of Economics, University of Ibadan. So I'll hand over the mic to Professor Ernest Aiti to introduce the panelists and go on with the proceedings. Thank you very much.
Thank you very, very much, Charles. So we've come to this final session for the day, which clearly is coming at a time when most of the participants here are very, very tired. So I'm very sorry for the late discussion that we're going to have, but we regard it as extremely important for the region and therefore worth doing. The idea behind this is not to launch the African Economic Society. You know, in the presentation that you've been given, it's described as the African Economic Association. I'll give you a little bit of background to it, and then invite my colleagues then to say what they have to say about it. The AES, or the African Economic Society, began as an initiative from Professor Ali Mbai from the University Sheikh Anta Diop in Dakar and me. We approached the World Bank to support us to bring together African economists from any background, from any tradition, so long as they are involved in African economies. Over the past year, or 1.5 years, there have been several engagements, including one workshop that we had in Accra at the University of Ghana, and another virtual meeting that brought a number of people, including some who are in this room today, together to think about whether there was a need for us to have an African Economic Association or African Economic Society. When we began, the name we used was the African Economic Association, AEA. And then, of course, we realized it was going to be competing with the US American Economic Association. So we moved then to the African Economic Society. The idea, as I've said, is to bring us together to be able to influence policy, research and policy, to be an instrument for bringing researchers and policymakers together. Today in this room, we've spoken at length about how AERC can support doing good research, bringing it to the attention of policymakers, building capacity and so on. We believe it's possible to do this when AERC works with other bodies, such as the African Economic Society. That's why we are pushing for it. It will be working in partnership with AERC. We've gone quite far. We've gone far enough to develop what we call a steering committee, a committee made up of people from this room and other places that will help put this together. And then hopefully early next year, we will launch it formally. The steering committee that we put in place includes people like Leon Sindikumana. It includes Ingrid Woolard from Stellenbosch and now Sussex. It includes Andrew Dabaland from the World Bank, he's the Chief Economist for Africa. It includes Elizabeth Asiedu at Howard University, Vera Songwe, who used to be with the ECA. And then it also includes Lema Sembet, who used to be AERC ED, and then Olu Ajakai, who also used to be Director of Research at AERC several years ago. So you can see from the names I've mentioned that these are not strangers at all to you. We are in the process of appointing people that will help manage the network until we are able to formally put a structure in place, decide where we're going to locate it, decide who is going to run it, and so on and so forth. So today, the purpose of this gathering is to let you know, is there another microphone somewhere? Is to let you know that there is an African Economic Society that has been planned that is going to involve you. We'd like to see how much interest there is in this room and then convey that to other stakeholders so that hopefully within the next few months you will all be invited to the launch of the African Economic Society. Professor Ogunkola here has been quite involved in trying to get things going. He was in the Accra meeting. He was also online when we had the online version of the discussions. So I would like him to begin by telling us about his experiences and how this might also excite you. Wally.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Let me just say that this is more like the continuation of what we've been hearing since morning. And there's some of the things that we said, that people said here, are beyond the scope of AERC, which I believe is what AES will also be able to do. Like bringing together different stakeholders in the same room, like linking policy students and lecturers together. These are part of what we believe that AES will be able to do. Just like the chairman said, we've gone far in terms of having a concept note. We've also tried to do constitution, which is draft. And all these we intend to present in the coming year in terms of this is your society. Then we will have to adopt it and we have to agree and move forward. What we have, part of what we are thinking is to have broad definition of membership of AES. So it's not limited to those who are in the academics, those who are in the public service. Is anyone that is interested in African economy. We also want to see as much as possible to integrate young professionals in this. We believe that's the future of the society. Why we will also be thinking of what we call institutional membership, individual membership. We've been thinking about all this structure, and hopefully in the next 1 month or so, we'll be reaching out to you in terms of you indicating your interest, in terms of you suggesting the best way we can go out and for all of us to have this society together. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. One of the things we are going to do is work closely with the national economic associations or national economic societies. So I am very happy that we have in our midst Dr. Dunstan Ilwodi, who is the president of the Economic Society of Kenya, to help us see our way forward. So Dunstan. You have a microphone. Oh, there we
So thank you very much, Chair. My name is Danston Ulodi, the President of the Economic Society of Kenya. So the Economic Society of Kenya was established in 2015. It is now 10 years old. And over the 10 years, we have had a number of milestones achieved. I will just mention to you what has made us succeed up to now. One of the key things that we have done is to ensure that we have a value proposition to our members. You cannot be a member of anything or any society or any group without you having some benefit from that group. So what we did initially is to ensure that we propose to our members that we want to be like our other professionals. For example, if in Kenya, we have accountants with their own professional body. We have lawyers with their own professional body. So we were asking ourselves, then where are we as economists? And we used to see a number of economic issues being discussed. The people we see discussing economic issues were not economists. So we were wondering whether they are really guiding in the way that they should guide. So over time, then we realized that there is a gap. And this is a gap that now we came in to fill. So one of the things that we have done is that we have laid key structures in Economic Society of Kenya. We have the leadership being elected after every 2 years. In other words, we have actually democratized leadership in ESK. And what we are also trying to do now is to ensure that we standardize the practice of economics. This is, I know it's an issue that we need to discuss, because in economics, you know very well that no two people can think in the same way. And we have what we call two hands in economics, on one hand and on the other hand. So what we are saying is that as economists, we need to think about whether we can standardize our profession. The other thing that maybe the new entity that we are thinking of establishing can learn from the Kenyan case is that because we already have national societies working and they are stable, then the national societies should actually feed into the continental society. That is key, because the experience they have will actually help the young African Economic Society to pick up very fast and move. The other issue maybe I can mention here is that we need leadership at continental level to be influential. From morning to now, we have been talking about funding. Even this African Economic Society will require funds. So how do we function? We need somebody who is influential, who can actually mobilize resources to run that society. But again, the danger that we have been talking about will still remain. If you are funded, then obviously you may not be independent. In Kenya, we have been lucky because most of our members are drawn from the public sector, majority of them, almost 90%. And yet, even the leadership of ESK is also from government. So you can see there is not much freedom to really speak about the issues that we really need to speak about. And what we are doing is we have been inviting those in government and giving them a platform to explain to us what they are doing to improve the welfare of our people. So in that process, we can actually ask them questions. So that is the only platform where we can freely interrogate their policies. But otherwise, we cannot do that outside that platform. Maybe the last thing that I can also say is, as we think of establishing that continental body, it is also very key that we really think a lot about inclusive representation. Because again, we are so many national societies that are in existence. and one would really want to feel that I'm part of that society. And so we encourage that as you set up your teams, let national societies be a part of that. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Dunstan. Professor Victor Murinde has been with us since the beginning. He joined us virtually for the Accra workshop, right? Or in person? Okay, yes, okay. But he also took part in the virtual meeting that we had. So, Victor, how is AERC going to relate to the AES?
Thank you, Chair. Indeed, this question of having a Pan-African society, association of economists, has been around at least for the last 10 years. And as indicated, the Chair, I was in the in-person meeting in Accra, where most of these ideas were developed. And as therefore, I fully support the idea, the aspiration. And ERC is already involved in the discussion on this, and would like to be very instrumental in making this happen. Because ERC is Pan-African, and therefore has already a framework for getting economists or researchers from across different countries in Africa to work together. Because we would see this, as ERC would see this African Economic Society as a way of going beyond the national associations and the national societies. Because these exist to varying degrees of success in some countries. But what is required is the Pan-African identity. And we would see our role in about two ways. One, to make it happen, to make it a Pan-African, preferably by helping to develop a system of quality assurance and enhancement, alluded to here by the president of the Kenyan Society, whereby we would have at least professional standards, synchronization of these professional standards. And that body could be, of course, vetted by the ERC, so that we are sure that there is some degree of uniformity on the standards of economists, what is expected for a professional economist across the continent. That is something that the ERC can propose, discuss, and then put in place. But there is also something more than this. It is the opportunities for capacity building, meetings, learning from each other. We appreciate that the national societies and associations meet maybe annually. I have been lucky to participate in the Economic Association of Kenya and also the society in Malawi. Among many others, I have been able to participate in the last 1 year. I know they have annual meetings. But maybe ERC would be then able to convene a supranational, a continent-wide kind of congress or a jamboree. This idea, for example, we have in the Econometric Society Global, that there are regional sections of economic society. The African region is one of them, European region is one of them, North American region is one of them, Asian region is one of them. These meet annually. But for 5 years, in the 5th year, the regional associations don't meet. Instead, there is a World Congress. So you get econometricians from around the world to meet at this Congress every 5 years. Now, if I could cascade an example from there, it would mean that the national societies can actually meet annually as they do now, both for research sharing, for capacity building, for training or activities. But maybe every 3 years, then there would be a Pan-African meeting which will then be organized by jointly with the AERC to ensure that economies from across the continent can be able to meet and coordinate. That's just an example. It could be 2 years, it could be 3 years, whichever is feasible. So, in other words, the AERC would play a very coordinating role, a quality assurance across the disciplines in Africa, and quality enhancement is where you find the systems are weak. And you are proposing, for example, professional continuous training, special lectures that can be put on place by distinguished members of our economies from Africa. That's what the AERC could be. Make it super functionary at the highest quality possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victor. We also have Dr. Esme Kanyumbu, who is the Executive Director of the Economic Association of Malawi. So Esme will share with us her experiences from Malawi.
Thank you so much. I'm the Executive Director of the association, and I'm coming from the Reserve Bank of Malawi after working for 15 years at the Reserve Bank of Malawi. So I'm on secondment. So you can, right from there, you can see how independent the association is. It's the central bank now supporting the association in one way or the other. An issue that my colleague has also highlighted. But that being said, as an association, the Economic Association of Malawi was introduced in 1999, so it's about 26 years old, and we've seen it being helpful in directing policy making in Malawi. And we have seen also membership growing up, and it has produced a number of prominent personnel in the economy. We've done a lot of work, research, and a lot of advocacy, mainly focusing on evidence-based advocacy. And in line with that, we do a lot of research, and we have a broad network of economists in the country, ranging from the central bank, from academia, and from the private sector as well. And recently we have seen growth in participation from the private sector as well. We've done a lot of issues that have been discussed here, issues to do with public debt, and we have made noise about that. And we have seen recently the government taking seriously some of the issues that we recommended in line with public debt. We've also been doing national budget analysis, specifically looking at the country's priorities and making sure that the budget is aligned to the priorities of the nation. And in most cases, we've made a case that there isn't alignment in allocation of resources. And currently, we are also targeting MPs. We want to work with the World Bank in Malawi, targeting MPs to train them in issues of budget analysis and also debt issues. So in a nutshell, there's a lot going on, but the challenge still remains that we don't have enough resources to do what we can, and we are not very independent. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Esme. We now turn to Dr. Maureen Weri, who is the Deputy Director at the Central Bank of Kenya. So Maureen, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity first to thank AERC for having me here, and also the organizers and also the people who are behind this great idea. I think this is an idea that is long overdue, because one of the challenges that Africa suffers from is fragmentation. And this fragmentation, we see it in trade, in regional activities, in many spheres. And so this idea of having a Pan-African economic society, which would be like an umbrella body bringing together all the other associations, to me, it's really a great idea. I'll speak from the perspective of course, coming from the policy-making space and also coming from central bank. The reason we find this quite important is, one, just to highlight a few points, is the need for evidence-based making policy. We are in an environment where the global economy is shifting quite fast, and so we no longer can afford to make policies in an opaque way. And so even the kind of frameworks that we are implementing, for example, the central bank, we have shifted to inflation targeting. This is a framework that requires a lot of transparency and robust analysis. So evidence-based policy making in Africa is the way to go. And we cannot be able to do that if we do not have active research agenda or even active research going on the continent. The other point I wanted to emphasize is what has been mentioned since morning. I think it came up quite a number of times. The gap, the disconnect between research and policy. So we find that there's so much research that is being undertaken in our universities and even AERC. I think one of the executive director of Kipra mentioned what has this backlog of all this research that has been undertaken, how has it translated to policy? So we have all this research. Of course, at the university, the main objective is to publish in refereed journals, but what about policy? So we have a disconnect, and I think this association, and if we could have this kind of initiatives, is one way of bridging this gap between research and policy, and also between the academia and policy. And then one of the panelists here has emphasized the issue of inclusivity. And for me, inclusivity, I would like to zero in a bit also on different stakeholders from different perspectives. Of course, we as policymakers and the academia, the research community, the private sector this morning, they told us also they feel that there is a disconnect between what they do and research, but also from an angle of gender. So in these economics forums and also even in the profession, we still have a lot of gender disparities. I think I would like to appeal to the people or the organizers or who are behind this great idea to ensure that issues of gender representation and also not just representation, but even gender issues in research are well taken care of. There are also associations that are already in place, like the Association for Advancement of the African Women Economists. I do believe that the organizers will be working with these associations and the other associations that are already in existence, like the African Economic Society and the rest, quite closely. And last point, before I hand over to my other colleagues, is issue of data. This morning, I listened to Professor Bernardine. She said that when she was doing a study, I think earlier in her career, she wanted to do some research, but she could not access. So data is very important. We have had, I was just giving her Professor Bernard's case, and we have such cases where we have the statistical bureaus. Our colleague researchers from the West are able to access data from the bureaus or from our institutions, yet our own local researchers are not able. So this is one area where our policy and our public institutions are very central in their participation, and I hope that you are going to incorporate them, because more often than not, I think sometimes perhaps it's not deliberate, it's because they do not appreciate the role of the African researchers in terms of access to data. And even at the central bank, we have volumes of data. And it's good that most of our central banks, including the Central Bank of Kenya, we are now availing a lot of that data online on the website of the central bank. Of course, there are issues about data protection, which has to be taken care of, especially at the moment when we have so much going on. And the last one is on capacity building. It is going to be very important to use this forum for joint capacity building across the various stakeholders, and not just the masters and PhDs programs that we have been running, but continuous retooling and reskilling, particularly in this dynamic era where we are now talking about AI and big data sets, the big data. We at the central bank, we are quite keen, for example, how do we leverage the AI technology to a number of things, including the research. So these are some of the areas that you may need to consider. And in terms of practicals of how central banks and the government agencies can come in, of course, there are already some forums that are already in place, like the AERC Central Bank Governance Forum. This morning we had a Central Bank Governance Forum. Some of key issues came up. I think these are already institutional arrangements that you can leverage to ensure that we harness and also already the existing collaborations, but more importantly, we get the key stakeholders on board at an early stage. And so we can have co-creation of knowledge through collaboration. Co-creation is very important. I think somebody mentioned that we have had a case where some research is done and then it is passed over to the policymakers for dissemination. And the question is always, is this some of the challenges that, for example, central banks are grappling with, like cybersecurity, climate, finance, and climate change? I think the co-creation is very important, and it will be very important if we work closely in terms of collaboration, policy dialogues, such forums, so that we co-create whatever ideas that are coming out. In that way, they become more impactful, more useful. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maureen. Thank you very, very much. We go to our last panelist, Dr. Abule Mehari, who is the Director, Partnership and Communication for the Ethiopian Economics Association.
Thank you, Chair. I'm really honored to be here representing the Ethiopian Economics Association. And I'm also thrilled to hear this very important initiative is on the table. But it is unfortunate that the Ethiopian Economic Association, and we believe that is a prominent economic association in Africa, is not part of the discussion from the beginning, but I hope will be part of all this discussion onwards. So just to give you a brief about our association, the Ethiopian Economic Association is established in 1991, maybe like some 3 years younger than the AERC itself, right? So currently the association has more than 6,000 members globally and more than 300 shortlisted associate researchers. The association leverages on its members while undertaking research and capacity building. What we do is we do have a short list of seasoned researchers in different specialization. So whenever there are tasks, we'll be engaging all those members. The active staff members are not that much. We do have about 32 staff members, including admin and research currently. The association is purely independent, non-political, non-religious. It's getting nothing from anywhere. unless, I mean, except like responding to calls and applying for grants. So the association main objective is to generate evidence and enhance informed policy making in Ethiopia and beyond. The other is to provide fora for discussion, especially discussing economic issues. We also do disseminating research outputs. We also do capacity building. There are a number of capacity building programs that the association provides to its members, as well as different stakeholders like government, ministries, and so forth. And we are also there to ensure the quality of economics education in the country. Especially, we provide support while universities review curriculums, review courses, and also we support in advising PhD, master's students and offering courses and the likes. So let me just tell you some of the successes, maybe the newly, the one that's going to be established in the African Economic Society will benefit from. Especially when we do the research or the evidence generation, we do have 3 types of research. We do independent research, collaborative research, and demand-driven research. We are there whenever the ministries, the government, or other stakeholders want us to do a specific research of their interest. We do that. We also collaborate with partners to do research and disseminate the outputs. At the same time, the most important thing, we do our independent research. Every year, we identify burning economic issues in the country and propose a topic and validate that particular topic with the stakeholders. This morning, there was a good story told, like how we can increase like a policy research. I mean, like a research or evidence guiding policy. That is what we do. We initially initiate a very important topic that we believe in, and then share with the stakeholders like the government, the ministries, and others, then approve that particular topic, do our own analysis, and deliver the output to the stakeholders. That is the independent research we do. For instance, we publish, every 2 years, we publish a report on the Ethiopian economy, and every quarter, we update the macroeconomic of the country, and we call it macroeconomic update on the Ethiopian economy. That is the independent one. The other, the collaborative and the demand-driven research are too many. We undertake more than 50 big research initiatives every year. In terms of dissemination, a very important one is the Ethiopian Journal of Economics that is accredited by the Ministry of Education of Ethiopia. And we are in the process of accrediting that particular journal in Scopus and Web of Science. Of course, that journal is now on its 34th volume. It is a blind peer-reviewed journal, and now it is on its 34 volume without interruption. Of course, it was established like soon after the establishment of the Economic Association. It was started in 1992. Every issue is digitalized, and you can find it on the websites. We do have Ethiopian Journal of Economics websites. All the issues are archived there. And we encourage researchers throughout Africa and from the globe to submit for our journals, so that we approach the policymakers, and especially in Ethiopia, most of the researchers, even the policymakers, really make a good reference of our articles. In addition to the journal, we publish policy briefs. We don't leave our independent research and collaborative research on the shelf. We produce policy brief and make sure that that policy brief reaches on the desk of the policymakers. At the same time, we produce proceedings, we produce working papers, research report, and so forth. And another flagship event of the association in terms of providing fora for discussing economic issues, we have a flagship international conference. We call it International Conference on the Ethiopian Economy. That is actually now on its 23rd version. Now the call is open now, and it is on the 3rd week of July every year. So for the last 23 years, we have been hosting this international conference. In addition to that, we also hosted the Economic Society of Africa, an international conference, the Evidence to Action conference in Ethiopia in our headquarters. The good thing is, we are independent, we do independent research. Maybe one will ask, where is that resource coming from? So we always thank our visionary founding members. Some of them are in here in this house. And you know, we have our own 4-story ground plus 4 building, multi-purpose building. And we do have our conference hall. It can accommodate like 500 individuals at once. So we host all our events. We have syndicate rooms for capacity building training, all that. So we also have income generating activity within the building. We can generate our own income, and we can support our main activity, specifically our independent research. So the association, for instance, if we are thinking of now the African association, African Economic Society, we can even provide office space for the society for free, so that we can collaborate, because this is, we believe, high time to integrate Africa, not integrating in terms of trade, in terms of business, integrating in terms of big minds, in terms of ideas, right? So because all Africans, we do have so many commonalities, but we are doing research, we are producing evidence independently. But if we come together and do a giant, a continental idea, a continental integrated idea, think of the African continental free trade era, then everybody is scattered. Everybody is doing their own comparative advantage. And this morning we're claiming that the trade within Africa, intra-Africa trade, is not more than 15%. It was even claimed 17%. So why is that? So how can we capitalize on the Africa continental free trade era? That is what we need to work on. And this claim of the African minds should work on that. So I think this particular initiative is really important, and the Ethiopian Economic Association would like to be very active participant in there and contribute as much as possible. And I also promise to host at least the office space for the association. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Dr. Abule Mehari. Thank you very, very, very much. Very informative about the progress made so far and the offer you make at the end. Thank you. So now let me turn to the audience here. Is there anything that you would like to know about the African Economic Society? Is there some information you'd like to pass on to the African Economic Society? Yes, at the back.
Thank you very much. My name is Pierre Gimke. I'm professor of economics at Georgia State University and director of the Africa program at Brookings Institution. I think we've talked about all these other societies, Pan-African society that exists in Africa. We have the AERC, we have the African Finance and Economic Society, we have the Econometric Society Africa region. So my question still, what are we trying to do that these other societies are not already doing? So is it in terms of the structure of funding? Is it in terms of supporting careers? I don't know. Are we trying to create more societies rather than strengthening the ones that already exist? So I'm still puzzled at that point. If you could please clarify. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah. I just have, I think, 2 questions. I think it's a fantastic idea to birth the notion of an African economic society. But I will just, I want to find out what trajectory or what roadmap are we trying to follow in terms of what model are we looking at? Are we trying to follow the American Economic Association or the European Economic Association? Because if that is the model, from the presentations and also from the draft looking at widening the membership, because those kind of associations are more research driven. Most of their members, are into real deep research, and that's why you see their journals are just like 4-star, things like that. So, or are we trying to create a niche, go a different path, which can also be a very good thing, to think more policy, even though we are not aiming high in terms of research or something, we are trying to walk another direction, which might be a different niche we are trying to create for ourselves, in addition to the existing research organizations we already have in Africa. So that's one. The last one is some of the things, many of the things that have been discussed as per the offerings in the box also coincides, maybe not surprisingly, with what AERC tends to do. So from what we've had, especially in the strategy 2025 to 2035, I guess. Yeah, so what's the scope for conflict or overlap or complementarity with, I know the director has said something, but I think we still need to really know at what point will there be an overlap, let me use that word, if that makes sense, because it's like we are duplicating two things in the consortium as well as in the association, just to make the clear difference. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me see if I can answer both questions so that I don't lose track of that. The first question was about our society and AFIA. What's the link between them? We do not seek to duplicate what AFIA does. AFIA, which is the African Finance and Economic Association, is largely an entity created by Africans in the diaspora. AFIA has very, very little grounding within the region itself. It's now trying very hard to move into, but it's primarily narrowly focused on Africans in the diaspora. What we seek to do is create a more pan-African entity. It to be a membership organization, so every individual there who's a member is there by choice, is there by easy access to the organization and so on. Which takes me to the next question about the model that we are pursuing. It's not entirely founded on any particular model, whether the American model or the European models that you may find. What we seek to do is to create a platform in the region that will bring researchers and policymakers together. A platform so we, through our various individual members, as well as the national entities, are able to market to policymakers what research is being done by African researchers or others working on Africa. So it will be a platform that basically provides easier access to research, easier access to information about developments in African research. That's the main thing that we seek to do. So it is not going to be simply made up of researchers, as you have in the US, but it's going to be a platform for both researchers and policy, and indeed also the private sector. If you look at our write-up, it also brings the private sector together. What we seek to do will complement what AERC does. It does not compete with AERC. It complements what AERC does. AERC is a capacity building institution. AERC is primarily for capacity building. What research AERC members do, it will be our responsibility to make sure that that research reaches policymakers, that that research is used by policymakers. That's what we seek to do. It complements what AERC does not compete with AERC. Yes, sir. Issue of
let me try the mic. Mine is to do with money. Was there any particular reason why you guys went to the World Bank rather than look internally, ADB or the many other internal agencies that could have funded this? I'm saying this because I know my boss, the current chief economist, this is an internal job that I'm disclosing. he was asking us to actually, they're trying to form a network of chief economists in Quad. Very similar sort of thing. So why the World Bank? Why not check with ADB if the EDB would have an interest in financing something like that?
Yes, it's a very interesting question. And I can assure you that as we invited people to join us for the first meeting, we invited the African Development Bank. We invited African Development, there was no response. We invited the ECA, we invited African Bank. African Bank actually participated in the virtual meeting. So it is not a choice that we've made. Indeed, we want to work as closely as possible with the African Development Bank, with other African entities. So we went to the World Bank largely because the World Bank expressed interest in it. They have been, this idea of having a society has been around for more than a decade. We haven't moved largely because we haven't found willing partners, we haven't found individuals. I can assure you that I have gotten interested in the last year because I'm now unemployed. Having retired, I have time on my hands. So I have time to explore this. As soon as I find younger people who are able to take the ball and run with it, I'll be out of there. You get me? So this kind of thing is by interest. It's by people being interested in carrying something and making sure it's established, and then they hand over to others. So we have got money from the World Bank to start, only just to start. It will be funded primarily by the individual members and also African institutions if they do come on board. So I'm very happy to hear you say that your institution will be interested. I'll be very happy to talk to you about it. I'll be very happy to work with you to make sure that this is Africa owned.
We automatically will finance it, but I'm saying that because, we were commenting on the AU, for example, that 58% of the budget is funded from outside, and therefore organic interest and internal dynamics of the continent doesn't get shown properly. So for sure I can go and sell the idea. Maybe the interlocutors in the bank were people who maybe they slip through the cracks or whatever, but for sure, I will reach out to the Office of the Chief Economist or any other entities in the bank to see what level of interest they might have.
Indeed, the funding that we have from the World Bank is simply seed money, and it covers just the first 3 years of operation. After that, there's nothing else coming from the World Bank. We will have the responsibility of mobilizing support from our memberships and also from African entities. So if I will share with you, I'll share everybody here the concept note that we've adopted, and it will show you exactly how we're going to structure it. It provides space for the African Development Bank, the African Bank, ECA, and so on to be on the board. All of that is provided for. The assurance for us being that by all means, being African institutions, they will be interested in our goals and objectives. So yes, it is going to be an Africa-centered organization, and it's not going to close its doors to non-Africans working on Africa. So non-Africans working on Africa will also be welcome to join. Wisdom.
Thank you very much. I think this is a very, very laudable idea, and I think we should promote it. I just have a question. So my question is: we have a lot of economists with different areas of specialization. Are we going to make provision for that within the association? Because if people are looking for research to use, they may be interested in going to a specific subgroup and what they are doing to get that type of information. And the second thing is there a mechanism through which we screen research that we post there, so that we don't just put anything there, we only sell research that we believe is of a high quality enough to influence policy making. So these are my two concerns. Otherwise, I think it's a wonderful idea.
Thank you very much, Wisdom. Your first question is about, sorry, I forgot. Yeah, we are only now at the beginning of it. Our current objective is to bring everybody together. With time, as we grow, all the possible areas will emerge. I think it's premature at this stage to say that we're going to have a session for monetary economists, or for trade economists, or for agricultural economists. It's premature. But that we can't close the door to that. It's something that will emerge with time. There's going to be an editorial board. And one of the things we intend to do as early as possible to set up a journal of the highest possible standard, a journal that can compete with any development economics journal in the world. So there will be an editorial board that is well set up, well functioning, well supported to do just that. But their job will not be limited only to our journal, but to whatever we publish on our website through any other media. So by all means, quality control. One of the things we want to do with this society is to assure the world that Africans care about quality research. We want to show the world that Africans care about quality research. And so there's no better place to do it than through our own outlets. Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for a very robust panel. I am Ronald Pira. I come from Malawi, and I'm in the government as well as in academia. Firstly, I want to commend the initiative to make sure we have got an African Economic Association, because I think Africa have similarities in some of the issues, but sometimes we tend to invest too much replicating each other's work, because they never have a common forum where we can simply share, adapt whatever others have done, and move on, thereby reducing costs of research and implementation. But also, there's been a lot of research and as well as quality work done by researchers, but dissemination and uptake has been a challenge. When I go to academia, I expose also to a lot of research work. But when I go to government, I found that there's a disconnection. Whereas people normally work using bounded rationality, there's limited information, knowledge, skills, and like. So I really recommend that maybe, though I've not looked at the concept, but I recommend that there should also be mentorship in that kind of design, but also there should also be divisions to do with policy engagement at African continent level, but also should also consider making sure that sharing best practices across Africa so that we attain Vision 2063 faster. I think that would be critical. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very, very much for your comments and suggestions. Indeed, one of our ambitions is to be a voice that is able to appeal to regional bodies like the African Union, to be able to influence how the African Union engages. You know, when you go to Europe, I mean, the European Union has several bodies like ours that influence what goes on there, either through that at the national level or at the continental level. So what do we as African intellectuals bring to bear on regional bodies as they decide on things like trade, as they decide on health, as they decide on education, and so on? So it's our hope that when we are quite well organized, we'll be able to influence not just the African Union, but also other African, and also the world. Whether it's the World Bank or the IMF or any entities that are proposing to do things in Africa, to be able to have access to them and provide a voice for the voiceless African researchers. So I think we've had a very lively launch, and not a launch, we haven't launched it yet. It's supposed to be an announcement to you of what we are trying to do. When we leave here, I was sharing with you through the AERC the concept note that we have. So at least you are well informed about how, what kind of thinking has gone through it, what kind of structure we envisage, and what kind of role you can play in making it a very lively and useful entity for the whole of Africa. Thank you very, very much. Wale says, if you have any comments, please send them to me or to Victor or to Wale here, and we'll be able to respond accordingly. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Chair. You are spot on in terms of keeping time, exactly 1 hour. So we now want to gift the panelists, and I'll request the Chair to kindly gift the panelists, except Professor Murindi.
Thank you very much for joining this panel. Thank you very, very, very much. I'll take you on your offer.
Yeah, yeah, very good offer. Very good offer for the offices.
Thank you very, very much.
One group photo. Before you. Thank you very much. A round of applause to the panelists. So we come to the conclusion of today's busy day. Just a few housekeeping announcements. One is we have posters just by the exit. Please interact with them, and if you have any questions, our colleague, Dr. Maureen Cheserek, should be able to answer those questions. In terms of facilitation, please see Angeline Mwadime in the AERC Secretariat. AERC Secretariat is, as you move out, as you exit, you turn left, and then you turn right, first right. Tomorrow, we will have another busy day. We'll start at 8:30, and we'll have fireside chats as well as parallel sessions. The parallel sessions will also have segments, segment 1, 2, 3. We'll have 3 parallel sessions, one with segments 1, 2, 3, parallel session 2 also with segments 1, 2, 3, and then we'll also have another parallel session on thematic research program. And thematic research program is again divided into 4 units, where we'll have each thematic group in different rooms. So in thematic group B, that deals with macro and related, will be in room called Topaz.
Thematic group C on finance and related issues will be in a room called CUARTZ, Q-U-A-R-T-Z. Thematic group D that deals with trade and related issues will be in room GARNET, G-A-R-N-E-T. And thematic group E that deals with agriculture, climate change, and related issues will be in OPAL, O-P-A-L. So please mark those rooms. Those who will be resource persons who will be guiding researchers in these areas, please mark those rooms. So I think we are just about to leave now, but we'll come back for gala dinner at, it is now about 7:30. We need about 1 hour so that the room can be prepared for the dinner. So we can meet here at about 8:30. So the dinner will take about an hour or thereabouts. So thank you very much for, yes, this particular room. So thank you very much for the day's work, and let's meet at dinner time. Thank you.